Chapter 26-22. The Battle, Go! The 9 reincarnation passages went crashing at Yuan Lei like 9 gigantic asteroids under the guidance of Jian Wushuang. Each of those 9 asteroids contained immense and powerful energy. Yuan Lei shivered, and a surging pure divine power that could only be possessed by a heaven ultimate God concentrating in the void before him broke out within the blink of an eye. A barefooted green titan that was more than 3 kilometers tall formed with thick muscular arms and thighs and a single horn on its forehead. Its body surface was shrouded with terrifying divine power. The green titan swung its muscular arm as soon as it appeared and threw out a slap. Boom! The 9 asteroids were immediately deflected away. Jian Wushuang focused his eyes. 9 swords combine, heaven's edge. Ring. The 9 asteroids were immediately deflected backward and overlapped each other before suddenly forming a huge reincarnation passage. A black divine sword shrouded with infinite samsara strength instantly shot out violently from the end of the reincarnation passage after that. The black divine sword was a perfect sword formation formed through the combination of 9 infernal crimson divine swords. The first stage of transmigration sword formation, Heaven's Edge, the first stage sword formation's power completely broke out following the full activation of Jian Wushuang's transmigration law. Virum, the black divine sword pierced through the void with terrifying power and charging boldly at the green titan like an awl. The green titan growled before tightly clenched its fist and punched violently with infinite force. Impact noises burst out violently as the two made contact, and a huge hole appeared on the green titan's fist. The black divine sword continued its crazed attack and pierced through its palm before going through its chest. The momentum was finally exhausted and dispersed with the reappear of 9 identical black divine swords flying sideways in the void. The green titan should have fallen apart at that moment when being penetrated. However, it was still shrouded with surging energy. Yuan Lei was still standing there behind it with a slight smile. That's truly a sword formation created by Sword Lord Tong Xan. Such incredible power. You truly are gifted to be able to unleash the sword formation to such a level despite only learning it for a few years. Unfortunately, the distance between Earth Ultimate God and Heaven Ultimate God isn't something that could be filled in with a sword formation. The penetrated hole on the green titan not only recovered, but its energy suddenly surged even higher before vigorously projecting outwards after he said that. A green-colored lance then appeared in its right hand. Vitality Law! Jian Wushuang squinted while staring at the green titan. He could tell that Yuan Lei had studied Vitality Law as it possesses the characteristics of strong vitality, incredible resilience, and extremely firm defensive abilities. However, experts who studied Vitality Law did not possess very powerful offensive abilities. Although being offensive was not Yuan Lei's forte, he was a true heaven ultimate god after all. Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless. An immense gold-colored divine power was forcefully gathered accompanied with ringing noises at that instance and formed a more than 9 kilometers tall golden god shadow behind him. The divine golden god shadow stood tall while overlooking everything around it. The green titan was only 3 kilometers tall, which was a dwarf compared to the golden god shadow in terms of size. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang's overall ability surged even higher with the help of the divine god of punishment. You do have some tricks. Shame that they're useless. Yuan Lei smiled faintly while suddenly lashing out his hand. A wholesome principal world suppressed Jian Wushuang in an instant. The principal world was filled with powerful energy, with the area that had opened up having probably surpassed 5,000 kilometers. Most importantly, the principal world had reached profound realm since he was a heaven ultimate god. A wave of vital energy was sweeping out at its surroundings as his principal world pressed outward. Life started bursting out in the wasteland below within a split second as large amounts of trees, flora, and fauna burst out from the ground. A refreshing breeze blew by as the environment between heaven and earth turned into a completely lively new realm. The Green Titan's size immensely augmented as its power grew to a whole new level, and it began to charge at Jian Wushuang with the lance in its hand. However, Jian Wushuang sneered at the scene before him. Right then, boom! A heaven-shaking sword essence suddenly surged as the 50,000 kilometers sword world he developed was unleashed. Although it was only a merit sword world, it ruthlessly swept out as soon as it appeared, and the profound realm principle world retreated swiftly like an ebbing tide under the sword world's influence. What? Yuan Lei was shocked. A merit sword world could actually suppress my profound principle world. How's that possible? Yuan Lei was completely stunned, but did not know that the heaven ultimate god, Zhonghan, that Jian Wushuang had killed was equally as stunned as he was. Furthermore, that surprise was only the beginning, as Jian Wushuang waved his arm right after that, and a beam of light blended into the surrounding void. Heaven and earth were shivering in that instance. A most beautiful scroll painting world appeared out of nowhere from the heaven above. The scroll painting world was incredibly real, with mountains, rivers, and even contained 9 gigantic continents. What's that? Yuan Lei frowned. The 1,000 treasures grand world, transmigration world. Jian Wushuang's cold voice resonated. Vroom, the surroundings began to change. The original wasteland initially became full of life, with birds chirping and flowers blooming from Yuan Lei's unleashed vitality law power. However, the environment had turned into infinite darkness in the blink of an eye. Gigantic reincarnation passages began to appear one by one out of nowhere in the darkness. The reincarnation passages were spread out to different corners of the world as infinite samsara strength began to unscrupulously spread out. The transmigration world was filled with infinite samsara strength as Jian Wushuang stood in the center, although he was the ruler of the transmigration world. Yuan Lei, welcome to my world. Jian Wushuang smiled as his laughter resonated in every corner of the transmigration world. Ring, 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 ring. The 9 separated infernal crimson divine sword appeared before Jian Wushuang once again, trembling and shrouded with samsara strength, way stronger than before. Chapter 26-23. World Transmigration World was mainly powered by transmigration law, which was filled with inexhaustible transmigration powers within. Samsara strength activation or usage of transmigration-related secret techniques in that world would have their strength greatly empowered. However, tactics from other laws would be weakened considerably in that world. The effect of Jian Wushuang's transmigration sword formation could be maximized there. On the other hand, Yuan Lei had his vitality law limited in every way. Yuan Lei, welcome to my world. Jian Wushuang's laughter pounded on Yuan Lei's eardrums as he felt a touch of annoyance. World transformation. This kid could actually do that in an instant. How mind-blowing is that formation? Yuan Lei was feeling a little shocked, but quickly firmed up his stare. No, he's a mere earth ultimate god, regardless of how skilled this kid is. Grand techniques such as world transformation are perhaps unachievable even by undying saints, let alone him. He must be relying on some treasure. Yes, it has to be a treasure that enables world transformation. The treasure would be mine if I killed him. Killing intent rose in Yuan Lei's mind. He originally did not have such strong killing intent toward Jian Wushuang, as he only wanted Jian Wushuang to pay him 50 million primordial stones, and he would immediately leave. However, forget about 50 million at that moment. He would definitely not allow Jian Wushuang to walk away alive, even if he agreed to pay him 100 million primordial stones. Boom! The 3 kilometers tall Green Titan's hostility shot up into the heavens. It already appeared before Jian Wushuang and attacked furiously with the lance in its hands. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a cold humph as the 9 infernal crimson divine swords floating before him once again overlapped each other and again formed the first stage of transmigration sword formation. Heaven's Edge. The sword formation's energy level increased drastically and shot out with a boom under the empowerment from the surrounding infinite samsara strength. Bang, 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 bang. One violent bang after another resonated as the transmigration sword formation repeatedly clashed head-on with the green titan's lance. Although the black divine sword was fended off every time and even flying off, the green titan did not have it easy either, with its advancement completely blocked. Moreover, the black divine sword was incredibly agile. It could completely turn into an overpowering sword formation, but it could also disassemble into 9 different swords while still being able to unleash incomparable energy. For instance, the sword formation found a chance to disassemble at that moment. 6 infernal crimson divine swords continued clashing with the green titan, while the other 3 were attacking Yuan Lei like lightning under the empowerment of the surrounding samsara strength. The grim-looking Yuan Lei spontaneously executed a palm strike, which deflected those 3 infernal crimson divine swords and caused them to fly backward. In a not-so-distant void, Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with a heaven-shaking battle intent in the center of the transmigration world at that moment. Heaven, ultimate God. I'd love to see if I have the abilities to slay a heaven ultimate God. Jian Wushuang moved with a bloodthirsty smile. The heaven and earth around transformed once again as he moved. Although the surrounding was still pitch black, the various reincarnation passages had already vanished out of sight. A large number of space-time cracks and immense space-time storms took over its place. The samsara strength that initially filled the area between heaven and earth had changed into surging space-time energy. The Thousand Treasures Grand World had shifted from Transmigration World into Space-Time World in the blink of an eye. That world was dominated by space-time. Heaven and earth have changed again. Yuan Lei's face was grim as Jian Wushuang concurrently appeared before him under his scrutiny. Ring. A total of 300 apparitions burst out at the same time and filled the space. They were faster and more agile under the effect of space-time energy. Even Yuan Lei could not tell which among the apparitions was Jian Wushuang's true self in such a short time. Whoosh! A cold sword light suddenly appeared and cunningly directed itself at Yuan Lei's heart from behind. That's really fast. Yuan Lei was shocked. In truth, Jian Wushuang could not perform at such incredible speed with his current understanding of space-time law. The speed was mainly due to him situated at the space-time world within the Thousand Treasures Grand World. His performance using space-time law was greatly amplified there. Boom! A low-impact noise resonated which shuddered Yuan Lei, who swiftly and subconsciously moved sideways. However, Jian Wushuang instantly dashed forward and completely unleashed his sword technique with a terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 Shades of sword shadows lashed out from Jian Wushuang's hand. The sword shadows looked very spontaneous, hence its momentum was not considered strong. However, they were moving too fast. Too fast. They were just too fast. Jian Wushuang already possesses very fast speeds. The space-time world's assistance only immensely further increased his attack speed, which resulted in his sword lights moving incredibly fast despite being a spontaneous attack. The inexhaustible sword shadows were like an infinite ocean of swords that shrouded Yuan Lei within and forced him to defend himself the best he could. Despite being able to defend himself, he began to lose gradually from exhaustion. Kid, don't be too cocky now. Yuan Lei was incredibly mad and finally unleashed his heaven ultimate god abilities. Layers and layers of vital strength shrouded his body as his divine body also began to surge violently before growing to 5 meters tall with a great deal of energy increase. Energy began to gather in his right hand as he unleashed a palm strike. Boom, boom! Heaven and earth shivered as a gigantic hand suddenly appeared. That gigantic hand emitted such energy levels that it would make any regular Earth ultimate god lose all hopes to live. Even Jian Wushuang could not help but squint. It was not long from when he first managed to control the Thousand Treasures Grand World. Hence the space-time world he manifested from within was not too sturdy. The surrounding space-time world began to tremble upon the appearance of the gigantic hand. The gigantic hand's complete energy outburst shattered the space-time world and caused Jian Wushuang to retreat at that instant. Heaven ultimate gods are truly marvelous. However, Jian Wushuang sneered as the shattered space-time world began to rebuild itself at an incredible speed. The world began to shift once again. The shrouding darkness and space-time storms had faded away, revealing Jian Wushuang and Yuan Lei on a bare wasteland with many swords plunged to the ground. There were long swords, soft swords, heavy swords, and various other sword types. However, each of the swords undoubtedly had a terrifying aura. 10 of thousands of swords were plunged standing from the ground on that wide wasteland. It was a huge-scale sword grave. Thousand Treasures Grand World, Sword Principal World. Chapter 26-24. The Strongest Battle Power. It was the Transmigration World first, then Space-Time World, and now it has shifted into the Sword Principal World. Yuan Lei did not like that a single bit. Beams of vigorous sword essence filled every corner of that world upon the Sword Principal World's formation. Jian Wushuang had been using his 50,000 kilometers perfect sword world to violently suppress and stun Yuan Lei, which caused his principal world to barely hang in there. Jian Wushuang's sword world energy suddenly surged ferociously once again upon the shift into sword principal world and crushed Yuan Lei's principal world in just a short moment. An incredibly powerful stunning strength took effect on Yuan Lei's body. Damn! Yuan Lei could not help but curse. Jian Wushuang attacked once again at that moment. The Blood Mountain sword lashed out silently. The heaven, earth, and space-time seemed as though they were overlapping. A mysterious sword shadow flashed by and disappeared under such overlappings. Space-time sword technique's sixth form, overlapping shadow, with the support of the surrounding sword principal world. Jian Wushuang's strike was especially terrifying. Yuan Lei was completely under the sword world's stunning effects as his face turned red from seeing the sword being pointed at him, and the 3 kilometers tall green titan immediately stood before him. Slash! The cold, sharp sword blade sliced through the green titan and cut it into 2 halves before the sword shadow's impressive momentum continued to sweep toward Yuan Lei's divine body. Although Yuan Lei's divine body was equipped with protective techniques, his body was still shaken violently under the sword's shadow attacks and threw up a big gulp of blood in the next moment. He was injured. A respectable heaven ultimate god expert like Yuan Lei was severely injured. Boy, you've totally pissed me off. I want to strip off your skin and take your bones apart to vent my hatred today. Yuan Lei's eyes turned red as he released a deep growl filled with infinite killing intent, like a demon from hell. Jian Wushuang sneered upon seeing that. What coincidence! I'm also losing interest in playing games with you. Let's have a duel of fates. Jian Wushuang's body surface burst with golden light as soon as he finished his words. The golden light which came from his golden robe was the golden glass armor. A layer of golden armor appeared on the surface of his body in only a swift moment. One of the top 5 7 stars Black Sect's secret technique, 9 Sparkle Star armor, was unleashed. His current achievement of the 9 Sparkle Star armor from the Golden Armor chapter was enough to increase Jian Wushuang's overall ability 3-fold. Freeze! Jian Wushuang quietly commanded, and the 9 Infernal Crimson divine swords once again overlapped each other in the void next to him before forming the first stage of transmigration sword formation. At the same time, A wave of golden divine power swept out from Jian Wushuang's body and formed a grand golden divine power ocean that swept across every direction in a frenzy, covering the surrounding heaven and earth. A gigantic golden prison appeared in the sword principal world in the blink of an eye. The golden prison's appearance perfectly overlapped with the sword principal world as its realm suppression effects began to sweep outward. The 9 kilometers tall golden god shadow behind Jian Wushuang also had its aura rise to its peak. Its eyes were shining with a thick essence of light while standing still. 7 stars secret technique, divine god of punishment, and 9 sparkle star armor. I've unleashed all 3 of 7 stars sect's strongest secret techniques. I've also used the stately paintings, 1,000 treasures grand world, and prison of punishment. Presently, I've shown all my cards except for the life rating suppression. This is the highest state I can reach for the moment and also my most powerful form. I feel that the current me is even qualified to destroy a regular heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists as his burning battle intent surged. Humph. Yuan lay humped coldly as his body that had already grown to 5 meters tall grew dramatically again and became 10 meters tall. At the same time, various secret markings which looked like tree branches surfaced on his body and gradually crawled all over his body, making him look ever so ferocious and terrifying. A gigantic tree grew upward behind him. That gigantic tree was also 3 kilometers tall, incomparably sturdy and full of life. A layer of green armor also appeared on the green titan's body. In front of Yuan lay along with its sudden, violently surging energy. Charge! Yuan Lei shouted a command, and the green titan charged at Jian Wushuang fiercely with a jump that covered a long distance in a short moment. Go! The black divine sword manifested from transmigration, sword formation vibrated upon being pointed by Jian Wushuang. Its energy suddenly increased threefold before charging outward in the blink of an eye under the 9 sparkle star armor's influence. Jian Wushuang's deadly eyes stared ahead at Yuan Lei, who was at a far distance. The 9 kilometers tall golden god shadow suddenly burst with glorious golden light behind him. The gigantic golden god shadow's arms swung outwards upon Jian Wushuang's mental manipulation. The 2 golden palms suddenly expanded infinitely to the extent of covering the sky and the sun, such that half of heaven and earth could be covered with only one hand. The entire surrounding void was then covered by both hands. Both palms began to fold together toward Yuan Lei. Punishment, divine destruction. Jian Wushuang commanded vigorously. The terrifying divine power burst out of the golden god shadow's giant palms. Yuan Lei was completely imprisoned within the void as the 2 palms slowly folded together. Divine destruction, like prison of punishment, was one of the techniques built within the divine god of punishment secret technique. In his past life, Jian Wushuang had seen Emperor by using that move before. In his current life, he could finally use it after making a breakthrough to peak ultimate god along with a few years of studying. Even though they were the same moves, it was a few times more powerful than Emperor Bei's when Jian Wushuang performed it. Yuan Lei began to panic upon seeing both golden palms closing in on him from both sides. He could feel the extremely destructive energy contained in the 2 palms and dared not be careless. Broom, boom, boom. Infinite green divine power suddenly burst out from his body and caused the gigantic tree behind him to begin spreading out. The countless branches started to take shape and extend before finally clashing head-on with the 2 golden palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The divine power clashing noises resonated the heaven and earth. However, the head-on clash only lasted for a short moment before the 2 gigantic golden palms began folding together again. What? Yuan Lei was completely shocked and had not expected that he still could not fend off that particular attack after unleashing his most powerful ability. The 2 golden palms were still closing in and continued to suppress him while the branches which burst out from his body were also gradually losing the fight. Chapter 26-25 Bombardment. Boom! The pair of golden giant palms finally folded together completely. Yuan Lei was naturally bearing unprecedented pressure situated in that void in which the horrifying energy was violently crushing. The golden divine power gradually subsided after a while, and the void returned to its original calmness bit by bit. Yuan Lei was still standing in that void after matters died down, but his body was covered with blood. Cracks began to appear on the 3 kilometers tall tree behind him along with his greatly decreased aura. However, an expert who practiced vitality law had the incredible rejuvenating ability. His capability would return in an extremely short time, so long the giant tree behind him still stands. Still kicking. Jian Wushuang's frosty eyes stared at Yuan Lei. Yuan Lei raised his head and looked at him with a strange smile on his lips. Jian Yi, I truly have underestimated you. You're merely an earth ultimate god who not only possesses great battle strength, but also endless techniques. I've lost this battle, but don't you get cocky now. If my guess is right, the reason you could perform so many techniques is because of the treasures on you, especially the one that could perform world transformation. A treasure of such caliber isn't something an earth ultimate god like you could possess. You'd probably have a lot of visitors at your doorstep very soon if I spread the word about you possessing such treasures. Do you really think you have the chance to do that? Jian Wushuang's voice was as cold as his gaze. Yuan Lei's expression changed and quickly raised his head in the next moment as he noticed something. His eyes were opened wide upon raising his head. Extremely powerful energy that previously existed in the world inside the floating scroll painting began to descend from above him. A gigantic palm print began to descend from within the painting's world. That palm print was the Divine Emperor Seal, a technique Jian Wushuang acquired after fusing the first 3 forms of the 9 provinces seal. It was also Jian Wushuang's most powerful offensive move. That's? Yuan Lei's eyes were opened so round and wide in disbelief. He was situated right under the gigantic palm print and could clearly feel that the palm print's energy could even destroy heaven and earth. That energy was a lot stronger than the pair of gigantic golden folding palms unleashed by Jian Wushuang, which had severely injured him. It was so much stronger. He had enough confidence to protect himself from the pair of golden folding palms. However, the descending giant palm print simply made him feel a touch of helplessness. You actually have a technique that's stronger than the one before. Yuan Lei gave a deadly stare at Jian Wushuang as though looking at a monster. He truly was a monster. An earth ultimate god who could perform those techniques time and again was enough to shock him to the core. He thought Jian Wushuang's previous move that severely injured him was already his strongest move. Jian Wushuang unexpectedly had something even more to offer. It was simply unbelievable. The gradually descending giant palm print caused Yuan Lei to even feel that all hope was lost. He tried his best to project his divine power, so was the giant tree behind him, working hard to block the gigantic palm print. However, the end was destruction. The gigantic palm print destroyed everything in its way and covered Yuan Lei's divine body in the blink of an eye. No! Yuan Lei gave out one final hysterical cry before being completely covered by the palm print. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite divine power rolled violently and shook heaven and earth. After a long while, the surroundings finally calmed and quieted down along with the gradually dispersing gigantic palm print and overwhelming divine power. Jian Wushuang slowly waved his hand as the golden prison and golden god shadow behind him disappeared. The sword principle world around him changed as well and reverted the area back to its original wasteland. On the other hand, the scroll painting world had just re-wrapped itself back and turned into a beam of light before returning to Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang then kept the 9 infernal crimson divine swords inside his interspatial ring. Everything finally died down. Jian Wushuang exhaled quietly and walked forward to the void that was crushed by the divine Emperor Seal. There was nothing left in the void, not even a corpse. Yuan Lei's body was completely grounded into microparticles by the divine Emperor Seal. The only items left were Yuan Lei's interspatial ring and treasure that he had with him, which Jian Wushuang tried his best to keep intact. A true heaven ultimate god, one that deeply understands vitality law and fully equipped with extremely potent, rejuvenating skill, has been killed by me. A strange light shone through Jian Wushuang's eyes as he felt a touch of excitement. Heaven ultimate gods was someone way above Earth ultimate gods. A regular Earth ultimate god, even a peak Earth ultimate god, almost had no capabilities to fight back against a heaven ultimate god. Even though his cultivation level was only at peak ultimate god, which was not even an Earth ultimate god yet, he managed to slay a heaven ultimate god in the end. Furthermore, it was a respectable duel with a head-on bombardment. It was truly a bombardment. He was purely relying on many hidden maneuvers, the stately painting, and a few secret techniques he had to suppress Yuan Lei before finally using divine god of punishments, divine destruction, and the 9 provinces Seal's divine Emperor Seal to bombard him till death. It would be enough to scare many to death if word of the battle had gotten out. The matter remains that he had truly achieved it. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath as the excitement gradually calmed down and his face turned serious again. Although I've killed Yuan Lei head-on, the reason I could kill him is because of my treasures, secret maneuvers, and hidden techniques. My true capabilities are still a far cry from Yuan Lei's without them. Jian Wushuang told himself while reflecting and summarizing the battle. Although Yuan Lei was a heaven ultimate god, he's average at best and isn't considered among the stronger ones, if I'm not mistaken. He only had rather strong physical defenses, though his techniques were very normal, especially when it comes to offensive maneuvers. If I didn't run into him, but a heaven ultimate god who's very good at offensive, I'm afraid I won't be in such an advantageous position. At the end of the day, it's really because of my very low cultivation level. My understanding of various laws and sword principles aren't too far from most heaven ultimate gods, but my too low level caused my base divine power being too far behind. I rely purely on secret techniques to fill in the lack of divine power. Chapter 26:26. Keeping low-key Jian Wushuang could not do anything about his cultivation level. His cultivation time was really too short and spanning only a few decades after all. It was already an incredible phenomenon for many to be able to reach the level of peak ultimate god in such a short time. I need enough divine elixir pill to increase my cultivation level. Yuan Lei was a golden chief from the star-picking pavilion and should have quite valuable items in his interspatial ring. I wonder if there are divine elixir pills among them. Jian Wushuang immediately investigated the interspatial ring that Yuan Lei left behind with a glimmer of hope. Yuan Lei himself was an authentic heaven ultimate god and also a golden chief in star-picking pavilion. His assets indeed did not disappoint Jian Wushuang and were faithful to his identity. Merely looking at primordial stones were already 30 million pieces of them. In addition, according to Jian Wushuang's estimation, the various types of cultivation resources had even exceeded the value of those primordial stones. Other than that, Yuan Lei possessed quite a fair bit of treasures as well. There were a dozen heavenly treasures that could help offensive skills cultivation. He even had 2 sets of defensive armor despite being only at the ordinary level heavenly treasures. Unfortunately, there were no unique items like mystical weapons. Not only did Yuan Lei have the divine elixir pill that Jian Wushuang was looking for in his interspatial ring, but there were 3 of them. Adding on the one that I have in those 3 divine elixir pills, I have 4 pills in total. ITLL helped me make quite a bit of progress if I cultivated using all of them, but it'll still be quite a distance away from becoming an Earth ultimate god, thought Jian Wushuang. He had previously estimated that he would need around 20 divine elixir pills for him to make a breakthrough to primary level Earth ultimate god from peak ultimate god. For pills were only 1/5 of that number. What's this?" Jian Wushuang was curious when he found a green-colored jade bottle. The reason that bottle caught his attention was because of the vital energy being emitted from it. He was even more surprised upon realizing he had never seen the material type used to make that jade bottle. There's such strong vital energy coming out from that jade bottle's content. Jian Wushuang immediately removed the cork and extended his soul power into it, and immediately saw the drop of liquid within. The green liquid looked like dews on a flower or grass that could be found during the early mornings, but with a darker color shade. Moreover, Jian Wushuang felt a shock on his body and mind as soon as he saw the green liquid, which caused a grand sight to rise around him. That one drop of liquid contained such immense vital energy that even shocked him greatly. Although I don't know what this is, the content in this unique bottle carries such strong vital energy only means that it's no ordinary item. "Should I find a chance in the future and get someone to appraise it," said Jian Wushuang. No one else in Danyang Holy Domain was more qualified to appraise treasures than Star Picking Pavilion, not even in the surrounding 9 realms of Golden Crow. Every chief in Star Picking Pavilion had an extremely vast knowledge about treasures, as they even specially trained several appraisers. Many extremely rare treasures, including those that had completely disappeared from the 9 realms of Golden Crow, could be identified by the Star Picking Pavilion. For example, the green liquid could easily be taken to Star Picking Pavilion for an appraisal, so long he was willing to spend some money. He would be able to know about the history and function of that green liquid. However, Jian Wushuang had just killed a golden chief from Star Picking Pavilion and acquired the green liquid from him. He did not dare go to Star Picking Pavilion under such circumstances. "I'll head home first. I came out just for the auction, but ended up studying the stately painting and transmigration sword formation after the auction. It's been 5 years since I've left. I wonder how Northern Darkstar territory is doing under Sheener and Commander Song Hung's management." Jian Wushuang smiled and very soon left the place for Northern Darkstar territory. A few men appeared on that very piece of land which had already turned into ruins only a day after Jian Wushuang left. The purple-robed man leading the group said with a cold voice, "Someone sensed a humongous fluctuation of divine power in this area. It seems like a big fight really took place here, with both sides seems to have incredible capabilities based on the marks left on the battlefield. Most probably an epic battle at the Heaven Ultimate God scale. On top of that, even though it's been a moment, the battlefield is still filled with a thick vital energy. It's probably left behind by Yuan Lei, who studies the vitality law." The purple-robed man was the Star Picking Pavilion's supervisor. As for the 3 men following him, 2 of them were Golden Chief, while the other one was the Black Chief who received Jian Wushuang. "Are you sure Yuan Lei was going after the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord and not someone else?" The purple supervisor looked at the Black Chief. "Positive." The Black Chief nodded solemnly. Master Yuan Lei had already spotted the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord early on in the auction, but for some reason did not take action. The Territorial Lord came once again at that time to purchase 9 Infernal Crimson Divine swords before leaving. We completely lost contact with Master Yuan Lei soon after with him, not even replying to our messages. The purple-robed supervisor squinted as he knew the reason why Yuan Lei did not take action. It was because Yuan Lei and the 2 Golden Chiefs were receiving orders from Senior Meng, and he naturally could not walk away. Yuan Lei's probably dead since he fought against someone here, and we no longer heard from him thereafter. The Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord is only a high-level Earth Ultimate God. Even though he obtained sword Lord Tong Xin's transmigration sword formation, it'll be impossible for him to kill Yuan Lei. "There has to be someone else who killed him," said the purple-robed supervisor. However, all the experts had left since the auction was over according to our intelligence. There are currently only a limited number of Heaven Ultimate Gods in Narcissus territory other than us, and these Heaven Ultimate Gods, having no reason nor the opportunity to kill Yuan Lei, said one of the Golden Chiefs. Let's just stop here and don't investigate further regardless of who did it, said the Purple Supervisor immediately. Don't investigate further? The two Golden Chiefs were slightly surprised. A star-picking pavilion Golden Chief dying was a big deal, and yet the supervisor had no intentions to investigate further? This Yuan Lei was looking for trouble anyway. He immediately followed the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord as soon as he stepped out of Star-Picking Pavilion. Although they may have a minor private grudge, he still defied our rules, and we have nothing much to say now with him being killed. Furthermore, I'll defile our reputation if word about this matter goes around, so we'd better keep this matter low-key. Chapter 26-27 Blood Gem. We can covertly investigate Yuan Lei's death, but do keep it that way. Other than that, we can also keep an eye on the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. Although he doesn't have the capabilities to kill Yuan Lei, he probably has something to do with his death after all, said the Purple Supervisor. Aye. The two Golden Chiefs behind immediately nodded. They left very soon. Northern Dark Star Territory. Jian Wushuang exited through a wormhole with a flash. I've returned. He exhaled and began gliding towards his territorial lord residence. Jian Wushuang passed by the official army barracks along the way. He suddenly paused as he glided above the barracks. How come there are only so few of them? Jian Wushuang frowned while overlooking the barracks below. There were 10 battalions in the official army, with each battalion consisting of 1,000 strong. There should have been a total of 10,000 men. However, as Jian Wushuang's soul power expanded, he could sense there were only 1,000 men in the barracks, which constituted only one battalion. This was the official army barracks, which would normally still have a large number of soldiers holding their positions in case something happens, even when they received a big mission. Furthermore, there should have been 3 or 4 battalions permanently in the barracks, but there was only a single battalion at that moment. Did something happen? Jian Wushuang wondered before increasing his speed toward the territorial lord residence. Jian Wushuang had already descended in a manner and noticed that the residence did not change much. Jian Wushuang called out, Shiner, Master, you're back? Xiao Tiexin saw Jian Wushuang and smiled in surprise. I just returned, and I realized there was only one battalion left when I passed by the official army barracks. What's going on? Did something happen? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiao Tiexin nodded and said, something indeed happened. A blood gem mineral vein was discovered in the Starfire Wilderness within our territory a year ago. Commander Song Hung immediately brought 2 battalions over when he received the news, but who knew they'd find that someone has already taken over the mineral vein upon their arrival. Taken over? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The official army had the strength to take over everything in Northern Dark Star territory. Who had the nerves to rob them of the mineral vein? It's our territory's direct neighbor, Green Flame Star territory. Moreover, Starfire Wilderness is coincidentally located at the border between Northern Dark Star territory and Green Flame Star territory. Their territorial lord received the news faster than us and sent their official army ahead of us the very moment news about the blood gem mineral vein began spreading. The mineral vein had already been taken over by the Green Flame Star territory's official army by the time Commander Song Hung arrived with his men. Commander Song Hung naturally was not ready to give up, so he argued with them, and a fight consequently broke out. The 2 official armies were similar in battle strength, but the Green Flame Territorial Lord later took matters into his own hands. He's the strongest territorial lord among those other territories around us, a peak Earth ultimate god. Commander Song Hung, of course, fell into an absolute disadvantage with him joining the battle. Commander Song Hung later mobilized 9 battalions over out of necessity, and we can finally fight against the Green Flame territory as equals by relying on the numbers advantage. It seems that the blood gem mineral vein is currently being split 50-50 between Northern Dark Star territory and Green Flame Star territory, with each mining their gems, said Xiao Tiexin. Is that so? Jian Wushuang looked grim. He had heard of blood gem being a very high-leveled instrument cultivation material. The blood gems were usually mined to cultivate heavenly treasures, with only a very limited amount used for peak earthly treasures cultivation. In normal circumstances, only 10,000 pounds of blood gems was needed to cultivate a heavenly treasure. A complete blood gem mineral vein perhaps contained more than 10,000 pounds of blood gems. Its value was naturally quite astonishing. Jian Wushuang sneered. The mineral vein is found within our territory, yet the Green Flame Territorial Lord has the nerves to lead his official army to our land and steal it. Hee. How dare he look down upon the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord? However, he knew that the Green Flame Territorial Lord was a peak Earth ultimate god and himself. Everyone knew about Jian Wushuang's battle strength, being at most only in the high-level Earth ultimate god realm from killing Sinshowang before leaving Northern Dark Star Territory. It was only normal that the Green Flame Star Territorial Lord did not take him seriously. Shiner, you stay here while I make a trip to Starfire Wilderness, said Jian Wushuang. Master, be careful. The Green Flame Star Territorial Lord is a peak Earth ultimate god after all, reminded Xiao Teixin. Haha, I understand. Jian Wushuang smiled, but had to disagree deep inside. Why worry about a peak Earth ultimate god when he could even head-on kill a heaven ultimate god? Starfire Wilderness was just a regular wilderness located at the edge of Northern Darkstar Territory. However, it was at that exact location an incredibly valuable blood gem mineral vein was discovered in the huge mountains. One that made the Green Flame Star Territorial Lord crossed boundaries to fight for. The mountains were humongous, and the entire mineral vein was similarly also incredibly huge. The mineral vein began on both ends of the mountains, which a camp had been respectively built. Several commanders from the official army were gathered together in one of the camps. Song Hung sat there and exclaimed, "It's too huge. This blood gem mineral vein is truly too huge. The mineral vein that we managed to control is only 40% of the entire thing. According to early estimation, the blood gem's extended underground that has been discovered is already more than 1 billion pounds, and could even be a lot more. Blood gems are used for cultivating heavenly treasures. In the market, their value is also truly shocking. A pound of blood gems will cost 10 primordial stones, while 1 billion pounds of the blood gem will exceed 10 billion primordial stones." Wow! The commanders around him were in disbelief. 1 million primordial stones were already considered an astronomical amount to those commanders who were only at peak ultimate god. What about 10 billion? They could not even begin to fathom the concept of it. Our strength is unfortunately limited, and 40% is the most we're able to keep in control. The remaining 60% falls under the Green Flame Star Territory Official Army's control. Furthermore, the Green Flame Star Territorial Lord has already known the value of the mineral vein and will definitely mobilize even more personnel over from the Green Flame Star Territory. I'm afraid that we can't even hold on to this 40% by then, said Song Hung coldly. Chapter 26-28. Territorial Lord returns Song Hung, and the others were only able to occupy 40% of the blood gem mineral vein due to their larger military size advantage. Song Hung had mobilized 9 out of 10 Northern Darkstar Territory official army battalions and formed a military formation with considerably strong combat power. On the other hand, the Green Flame Star Territory was fighting outside of his territory and was only able to mobilize 5 battalions for the battle. However, the peak earthly ultimate god Green Flame Territorial Lord managed to help his team gain an absolute advantage with his exceptional strength. However, Song Hung and the others would be at a greater disadvantage if the Green Flame Territorial Lord was able to bring in 1 or 2 more army battalions from the Green Flame Star Territory, as that would make it rather impossible for them to continue occupying 40% of the mineral vein. It's simply too much for the Green Flame Territorial Lord to not only rely on his exceptional personal strength, but also bring his army into our territory to rob the mineral vein. It's unfortunate that our Territorial Lord isn't here. Otherwise, the Green Flame Territorial Lord won't dare to be so presumptuous. Not necessarily. Although our Territorial Lord is powerful, his combat prowess is only at the level of a high-level Earth Ultimate God. There's still quite a big gap between him and the Green Flame Territorial Lord. I'm afraid our Territorial Lord might have to bow down to the Green Flame Territorial Lord if the two of them meet and fight. The commanders were in a discussion and soon fell silent at the end of their discussion. Even if the military strength of the two territories were equivalent, their territorial lords indeed had different strengths. The world was a place where spoils belonged to the victors. Suddenly, "What are you guys discussing?" An indifferent voice sounded. Song Hung and the other commanders were startled. They immediately turned around to look at the source of the sound. They had not noticed a young man wearing golden robes and carrying a long sword had appeared. Territorial Lord. Song Hung was the first to react and immediately saluted respectfully. "A pleasure to meet the Territorial Lord." The other commanders saluted and felt a little apprehensive. The feeling was heightened as cold sweat beaded on them when they were reminded that they were speaking ill of their Territorial Lord just moments ago. They were worried if Jian Wushuang heard what they just said. Jian Wushuang did hear their discussion, but he could care less. "Commander Song Hung, tell me what's going on with the blood gem mineral vein at this moment." Jian Wushuang sat down next to the table. Song Hung immediately explained the situation in great detail. 1 billion caddies. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked to hear the figures. This is just the amount of blood gems from the mineral vein we have discovered for the time being. There are still many that haven't been discovered. We currently only occupy 40% of the blood gems, whereas 60% is with the Green Flame Territorial Lord. If the number of blood gems in the entire mineral vein added up to billions, then its value will be a few tens of billion primordial stones, said Song Hung. It's a huge blood gem mineral vein. Jian Wushuang secretly smacked his tongue, but kept a calm front. This mineral vein is way too valuable. Although it appears within our star territory, we can't take control of the entire mineral vein with our capabilities alone. I believe that people from Crimson Stone Fort will come forward sooner or later. Jian Wushuang knew very well that the lucrative mineral vein worth tens of billion primordial stones would be very appealing to top factions in Danyang, Holy Domain. On the other hand, the Crimson Stone Fort was the official ruler of Danyang, Holy Domain, with every stellar region and territorial lord being appointed and administered by them. The Crimson Stone Fort would send an expert to retrieve the high-valued mineral vein in northern Dark Star territory. Song Hung nodded in agreement. The largest winner from the mineral vein's appearance will be the Crimson Stone Fort, but they'll need miners to get the blood gems. Therefore, they'll naturally source manpower from northern Dark Star territory and entrust our official army to be responsible for monitoring the mining process until its completion. I suppose the territorial lord and official army will be able to gain a lot of benefits during that time, as Crimson Stone Fort will usually leave us some gravy when they take the meat. The current problem with the Green Flame Star territory is their actions of taking away even our last bit of gravy. Jian Wushuang cracked a faint smile as Song Hung's metaphor was very appropriate. They could only pick up the leftovers after Crimson Stone Fort had collected their share of the benefit. How could they be able to accept the Green Flame Star territory rushing in and taking a cut of their portion? "Let's go and meet the Green Flame Territorial Lord," said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Song Hung did not act immediately from puzzlement. "Master, the Green Flame Territorial Lord is a peak Earth ultimate god. I hear he's very powerful." "I know." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "Take me to him." Song Hung stopped hesitating after noticing Jian Wushuang's confidence and immediately set off to lead the way. Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the void above the camp on the mine's other end. There were many soldiers from the Green Flame Star Territory's official army in the camp. "Master, the Green Flame Territorial Lord is in this camp," said Song Hung. Jian Wushuang nodded as he had sensed an extremely tyrannical aura from the camp. "Green Flame Territorial Lord," Jian Wushuang called out as his magnificent voice resounded vigorously throughout heaven and earth before naturally spreading toward the huge camp ahead. The camp immediately went into a commotion, and a few figures soon rose into the void with a ragged silver-haired old man in a loose robe leading. The silver-haired old man was none other than the Green Flame Territorial Lord. The Green Flame Territorial Lord noticed Jian Wushuang as soon as he appeared in the void, carrying a long sword while wearing golden robes. "You must be the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, Jian Yi." The Green Flame Territorial Lord folded his hands and looked at Jian Wushuang with a somewhat condescending attitude. "I'm indeed Jian Yi. I've also heard about you, Green Flame Territorial Lord, and always wanted to visit you, but something unfortunate came up. My apologies that you had to make the trip instead." Jian Wushuang started with a friendly greeting before going into a serious tone. "However, I would have welcomed you if you were visiting alone, but I'm afraid it's too much for you to bring along 5 army battalions. Don't get me wrong. I heard there's a huge blood gem mineral vein in the Starfire Wilderness, and I'm worried it might fall into the wrong hands. Hence I came forth with my people to protect this area while you're away," said Green Flame Territorial Lord with a smile. Chapter 26-29. The embarrassed Green Flame Territorial Lord protect it? "I'll have to thank you then, Green Flame Territorial Lord," replied Jian Wushuang. "You don't have to. The Northern Darkstar Territory and our Green Flame Star Territory are connected geographically. We should be helping each other," teased the Green Flame Territorial Lord. "In this case, you won't have to protect the blood gem mineral vein anymore now that I've returned. You may now leave," said Jian Wushuang. "That won't do." The Green Flame Territorial Lord shook his head. "I've reported to Crimson Stone Fort about the blood gem mineral vein on your way back here. The Crimson Stone Fort has also dispatched some experts to retrieve this and had specifically ordered us to take good care of it before their arrival. Therefore, all of you will have to wait for Crimson Stone Fort's representatives." Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold after hearing that. "It seems the Green Flame Star Territory isn't going to leave. I can only use a little trick to make you leave if that's the case." "Did you ask me to leave? You're quite confident, but I don't know where your confidence is coming from." The Green Flame Territorial Lord sneered and could not care less about Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was not angry, but merely flipped his palms slowly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 9 black, infernal crimson, divine swords appeared out of thin air in the void before Jian Wushuang. Those 9 infernal crimson divine swords each carried an infinite amount of transmigration strength. "Are you going to fight with that?" The Green Flame Territorial Lord said disdainfully. "Master." Song Hung and the other commanders frowned. However, Jian Wushuang merely smiled faintly before those 9 black infernal crimson divine swords instantly transformed into 9 huge meteorites and fiercely slammed toward the Green Flame Territorial Lord ahead. The Green Flame Territorial Lord stood calmly on the spot until the 9 huge meteorites appeared in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly when the meteorites' power spread out. These 9 black swords seemed quite powerful. The Green Flame Territorial Lord immediately took a shot and slammed the 9 swords with a sledgehammer that appeared in his hands. A peak Earth ultimate god's divine power completely exploded with shocking power. Clang, 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 clang. After 9 continuous clanging sounds, the 9 huge meteorites transformed from the infernal crimson divine, sword were sent flying out. The meteorite's terrifying power then collided with the green flame territorial lord and was forced to retreat a few steps backward. This kid seems to be much stronger than an ordinary high-level Earth ultimate gods. The green flame territorial lord held his hands together and prepared to make a move. Suddenly, congeal. Jian Wushuang only said a one-word command before the 9 infernal crimson divine swords instantly overlapped at an astonishing speed and caused a huge, endless reincarnation passage to appear out of nowhere. A black divine sword encased in transmigration, strength shot out from the end of that channel. The black divine sword was the result of a perfect sword formation made from the 9 overlapping infernal crimson divine swords. Boom! The black divine sword was like a huge awl with a terrifying power that penetrated the void and instantly appeared in front of the green flame territorial lord. To this power, the green flame territorial lord was shocked upon feeling the power contained therein the black divine sword that was much stronger than him executing a blow with his full strength. He was so horrified that he did not have much time to think and could only spontaneously swing the large hammer in his hand as the ripples spread out before firing a series of attacks. Boom! There was a loud noise as terrifying powers erupted from the black divine sword, and the large hammer broke away from the green flame territorial lord's hand for the first time. The black divine sword did not stop, but continued to bombard the green flame territorial lord's divine body. Puff! The green flame territorial lord shook slightly before spewing out a big mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled along with his Bodhis divine power breath, dropped to an extremely low level. Buzz! The transmigration sword formation formed from the 9 overlapping infernal crimson divine swords returned to Jian Wushuang. Green flame territorial lord, I'll give you a chance, 10 breaths. You and your people are to immediately return to the green flame star territory within just 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, you'll lie here forever. Jian Wushuang folded his hands behind his back with his extremely cold gaze as he stared at the green flame territorial lord. His mighty voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The green flame territorial lord was trembling as he met Jian Wushuang's gaze. Though his eyes were filled with resentment, they were filled with even more fear and reverent awe. Jian Wushuang had just displayed a terrifying strength level which was too strong. The green flame territorial lord was perplexed as he could see that Jian Wushuang was only a high-level earth ultimate god. Yet Jian Wushuang's sword formation defeated him in an instant. The green flame territorial lord would probably be dead had Jian Wushuang not held back his strength. He knew that Jian Wushuang's strength level was far beyond his own. He dared not defy Jian Wushuang's command for him and his people to leave within 10 breaths. Let's go! The green flame territorial lord immediately ordered the green flame star territory official army to retreat. The green flame territorial lord along with his official army quickly left within a few breaths toward the green flame star territory. The commanders of the Northern Dark Star territory watched in awe and were completely stunned. They were just saying that Jian Wushuang would not be able to change anything due to his inferior high-level Earth ultimate God battle strength against the peak Earth ultimate God green flame territorial lord, even if he returned. Jian Wushuang surprisingly made a boldly lighting fast shot and defeated the green flame territorial lord in the blink of an eye. The strength gap was too wide apart. Jian Wushuang's strength completely exceeded their expectations. Our territorial lord has instantly defeated the peak Earth ultimate God green flame territorial lord. He's so powerful. I remember he was far from being this powerful when he fought Sen Shouwang not long ago. It didn't take long for him to improve until this level, right? He's so powerful. The commanders looked at Jian Wushuang with deep awe and reverence. Song Hung. Jian Wushuang glanced at Song Hung. Bring some people to take over the mineral vein and try to figure out in the shortest time possible the quantity of blood gem we have in the mineral vein since the Green Flame Star Territories people are gone. Yes. Song Hung obeyed the order and immediately left with some people to do the surveying before presenting the results quite soon to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2630. A visitor from the Crimson Stone Fort. It's more than 3 billion caddies. Perhaps somewhere between 3 to 4 billion. Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear the numbers from Song Hung. The market price for 1 caddy of blood gem was worth 10 primordial stones. 3 billion caddies of blood gem would cost a whopping 30 billion primordial stones. Unfortunately, we can't bag it all. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly along with the commanders next to him, showing an equally helpless expression. It would be fortunate if they would own up 1% of the entire blood gem's wealth. How long will it take for those from Crimson Stone Fort to arrive? Jian Wushuang asked. They're already on the way. You can expect them to be here within 10 days, replied Song Hung. Within 10 days? Well, wait for them then, said Jian Wushuang. 8 days passed. Jian Wushuang stayed in the blood gems camp throughout those 8 days. Master, Song Hung came in to report, the people from Crimson Stone Fort have arrived, but... Jian Wushuang asked. That inspector is their leader, said Song Hung. Inspector? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Oh, you mean the inspector who deliberately made things difficult for me before I became the territorial lord? The one who asked me for benefits, but I told him off, right? Yes, it's him. I find out that he's called Genie Hong and does have a certain background in Crimson Stone Fort. I heard he's a direct disciple of a certain faction in Crimson Stone Fort. For people came with him this time, and the 4 of them are Peak Earth ultimate gods if my senses are correct, said Song Hung solemnly. We do have a bit of trouble here. I've offended him before, and he might make things hard for me since he's here as an inspector. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly but did not care too much. Let's go and meet the inspector first. Jian Wushuang went with Song Hung to the void outside their camp. The menace-looking, purple-robed man, Genie Hong, stood up in the void while peeping down at the blood gem mineral vein below. Thanks. It's way too big. How much exactly is it worth? I'm afraid it's worth a few 10 billion primordial stones. Genie Hong was admiring the wealth contained in the mineral vein. According to Northern Dark Star Territory Official Army's message, the blood gems contained in this mineral vein are more than 3 billion caddies, with its value being more than 30 billion primordial stones, reported a Peak Earth ultimate god behind him. 30 billion primordial stones. The other Peak Earth ultimate gods were shocked and began discussing. I really didn't expect there would be such a large mineral vein in an ordinary stellar region. Their territorial lord is going to make a fortune. Yes, according to Crimson Stone Fort's rules, we should reward the stellar region who discovered and reported to the Crimson Stone Fort of such valuable natural treasures like mineral veins. In this case, Crimson Stone Fort will only take away 90% of the treasures and give the remaining 10% to the territorial lord as a reward. It's impossible to leave 1/10 worth of such a huge treasure that's more than 30 billion primordial stones behind. I'm guessing that 1% is probably the capping amount. It's worth more than 300 million primordial stones, even at only 1%. Many heaven ultimate gods' net worths are less than 100 million primordial stones. This territorial lord has hit it big. The 4 Peak Earth ultimate gods were green with envy during their conversation. They envied the Northern Dark Star territorial lord. Genie Hong was unhappy when he heard their conversation. What nonsense! Jean Ehong rebuked. Listen up. No one will bring up the reward later. Northern Darkstar territory is under Crimson Stone Fort's jurisdiction and even manages the entire Danyang, holy domain. Crimson Stone Fort is out to mine it since a blood gem mineral vein appears in the Danyang, holy domain. What does it have to do with the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord? The four-peak Earth ultimate gods looked at each other and did not say anything, but they knew what was going. Genie Hong did not want to leave anything for the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord and wanted to take the share that was supposed to be the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord's. Jian Wushuang, Song Hung, and the other commanders had emerged from the camp and soon appeared in front of Genie Hong. A pleasure to meet Master Inspector. Jian Wushuang bowed, slightly while maintaining a humble posture in front of the inspector. Jian Yi, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Genie Hong coldly stared at Jian Wushuang. He still remembered how he had suffered a loss from Jian Wushuang and was being resentful. I haven't seen you for many years, but you still haven't changed a bit. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Let's not carry on with the small talks. I'm here to first confirm whether there's such a large amount of blood gems mineral vein here. Crimson Stone Fort will naturally send a higher-level expert to acquire it upon confirmation. You should show me around this mineral vein at this instance, said Genie Hong. No problem. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He beckoned Song Hung to take Genie Hong and the others to survey the blood gem mineral vein. They were done with the survey in just a few moments. It's indeed a huge blood gem mineral vein. The amount of blood gems within is a lot and of extremely high value. Genie Hong tightly clasped his hands with an excited expression. However, he soon calmed down and peered coldly at Jian Wushuang. I've checked the blood gem mineral vein, and we now shall wait for the high-level experts from Crimson Stone Fort to arrive, acquire, and start mining it. There's nothing for you to do here, so you can go back for the time being. Jian Wushuang's face sank, but did not make a move. Genie Hong told them to leave, but said nothing about the benefits and rewards they deserved to get. Master Inspector, the Northern Dark Star Territory must be handed over the Crimson Stone Fort when something like the blood gem mineral vein appears according to Crimson Stone Fort's rules. If I remember correctly, doesn't Northern Dark Star Territory also get to keep a portion of it? Said Jian Wushuang. Is there such a rule? Why don't I know of it? Genie Hong pretended to be puzzled and even glanced at the four-peak Earth ultimate gods behind him. Do we really have this rule in Crimson Stone Fort? The four-peak Earth ultimate gods looked at each other and denied the existence of that rule out of fear they would offend Genie Hong. Jian Yi, you heard it yourself. Crimson Stone Fort doesn't have this rule at all. You were wrong. Genie Hong smiled evilly. Chapter 2631. 1 against 4. I was wrong. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. What Master Inspector means is that this blood gem mineral vein has nothing to do with Northern Dark Star Territory. That's exactly what I mean. Genie Hong smiled sinisterly. All right. Jian Wushuang glanced at Genie Hong before turning around and left. Genie Hong was smiling even wider when he saw that. However, Commander Song Hung, Jian Wushuang ordered, tell the official army to retreat immediately and head back to the Northern Dark Star Territory. Yes. Song Hung obeyed. Wait. Genie Hong was in horror and said in a low voice, Jian Yi, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang turned around and sneered. Isn't it strange for you to ask this question, Master Inspector? You said that this blood gem mineral vein has nothing to do with my Northern Dark Star Territory. In that case, the official army doesn't need to spend their time guarding this area. I'll leave this completely to you. Let's go. Jian Wushuang led Song Hung and the remaining commanders away. They were about to leave the area. Stop! Genie Hong shouted in a low voice. You can go, but the official army has to stay. Why is that so? Jian Wushuang asked quizzically. No particular reason. I need your official army, said Genie Hong. He could not help it. He could care less if Jian Wushuang had left and was what he wanted. However, he did not think the same about the official army. The blood gem mineral vein is so huge. Hence it's quite difficult to mine and would need many cultivators to work mining it. They would need to monitor and guard the many cultivators mining the mineral vein to prevent things from going wrong. Jinihong was an inspector sent by the Crimson Stone Fort, but only had 5 people in the team, including himself. The 5 were enough to guard the blood gem mineral vein, but were short-handed to fully monitor the mining activities and ensure the cultivators did not secretly hide a stash of the blood gems. A little carelessness was enough to lead to complete riots, with many blood gems gone by then. That was why he needed the official army. The mining of blood gem would be safe and secure with 2 or 3 out of the 10 battalions guarding the mineral vein. Even though stealing seemed inevitable, the impact would not be big. Jian Wushuang knew Jin Yiheng's intentions as he cracked a smile and said, "Master, you won't give the Northern Darkstar territory any benefits, but want my official army to guard the blood gem mineral vein. Can there be such a good deal in life? I don't care much, but you'll have to ask these commanders if they are willing to guard it for you." Song Hung and several other commanders who were behind Jian Wushuang stared at Jinihong with indifferent expressions. Although they were not in a position to protest due to the other party's identity, they looked extremely dissatisfied. What a joke! Who would be willing to work without any returns? Jin Yiheng's complexion gradually became ugly under the few commanders' gaze. "Let's go!" Jian Wushuang waved his hand again. Jin Yiheng's complexion turned ashen. "Humph, you have to get my consent before leaving here. The 4 of you, go get and kill them if they dare resist," ordered Jinihong coldly. The 4 Peak Earth ultimate gods behind Jinihong looked at each other and immediately stepped forward. "Sorry, we're only following orders," said a white-robed, middle-aged man among the 4. "Just surrender yourself so that you'll suffer less." "Otherwise," said an old man with red eyebrows. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold as the 4 Peak Earth ultimate gods approached. Buzz, 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 buzz. The transmigration, power-filled, infernal crimson, divine swords were suspended in front of Jian Wushuang. Song Hung and the other commanders were staring at Jian Wushuang behind him. Those commanders were merely Peak Ultimate Gods and unable to fight against the Peak Earth Ultimate Gods. Hence Jian Wushuang was their only hope in walking away safely. They had witnessed how Jian Wushuang defeated the Green Flame Territorial Lord, who was also a Peak Earth Ultimate God. However, there were 4 Peak Earth Ultimate Gods in front of Jian Wushuang at that moment. "Congeal!" Jian Wushuang indifferently said. The 9 infernal crimson divine swords immediately overlapped at an astonishing speed before causing a huge and endless reincarnation passage to appear out of thin air. A black divine sword encased with the transmigration power shot out from the end of that passage. The first level of transmigration sword formation, Heaven's Edge. Boom! The black divine sword was like a huge awl with a terrifying power that went straight at the 4 Peak Earth Ultimate Gods. "So stubborn! How dare you fire the first shot when facing 4 of us? He can't blame us since he has a death wish." The 4 Peak Earth Ultimate Gods' expressions became cold as the 4 took action together. The 4 of them discharged their divine power breath and were noticeably much stronger than the Green Flame Territorial Lord. Any one of them was more powerful than that of the Green Flame Territorial Lord. The 4 of them then joined forces. As a result, boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive collisions blasted in the void before 4 people were sent flying like cannonballs. The 4 people spewed blood as their divine power breath instantly died down along with the explosions. Jian Wushuang was concurrently fighting alone against the 4 Peak Earth Ultimate Gods. The 4 Peak Earth Ultimate Gods were completely defeated in just one blow. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. The black divine sword that resembled a huge awl shook slightly before a monstrous power erupted from it and charged toward Jinihong in the void. *T. Jinihong was taken aback. How could he think of resisting the blow as a merely high-level Earth ultimate god when even 4 peak Earth ultimate gods had been hit hard from the Black Divine Sword's impact? No, no. Stop it. Jin Yihong hysterically pleaded. However, the Black Divine Sword did not hold back and went straight at his divine body. Jin Yihang's physical protection methods collapsed as the terrifying power instantly passed through his body. Chapter 2632 Condition Boom. Jin Yihang felt that he was hit hard by a huge world with its power grinding his body. His internal organs were displaced as blood poured out from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The impact would be enough to instantly kill Jin Yihang had Jian Wushuang not held back toward the end. Whoosh! Jin Yihang barely managed to stand firm in the void with his pale face, whereas his body was trembling violently. His divine power breath was at its weakest, as though he could be completely wiped out at any time. Song Hung and several other commanders watched in disbelief. They knew that Jian Wushuang's combat power was at the peak Earth ultimate god level and should be considered extremely strong among peak Earth ultimate gods upon seeing Jian Wushuang defeat the Green Flame territorial lord. However, they had never expected Jian Wushuang's combat prowess to be so strong. The 4 peak Earth ultimate gods who joined forces were instantly defeated without breaking a sweat. His combat prowess level was probably comparable with Heaven ultimate gods, right? You. How dare you hurt me? Jin Yihang's eyes widened, followed by a loud shriek as he was looking at Jian Wushuang in malice and folly. Hurt you? The corner of Jian Wushuang's lips was slightly raised. No, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Believe it or not only would I dare hurt you, but I also dare kill you too. Jian Wushuang's smiling expression looked like a devilish smile to Jin Yihang at that moment. No, you absolutely will not dare. I'm an inspector from the Crimson Stone Fort. Crimson Stone Fort will never let you go if you kill me. Jin Yihang roared with his deliberate loud tone and seemed to be cheering for himself. He firmly believed that Jian Wushuang would only hurt him at most and never thought that Jian Wushuang would ever kill him. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would have killed him just now when he got the chance. Jian Wushuang looked at Jin Yihang and sneered, You're really stupid, so what if I kill you? Don't forget that the blood gem mineral vein is still in my hands. I believe many factions will be interested in this mineral vein if I release the news. Would the likes of Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, and such care about the Crimson Stone Fort? Do you think they won't accept it were Ito share this mineral vein with them in return for their protection? Jin Yihang was horrified. His pride, self-righteousness, and envious background in the Crimson Stone Fort collapsed. He might be full of himself, but he was no fool. He knew what Jian Wushuang said was true. Jian Wushuang was indeed capable of killing him on the spot. Jin Yihang's attitude began to change after recognizing the fact. Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. No, Master Jian Yi. Jin Yihang forced a smile on his face. That's just a misunderstanding. We can slowly talk about it now. Talk about it? What do you want to talk about? Jian Wushuang sneered. Jin Yihang's divine power breath was extremely weak as he quickly took out a few elixir pills and swallowed them. He opened his mouth after a couple of breaths while still feeling a little weak and said, The blood gem mineral vein appeared in Northern Darkstar territory and was acquired by the official army earlier. Northern Darkstar territory can indeed keep a part of the wealth after alerting the Crimson Stone Fort of its existence according to the rules. However, this blood gem should be of no use to you, so we will replace it with primordial stones. Crimson Stone Fort will fork out 50 million primordial stone as a reward for Northern Darkstar territory who discovered and guarded this blood gem mineral vein. How about that? 50 million primordial stones? Song Hung and the other commanders were shocked and overjoyed. Primordial stones in the millions were exorbitant to those peak ultimate god commanders, as many of them could not earn even 1,000,000 primordial stones in their lifetime. It was not hard to imagine how happy they were with those 50,000,000 primordial stones. They had never seen such a huge amount of primordial stones ever since they started cultivation. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang was a little dissatisfied when he heard the amount. 50,000,000 primordial stones is too little. Are you trying to dismiss beggars? Don't forget that this blood gem mineral vein is huge with its value of more than 30 billion primordial stones. How dare you offer us 50,000,000 primordial stones? Genie Hong was a little embarrassed and spoke again after a little hesitation. 100,000,000 primordial stones. Nothing more. 100,000,000. The few commanders gasped. Jian Wushuang groaned slightly. 100,000,000 primordial stones was not much for Jian Wushuang at that moment. However, he knew that he was merely a territorial lord with a combat power of at most heaven, ultimate god. The Crimson Stone Fort was considered a powerful force to Jian Wushuang, so he could not ask for too much. Just as previously described, Crimson Stone Fort was taking the meat while Northern Darkstar territory could only just have its gravy. He got 100,000,000 out of the 30 billion primordial stones. 1/300th was still quite a lot. Just 100,000,000 then, but I have a condition, said Jian Wushuang. What condition? Jean Yihong glanced over. I don't need primordial stones. I want divine elixir pills. You'll have to replace the 100,000,000 primordial stones with an equivalent amount of divine elixir pills, which comes to 20 divine elixir pills, said Jian Wushuang. Jean Yihong roared, no way. A divine elixir pills market price is worth 5,000,000 primordial stones. However, the fact remains that you might not even be able to exchange them for a single divine elixir pill, even if you fork out 10,000,000 primordial stones. Although Crimson Stone Fort has an extraordinary background and a lot of elixir pills, we'll never give away 20 divine elixir pills as a reward. It's simply impossible. Jean Yihong paused before continuing. 15, at most 15 divine elixir pills. I have to get approval from the Crimson Stone Fort's high-level management to personally agree to this condition for this. Just 15 it is. You may get the approval now. Jian Wushuang smiled. He never expected to get 20 divine elixir pills and thought it was quite good if they could get even 10. 15 was beyond his expectations. According to his estimations, he would need about 20 divine elixir pills to make a breakthrough from peak ultimate god to primary level earth ultimate god. He had already obtained 4 divine elixir pills and would have 19 divine elixir pills when he received the 15 from Crimson Stone Fort. It should allow him to attempt a breakthrough to the primary level earth ultimate god realm. Chapter 2633. Earth ultimate god Genie Hong sent a message to the Crimson Stone Fort's higher-ups and soon received a response. Jian E. Crimson Stone Fort agreed to 15 divine elixir pills. Lord King Scorpion will soon arrive from Crimson Stone Fort a few days later and personally give you the divine elixir pills, said Genie Hong. The corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth was slightly raised. Let's go. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and headed back to the camp with Song Hong and the other commanders, ignoring Genie Hong and his entourage. Back in the camp. I can't believe that Crimson Stone Fort agreed to 15 divine elixir pills. I thought it's already extremely generous of Crimson Stone Fort to give tens of millions of primordial stones. Who knew they would agree to give 15 divine elixir pills? This is also because our territorial lord is powerful. I'm afraid this inspector would have really not given us even a single primordial stone and make us work in vain if our territorial lord was someone ordinary. Although, well be dissatisfied, there's nothing we can do about it. A few commanders were sighing and admiring Jian Wushuang. Territorial lord, did you know that the Crimson Stone Fort higher-ups would agree to your request for 15 divine elixir pills? Song Hung looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head before continuing. No, I wasn't sure. Although I'm not sure whether they'll agree to give me 15 divine elixir pills, they'll agree to give us a huge sum of primordial stones, as they aren't as stupid as Genie Hong. This rule of the stellar region having a share of the wealth upon the discovery of any valuable resources in their stellar regions has been enforced by the Crimson Stone Fort for a long time to satisfy the stellar region's territorial, lord, and official army. Take this blood gem mineral vein as an example. If the Northern Darkstar territory hands over to the Crimson Stone Fort without receiving any benefits, the Northern Darkstar territory will never again do so for any new resources in the future. Secondly, even if Crimson Stone Fort used some despicable means and forced us to guard the blood gem mineral vein, our armies will be dissatisfied and might even do a lousy job of monitoring and guarding. The official army might even pocket some blood gems, which caused Crimson Stone Fort to end up losing even more. Crimson Stone Fort won't be so stupid to make that sort of decision. The commanders nodded in agreement. A few days later, Jian Wushuang arrived with a few official army commanders in the void above the blood gem mineral vein. Genie Hong and the others respectfully stood there and waited as more than 10 black spots soon appeared in the void. Those more than 10 black spots were getting larger as they approached and soon appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Genie Hong meets Lord Scorpion King. Genie Hong and the 4 peak earth ultimate gods behind him immediately bowed and saluted before Jian Wushuang, and the official army commanders followed suit. Jian Wushuang was observing those people's strength at the same time. He was quite shaken up after his observation. The more than a dozen people were experts above the heaven ultimate god realm, especially the beefy middle-aged man, Lord King Scorpion King, wearing black armor and leading the group. His divine power breath had completely exceeded the heaven ultimate god realm. He was a grand ultimate god. Crimson Stone Fort had sent a grand ultimate god along with more than a dozen heaven ultimate gods. It only showed how much attention the Crimson Stone Fort paid toward the blood gem mineral vein. Genie Hong? Jean Yan's younger generation? The beefy middle-aged man, Lord King Scorpion, glanced at Genie Hong and snorted softly. The light snort seemed insouciant, but Jian Wushuang saw and got the idea. He could see that Lord King Scorpion was a bit displeased with Genie Hong, to be precise with Jean Yan. Are they from different factions? Jian Wushuang muttered secretly. He knew that Crimson Stone Fort was divided into many factions. Those factions fought overtly and covertly, but matters never got too ugly. The Lord King Scorpion's behavior toward Jean Yan and Genie Hong clearly showed that they were not part of his faction. Are you the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord? Lord King Scorpion looked at Jian Wushuang again. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded in neither a humble nor pert manner. Here are the 15 divine elixir pills that you wanted. Lord King Scorpion waved and threw an interspatial ring over before saying, I've given the divine elixir pills to you, but I hope the blood gem mineral vein mining will go smoothly with no more changes. Otherwise, Master, don't worry. Our Northern Darkstar Territory official army will go all out to ensure there will be no problems in mining the blood gems, said Jian Wushuang. That's good. Lord King Scorpion nodded. Commander Song Hung, let's start mining, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Song Hung immediately acted. Jian Wushuang had already sent someone to gather cultivators for mining the blood gems before Lord King Scorpion and the others even turned up. The refinement materials for Heavenly Treasure's blood gems were not easy to mine, as it's extremely hard and buried deep underground. Hence, cultivators who worked on mining must at least be in the divine demon realm, precisely second-class divine demons and even first-class divine demons. They must also possess a tyrannical divine power foundation before they could mine the blood gems. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to spend a lot of money and brought in a large number of divine demons from other wildernesses for that reason. A few 10,000 divine demon realm cultivators were gathered as a result of Jian Wushuang promising them a lot of benefits in return. A few 10,000 cultivators had started mining under Jian Wushuang's commands, while the official army dispatched 4 army battalions to guard the area, whilst the others returned to northern Darkstar territory. As for Jian Wushuang, he returned to the camp and immediately began seclusion cultivation. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in an exquisite attic, completely covered by the restrictive shield with the 19 divine elixir pills before him. I hope the 19 diviner elixir pills won't let me down. Jian Wushuang was excited as he began to absorb and refine those divine elixir pills. Time flew past in the blink of an eye, and soon a month had passed. Jian Wushuang had been sitting with his eyes closed in the attic, where he suddenly shook before sharply opening his eyes that shone brightly. The divine power breath from his body was many times stronger than before. What good luck! Although I've only swallowed 19 divine elixir pills, I still managed to make a breakthrough. Am now an Earth Ultimate God. Chapter 2634. Royal Blood Gem. There was a huge gap between the strength of an Earth Ultimate God and an ordinary Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang went from the peak Ultimate God realm to the primary level Earth Ultimate God realm. Thereby, his overall strength was greatly improved. Now, even if I don't use the stately painting and settle with just having a few secret techniques, I should be able to compete against the ordinary Heaven Ultimate Gods. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. He looked surprised. Soon, Jian Wushuang walked out of the attic. After walking out, he did not deliberately conceal his aura. He was originally giving away the aura of a primary level Earth Ultimate God. Under the cover of the black stone, he exuded an aura of a peak Earth Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang went up into the void and wandered around the blood gem mineral vein. Tens of thousands cultivators were gathered in the huge mineral vein, mining the blood gem. Suddenly, something that was happening on a big tree not far away attracted Jian Wushuang's attention. That big tree was located at a high place. Hence, it was conspicuous. However, what really caught Jian Wushuang's attention was that there were more than a dozen dead bodies hanging from the trunk of the big tree. Those corpses hanging from the tree trunk were obviously there as a warning. Song Hung, Jian Wushuang spoke, his voice echoing. Song Hung came up behind Jian Wushuang in just a jiffy. What's going on? Jian Wushuang pointed at the dozen corpses hanging from the tree and asked in a cold tone. Master, those people were killed by the inspector 10 days ago, Song Hung replied. It's such a big mineral vein with tens of thousands of people mining. Some people escaped the official army surveillance and stole some of the blood gems. This is inevitable. However, the inspector did an ad hoc body search on some cultivators who were mining. He forcibly searched for some treasures on them. As a result, more than a dozen people were found to be hiding some blood gems. In fact, the amount found on them wasn't much, mostly 1 caddy or 2 caddies. The inspector killed them nonetheless and then left them hanging on the tree. Besides, he also reprimanded the official army for not doing a good job. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly after hearing it. He knew that was beating the dog before the lion to serve as a deterrent to the miners. The inspector had not done anything wrong, but Jian Wushuang thought that the inspector was heavy-handed. Did Genie Hong ask to check the official army's interspatial rings? Jian Wushuang asked. No, he didn't, answered Song Hung. Okay, pass the order to those divine demon realm miners that it'll pay them 3 times more than the original agreed amount after they're done with it. Tell them to work honestly and don't try to get out of line. Otherwise, they might survive if the official army found out, but they won't be that lucky with the inspector. I won't be able to save them if it happens, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Song Hung nodded. By the way, have you distributed the primordial stones that I gave to all the army brothers? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, it's all done. Song Hung cracked a smile immediately. Master, you gave us 10 million primordial stones at one go. All of us got quite a fair bit after the division. The peak divine demon realm armies received around hundreds each, Primary level ultimate god sergeants and high level ultimate god captains received a little bit more, and of course, the commanders enjoyed a bigger amount. The brothers in the army are very grateful for Master. Song Hung was telling the truth. Jian Wushuang received 15 divine elixir pills from Crimson Stone Fort, which he needed all of it for himself. Then again, he would never mistreat his official army, so he took out 10 million primordial stones to distribute among the armies. There were 10,000 men in each battalion, and there were altogether 10 battalions. Each of the armies got a fair share from the pool of primordial stones, especially the 10 commanders. They were grateful to their territorial lord, Jian Wushuang. Okay, let the brothers continue to be on guard. I'll fork out another batch of primordial stones to distribute among the brothers when the mining is over and the Crimson Stone Fort officials have left. Jian Wushuang smiled, waved his hand, and returned to the camp. Then he began cultivating on his own. Thereafter, the blood gem mining was progressing smoothly. With Jian Wushuang's promise, many of the divine demon realm miners were able to keep mining with a peace of mind. There were not many of them who would risk getting caught stealing the blood gems. Actually, they had no idea what the blood gem was and how much it cost. They would not want to risk the consequences of stealing when Jian Wushuang had clearly given them a good promise. In addition, what Genie Hong did earlier served the deterrent effect. 2 years had passed. This mineral vein was extremely huge, and there were billions of caddies of blood gems. It was extremely high in value, and it was extremely difficult to mine. Therefore, after the few 10,000 demon realm cultivators had been mining for 2 years, they had only managed to complete 1/3 of it. Back in the camp, Jian Wushuang was sitting in the attic, quietly comprehending the Fenshin scroll. Without warning, Master. Song Hung's voice came from outside the attic. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. Commander Song Hung, what's the matter? Something is on. Come and have a look quickly. Song Hung sounded anxious. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He put away the Fengtian scroll and went out with Song Hung. Soon, Song Hung led Jian Wushuang to one of the mines. There were countless mines where the few tens of thousand people were mining. Jian Wushuang arrived at an ordinary mine. There were 2 commanders with several divine demon realm miners in the mine. Song Hung, what is going on? Jian Wushuang asked. Master, look at that. Song Hung pointed in one direction. Jian Wushuang glanced over, and what he saw was a stone wall in the mine. The stone wall was made of blocks of blood gems. The gems were in light, hazy blood color. Those gems were the blood gems. However, among the many blood gems on the stone wall, Jian Wushuang spotted a piece of gem in a much darker shade than the other blood gems. It was a complete blood red in color. The other blood gems were in a faint blood color, and some had blood streaks in them. But the one that Jian Wushuang saw was deep red in color, like blood. Could this be the legendary royal blood gem? Jian Wushuang went wide-eyed in surprise, and his heart was beating fast. Chapter 2635. Greed Royal Blood Gem was the king of blood gems. There were rumors that only large billion caddies blood gem mineral veins would have a small chance of finding a royal blood gem. It was extremely hard to get one royal blood gem out of hundreds or even thousands of blood gem mineral veins under normal circumstances. The value of the royal blood gem was naturally worth far more compared to ordinary blood gems. Ordinary blood gems were used to refine some ordinary heavenly treasures, whereas royal blood gems were used to refine holy treasures. It was the main refinement material for many holy treasures. The bright red gem embedded in the stone wall before their eyes was a royal blood gem. This blood gem mineral vein not only has more than 3 billion caddies of blood gems, but also produced a royal blood gem? Jian Wushuang was secretly admiring the gem before turning around and asked, "Who's the first to discover this gem?" A first-class divine demon in the mine immediately stepped forward and respectfully answered, "Master, it's me. I was the first to discover this gem. I initially thought this gem was the same as others with merely a darker color shade, and I didn't care too much about it. However, I found it to be far harder than ordinary gems when I was about to remove them from the wall. I will usually be able to crack an ordinary gem with just one blow of my axe, while a few blows would get it off the wall. This one was different, as I've tried chopping it a few times with my axe using all my might, but it won't even budge, and there isn't even a crack on it. I immediately knew this gem was extraordinary, so I invited the commander over." After the first-class divine demon finished speaking, Sun Hung also took a step forward and softly whispered, "Master, I've checked that this person is telling the truth. He immediately told the official army to get me the moment he found this gem is extraordinary. He didn't tell anyone about his discovery, while I've also covered up the news. Everyone who knows about this gem is in this mine as of now." Jian Wushuang glanced at everyone in the mine and nodded slightly. "Master, this gem is a rare find if I'm not mistaken, and it's probably countless times more precious than blood gems. Although we only have this single piece of royal blood gem, its value is probably higher than the entire mineral vein. The most important matter is that we're the only ones who know about this royal blood gem. The people from Crimson Stone Fort don't know about it yet," said Song Hung in a low voice. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew what Song Hung was trying to convey. People are greedy. Song Hung and Jian Wushuang were no exception. Taking the blood gem mineral vein as an example, who would not be tempted by a blood gem mineral vein with a few tens of billion primordial stones? Who would not want to own the mine? It would require a lot of manpower to mine such a large mineral vein. Hence it was impossible to hide from the Crimson Stone Fort, as there was no way to drown the commotion. They had no choice but to inform the Crimson Stone Fort of its existence. The royal blood gem was a different game altogether. He could remove that single piece of royal blood gem and hide it. The Crimson Stone Fort would not be able to find out as long as he was able to shut the mouth of those people present in the mine. They would never imagine Jian Wushuang was hiding a piece of royal blood gem. The royal blood gem was too rare after all, with the probability of getting one in a large blood gem mineral vein extremely minimal. Crimson Stone Fort had never thought there would be a royal blood gem in the mineral vein, and neither had it ever crossed Jian Wushuang's mind. "Don't worry. Send someone to guard outside, and do not allow anyone to come in. Let's take it down first before we continue talking," ordered Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Song Hung immediately sent someone to guard outside. They did not make it obvious, but tried to act normal and were cautious not to attract others' attention instead. Jian Wushuang started digging out the royal blood gem. "Master, this royal blood gem is so hard." "I've made an attempt before but failed," said Song Hung. "Leave it to me." Jian Wushuang pulled out his Blood Mountain sword from behind and was about to do it himself. The Blood Mountain sword traced the royal blood gem's outline under the guidance of surging divine power. The royal blood gem then was cut out neatly in an instant. As expected, Jian Wushuang chuckled. Although he did not cut the royal blood gems directly and only cutting the ordinary blood gems on its edge, the neighboring blood gems were also affected due to close vicinity with the royal blood gems, making them harder than ordinary blood gems. It was almost impossible to cut the gem out so neatly if one was a peak earth ultimate god or even a heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was able to do so not only due to his strength, but his Blood Mountain sword, which played a great role. The Blood Mountain sword was his life divine weapon and extremely sharp, so cutting blood gems was not a problem at all. The royal blood gem was pulled out from the stone wall by Jian Wushuang in just a few moments. Due to the royal blood gem's considerably large size and also some ordinary blood gems that were trapped in the middle, Jian Wushuang had to divide the royal blood gem into 3 before removing those ordinary blood gems to maintain its purity. So we have 3 pieces of royal blood gems. Jian Wushuang looked intently at the 3 royal blood gems. Those 3 royal blood gems were of different sizes, with the smallest only the size of a thumb. However, the thumb-sized piece of royal blood gems surprisingly weighed 10 caddies due to its high density. One of the remaining 2 pieces was the size of a baby's fist as Jian Wushuang held it in his hand, felt its weight, and estimated it to be more than 200 caddies. The last piece was the largest and most complete form with the size of an adult's head. Jian Wushuang held it in his hand and estimated its weight to be more than 10,000 caddies. 10,000 caddies of royal blood gem! Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together with shining eyes. He knows how rare and precious the royal blood gem was, but had no idea how much a caddy of royal blood gem was worth. He was sure the value for 10,000 caddies of royal blood gem was much higher than the entire mineral vein. Master! Song Hung and the other 2 commanders enthusiastically looked at Jian Wushuang in extreme excitement. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and calmed himself. Come here, all of you. Jian Wushuang glanced at the divine demon realm cultivators. They immediately stepped forward and were a little worried about what was going to happen. There are 1,000 primordial stones in each interspatial ring. Take it. Jian Wushuang handed a few interspatial rings to the divine demon realm cultivators. Chapter 2636, An Uninvited Visit, 1,000 primordial stones. The divine demons were dumbfounded. They were stunned by the huge surprise. Second-class and first-class divine demons, like them who remained in the wilderness, normally only use ancient god divine power in their transactions. 10,000 ancient god divine power only equated to 1 primordial stone. 1,000 primordial stones meant 10 million ancient god divine power, which was a lot more than the total assets owned by some wilderness sections. Gifting them with such wealth? It was 1,000 primordial stones each. It caught them in a total surprise, of course. However, Jian Wushuang continued to speak. It's true that these primordial stones are for you, but don't get too happy too soon. I'll plant a restrictive spell on each of you that would not activate in normal circumstances. However, I will sense it immediately if you mentioned what happened today to anyone, and the spell will immediately trigger, killing you right there and then. The divine demons shuddered before immediately snapping out of it. Sir, please be assured that we'll never mention what happened today to anyone, said one of them. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and casually planted the restrictive spell on each of them. You may go. The divine demons left the mining cave excited and perturbed as Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Jian Wushuang looked over to Song Hung and the other few commanders before taking out a similar interspatial ring after those divine demons had left. Inside the ring is 20 million primordial stones, which you can split among yourselves. All of you are my people, so I won't plant the spell on you. However, I do have to say that you'd better forget about everything you saw here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, said Jian Wushuang frostily. Aye. Song Hung nodded immediately. Your Excellency, please be assured that we won't utter a word about today's occurrence. The other 2 commanders nodded in agreement. Although 20 million primordial stones was far from the royal blood gem's value, it was quite an astronomical amount to the commanders. Even after they gave some to their soldiers and divided it equally among themselves, they each would still have a few million primordial stones. It was enough to shut them up. Come, let's get out of here. Jian Wushuang and his men left the mining cave, ready to return to camp. On their return path, Northern Darkstar, Territorial Lord, where do you think you're going? An evil smile appeared in a void beside them. Jian Wushuang's face turned grim when he looked over and recognized who it was. It was none other than Inspector Genie Hong. Other than him, another person was gliding next to him, a heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang would normally not be worried about Genie Hong. However, Genie Hong paid him a surprise visit right after Jian Wushuang and his men left the mining cave, which made him begin to wonder. Is he suspecting something about what just happened? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, but quickly negated the idea. No, I have planted my restrictive spell on those divine demons. They won't have the guts to spill the secret, while Cangheng and the rest have been handsomely bribed to the extent they won't receive a better amount, even if they told Crimson Stone forth the secret. Therefore, they have no reason to sell me out either. In addition, those who are present won't only be Cangheng if word about Royal Blood Gem is out. However, he was still quite alarmed even after concluding that Cangheng was not there for Royal Blood Gem. Mr. Inspector, I just had a detailed investigation of this mineral vein and about to return to the camp. I wonder what's the urgency. Jian Wushuang casually spoke. Oh, I've nothing urgent, but Mr. Qingze here is seeking you out for some matters, said Cangheng devilishly. The large man next to him stared at Jian Wushuang and asked, So this man is whom you said easily defeated 4 peak Earth ultimate gods while still only at the high-level Earth ultimate god realm, the Northern Darkstar Territory Lord? He has obviously reached peak Earth ultimate god according to his aura. It's him, but his aura. Perhaps he just made a breakthrough to that level very recently, said Cangheng. The large man called Qingze heartily laughed. Breakthrough? Great. Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, right? My name is Qingze. I heard from Inspector Jean that you're a supremely capable and talented fighter, able to easily crush 4 peak ultimate gods while still a high-level Earth ultimate god. However, I have yet to witness those occurrences with my own eyes, so I don't really believe what I've heard. Hence, I asked Inspector Jean to bring me here to meet you. I am here at quite the right timing, as your current ability must be even higher than I initially thought since you have made a breakthrough to peak Earth ultimate god. Come, let's have a duel. Qingze stared at Jian Wushuang like a hunter eyeing his prey. Jian Wushuang's expression turned dark. He had finally figured it out. Qingze was someone Cangheng brought over to seek troubles. It was most probably because he was unhappy about the fact of being defeated twice previously. Hence, he was looking for a chance to take back his pride. Cangheng brought a heaven ultimate god along, as an earth ultimate god was not sufficient to lay a hand on him. There were a dozen Crimson Stone, Fort Heaven ultimate gods who were guarding the mineral vein, and it was very easy to seek out one of them after all. My ability isn't as strong as the inspector described, but I'm happy to indulge Mr. Qingze if you so wish, said Jian Wushuang. Haha, great. Qingze immediately laughed. Let's just do it here. Sure. Jian Wushuang did not waste another word, and immediately with his mind, ring, 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 ring. Infernal crimson divine swords that were shrouded by samsara strength appeared in the void one by one. There were a total of 9 swords, with each stirring the void and forming multiple reincarnation passages. Go. The 9 infernal blood divine swords charged right at Qingze like 9 humongous asteroids, as Jian Wushuang pointed. He could already easily defeat a peak ultimate god with that move before even making a breakthrough to Earth ultimate god with his full strength. His divine power had increased incredibly since reaching the Earth ultimate god level. Hence, the energy from the same move had surged 10 times more than previous. The 9 asteroids arrived before Qingze in the blink of an eye, with terrifyingly overpowering momentum. His energy is pretty strong for sure. Qingze's eyes were shining fervently as he took a step forward with divine power violently gathered in his hand. He began throwing out a series of explosive punches as the heaven ultimate god divine power energy burst outward. Chapter 2637. Battling Qingze. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 9 impact explosions resonated as those 9 asteroids charged without any hesitation. Everything died down very soon. 9 swords combine heaven's edge. The 9 infernal crimson divine swords overlapped and formed a complete transmigration sword formation as coldness shot out of Jian Wushuang's eyes. At the same time, a surging golden divine power gathered behind Jian Wushuang and formed a 9,000 meters tall golden god shadow in the blink of an eye. The golden god's shadow stood tall overlooking heaven and earth as Jian Wushuang's aura once again surged radically. Kill! The black divine sword that was transformed from transmigration, sword formation, penetrated the void like an awl and appeared once again before Qingzhe. Qingzhe was surprised as he could also feel the unusual pressure from the sword formation. He immediately flipped his giant hand as a green battle saber appeared. Whoosh! A sharp saber light flashed like lightning in the sunny sky and clashed head-on against the black divine sword. Clank! The black divine sword trembled slightly and paused for a second in the void before shooting out once again after a brief moment. On the other hand, Qingzhe was being stunned backward for a few steps. Not only did Qingzhe not get mad after steadying himself, but was also laughing as well. Haha, your battle strength is really high. Traces of green lightning began appearing on Qingzhe's entire body, which covered him like an armor of lightning after a series of crackling sounds. He had also at the same time grown twice from his original size. He then took a step forward with his battle saber swung outward once again. There was literally a bolt of violent green lightning descending from above at that time. Boom! The sound shook the heavens as the black divine sword flew backward and Qingzhe retreated 3 steps. Haha, let's do it again. Qingzhe let out loud maniacal laughter while he stepped forward and swung his battle saber again. Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all as he clashed head-on with Qingzhe time and again with his transmigration, sword formation. Boom! 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 Violently overpowering energy ruthlessly swept outwards, following those continuous collisions. The booming noises resonated between heaven and earth. Countless experts in the blood gem mineral vein, be it divine demon workers, official army soldiers, or even Crimson Stone Fort experts, all noticed the activity. Suddenly, many figures flew up. There was a grandiose palace on the peak of one of the mountains as a middle-aged man clad in black battle armor, looking strong like a bull, walked outside from the palace. The middle-aged man was none other than the grand ultimate god, Scorpion King. At that moment, he had also noticed the battle in the void not far from him. It's Qingzhe fighting against the man. Huh, isn't that the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord? Scorpion King was shocked. He had met the Territorial Lord once and recalled him being only a high-level Earth ultimate god. However, he had already made a breakthrough to the peak Earth ultimate god in only 2 years. Not only that, he was even fighting fiercely against the heaven ultimate god Qingzhe as a peak Earth ultimate god at a similar battle prowess. They were truly at a similar level. Qingzhe's saber skills were intense and violent with his overpowering energy. However, Jian Wushuang's transmigration, sword formation energy that burst out had reached the level of a heaven ultimate god with the help of divine god of punishment. The sword formation attacked continuously and collided against Qingzhe's battle saber head-to-head while showing no signs of losing. Interesting. Scorpion King broke out a smile. The divine power between an Earth ultimate god and heaven ultimate god should be 10 times apart, not to mention the level of their principle and law understanding in addition to various tactics. However, this Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord's abilities are truly quite on par with a heaven ultimate god, judging from the way he controls the sword formation. This Northern Darkstar Territory Lord a genius. Genius. Yes, he's surely a genius for unleashing the battle strength comparable to heaven ultimate god while being an Earth ultimate god. There may not even be a small handful of geniuses, such as him, in the entire Danyang, holy domain. On the battlefield, Qingzhe began to feel quite embarrassed after multiple collisions and not gaining any the least bit of advantage, especially when there were so many heaven ultimate gods from Crimson Stone Fort around who were laughing and jesting at him. They talk about how a heaven ultimate god like him could not even handle a little Earth ultimate god and brought embarrassment to all heaven ultimate gods, etc. Although they were Qingzhe's friends and just ridiculing him with friendliness, it still made Qingzhe feel insulted. I'm done with playing games. Qing Zhe let out a low growl as the green lightning over his body suddenly burst out like a huge electric net spreading across his surroundings. The infinitely intense saber essence spread along with it. Boom! A powerful principal world directly pressed against Jian Wushuang. The principal world of the heaven ultimate god had also reached profound realm. Qing Zhe shuttled in the net, dodging the attacks from transmigration sword formation, and rushed toward Jian Wushuang's physical body. Your sword formation is indeed strong, but it's designed for range attacks. It'll easily defeat you as long as I don't go head-on against it like a fool and get close to you, growled Qing Zhe softly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang sneered on the other hand. A gigantic sword world had befallen, although Jian Wushuang's sword world was only at merit level and being held back without unleashing the sword world's full potential. The sword world still matched Qing Zhe's principal world in strength as it struck. What? A merit principal world could match my profound realm? Qing Zhe was rather surprised, but did not care too much as he already appeared before Jian Wushuang. Qing Zhe held his battle saber in one hand, which carried infinite green lightning like a god of thunder. Whoosh! 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 3 continuous strikes violently lashed out at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sneered as his physical form suddenly shook. Multiple apparitions appeared, which filled the entire heaven and earth. There were not less than 300 apparitions in a glance. The apparitions moved unpredictably at lightning speeds, such that even heaven ultimate god Qing Zhe could not identify Jian Wushuang's true physical form. The 3 saber lights finally ended up landing on an apparition. A freezing cold sword essence suddenly appeared the same time. Qing Zhe subconsciously looked to the side as a tight-knit sword net had shrouded him while countless sword shadows attacked him one after another. Qing Zhe used his full might to block those sword shadows. Both of them reverted to struggling against each other again as multiple metal clashing sounds started resonating. Chapter 2638. The Scorpion King's Invitation in the Void. 2 figures passed each other by repeatedly, and a wave of terrifying energy swept out in a frenzy. They were in an apparently heated battle. Qing Zhe thought Jian Wushuang was only good at manipulating the sword formation to get close to him, and that Jian Wushuang was no match to Qing Zhe if they got into a close quarter fight. Little did he know that he was wrong. As soon as he got close to him, he realized that Jian Wushuang's close quarter combat skills were just as good. His understanding of space-time law and sword skills were extremely deep. He was not worried about his opponent getting close. When combining those abilities with the sword formation, he even caused Qing Zhe quite a bit of anxiety. There was nothing he could. After a long, intense fight, Jian Wushuang actually made Qing Zhe realize that there was nothing he could do. Stop! Qing Zhe suddenly distanced from him, and Jian Wushuang paused to fight. I didn't believe what Inspector Jean's description of you. I didn't believe what he said. Finally, I get to witness it myself. Qing Zhe looked at Jian Wushuang, rather stunned. At peak Earth Ultimate God's level, you can already easily defeat a peak Earth Ultimate God. And now that you've broken through peak Earth Ultimate God, the power of your battle strength is actually comparable to regular heaven ultimate gods. Even I can't do anything to you. I salute you. You're being too kind. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Jian Wushuang did not give all he had in the fight, nor did he utilize a lot of his tactics. However, the same could be said for Qing Zhe. They were merely testing each other out. There was no need to determine who the winner was, nor did they have to fight to death. Even so, the fight was rather meaningful to Jian Wushuang, as he had a basic idea of where his battle strength was at. Inspector Jean. Qing Zhe looked unhappily at Jinihong. You saw it? I simply couldn't do anything to the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. I guess you'll have to find someone else to teach him a lesson. Qing Zhe smiled devilishly and left. Jinihong's face was full of embarrassment. Indeed, he personally went to Qing Zhe and tried many ways to trick him into agreeing to fight Jian Wushuang. His goal was to let Qing Zhe teach Jian Wushuang a good lesson, just to vent his own dissatisfaction. However, not only Qing Zhe had nothing on Jian Wushuang, he even sold him out in front of Jian Wushuang and the crowd when he left, revealing that it was Genie Hong who asked him to come. That was rather unethical to begin with. And on top of that, Qing Zhe revealed it deliberately. Mr. Inspector. As expected, Jian Wushuang looked at Genie Hong directly and said coldly, "You're a respectable inspector from the Crimson Stone Fort. Every word you said and every action you carry out represents the fort. How can you be so despicable?" Genie Hong shuddered, but he could find no words to talk back. "Let's go," said Jian Wushuang, and went back to the camp with the official army commanders. Genie Hong stood in the void, clearly sensing that many pairs of eyes looked at him in a strange way. Many of those looks were from the divine, demon miners, and official army soldiers. There were also some heaven ultimate gods from the Crimson Stone Fort. The heaven ultimate gods looked at him tauntingly in disdain. That made Genie Hong even more embarrassed. He could not stay any longer and left quickly. On the peak not so far away, Scorpion King, who was in full battle armor and strong like a bull, smiled mysteriously. "Northern Darkstar, Territorial Lord. Never have I thought such an incredible genius exists in this tiny stellar region. Very interesting. Crimson Stone Fort is in a terrible situation as it's facing pressure from a few top powers from the outside. The factions within Crimson Stone Fort itself are a big threat to the Fort Master as well. At this moment, the Fort Master is in dire need to train some experts to support her. Although this Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord is only an Earth ultimate god, he is extremely gifted. It's worth the effort to try persuading him." After mumbling a little, Scorpion King went back into the palace. After Jian Wushuang returned to the camp, he dismissed Song Hung and the rest and went back to the exquisite penthouse. As soon as he arrived at the penthouse, he set up a restrictive shield, then flipped his hand and took out the smallest sized royal blood gem, which was as tiny as a thumb. Royal blood gem! Looking at the royal blood gem before him, Jian Wushuang's eyes burned with passion. Although I don't know the exact value of this blood gem, as the main material to cultivate holy treasure, it must be unusually valuable. The value of this little thumb-sized piece that I'm holding, which doesn't weigh more than 10 pounds, must be beyond my imagination. I also possess one that is 200 pounds and another one 10,000 pounds. The total value must be... I'm rich. This time I'm going to be rich. Jian Wushuang was incredibly excited. At that point, he did not need to cultivate any treasure. The royal blood gems were of no use to him. Looking at it, Jian Wushuang could almost see countless divine elixir pills that could help him break through his current level, making his ability increase drastically. No hurry. We're still in the process of mining royal blood gems, so I can't leave for the time being. I need to wait till later, when the gems are all being mined and when the dust is settled, before I can find a chance to bring royal blood gems to exchange for divine elixir pills. Repressing his excitement, Jian Wushuang calmed as soon as he could. At the same time, he was slightly alert. He knew he had made a fortune, but it was a windfall which was supposed to be kept a secret. As soon as people from Crimson Stone Fort or other powers knew that a little territorial lord obtained 10,000 pounds of royal blood gem, there would be many who would keep an eye on him. In the penthouse, Jian Wushuang gradually shut his eyes and began to cultivate himself. The cultivation only lasted for a day. Northern Darkstar, Territorial Lord. A resonant voice came above the campground. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and went up to the void above in just a flash. Glancing at the visitor, Jian Wushuang was stunned. "Mr. Qing Zhe, why are you here?" It was none other than Qing Zhe, the man he fought a day ago. "Haha, your ability is not below me, so never mind the honorable addresses. Just call me Qing Zhe." Qing Zhe seemed to be very easygoing. Northern Dark Star, Territorial Lord, come with me. Where to? Asked Jian Wushuang. Master, Scorpion King, wants to see you. He asked me to bring you there, explained Qing Zhe. Jian Wushuang was a little stunned. Mr. Scorpion King, the grand ultimate god of Crimson Stone Fort, wanted to see him? Perhaps it was because of the battle that happened. Although he was perplexed, Jian Wushuang still went with Qing Zhe immediately. Chapter 2639. Sacred Palace in the majestic palace hall. The bullish battle armor-clad middle-aged man Scorpion King sat up straight on the throne. Master, Scorpion King. Qing Zhe brought Jian Wushuang into the palace hall and bowed respectfully. Scorpion King raised his head and glanced at Qing Zhe. Leave us. Aye. Qing Zhe turned around right away and left. Only Jian Wushuang and Scorpion King were left in the palace hall. Northern Dark Star, Territorial Lord Jian E. Scorpion King's eyes stayed on Jian Wushuang's face while wearing a faint smile. I looked at your information just now and learned that you haven't been the Territorial Lord for very long. Only a dozen years. It has only been around 20 years if I include the time you first made a name for yourself in the Northern Dark Star continent, and that you were only a primary level ultimate god 20 years ago. You have jumped from a primary level ultimate god and become a peak earth ultimate god with battle strength comparable to a heaven ultimate god within merely 20 years. Your cultivation speed is truly terrifying. He appeared to be calm as usual as Jian Wushuang listened. Many had known about him on the Northern Dark Star continent, hence he was not at all surprised that Scorpion King did as well. Master Scorpion King, I'm just slightly faster in absorbing and cultivating divine power compared to others. On top of that, I have enough resources to cultivate, hence my level could go up so fast, said Jian Wushuang. I know that. The Scorpion King nodded. There were many in the Northern Dark Star continent who guessed that you relied on absorbing huge amounts of external divine power, like cultivating and absorbing divine powers from primordial stones to increase your cultivation level. This method is not uncommon in the ancient god domain, but there's a criterion for those who bravely use this method, which is to ensure their law and principle understanding are compatible. You won't only be unable to make a breakthrough even after accumulating enough divine power without sufficient law and principle understanding. You may even reach a bottleneck. In addition, excessive reliance on external force to upgrade one's cultivation will affect one's foundations quite a bit. Normally, anybody who chooses to do this will have absolute confidence in himself. I noticed your understanding of laws and sword principle is way above your cultivation level as I watched your fight with Qing Zhe yesterday. You're only an Earth ultimate god, but your understanding of space-time law, transmigration law, and sword principle are comparable to a heaven ultimate god. I would even say it's higher than regular heaven ultimate gods. Your foundation is also incredibly strong and unaffected from using those external resources. You have progressed so much while still able to keep your foundation intact in only 20 years. It shows that you're a true genius. Jian Wushuang's heart was calm and did not get excited by Scorpion King's praise altogether. He knew that he was merely relying on his perfect foundation as a perfect chaotic creature to fearlessly ingesting external divine power and increase his divine power. His foundation was indestructible, not to mention his understanding of laws and sword principles had exceeded his current cultivation level. All those reasons enabled him to make a breakthrough without encountering any bottleneck. Hence the side effects of absorbing external divine power did not shake his foundation at all. Jian E geniuses like you are rare even in the Golden Crow 9 realms, not to mention our Danyang holy domain. You could have joined any of the great powers if you truly so wished, such as Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who only pick the cream of the crop. The resources you can get will be a lot more if you had joined them, and you may have progressed even faster. However, those great powers in the 9 realms of Golden Crows, like Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, are very powerful and have many genius disciples which will have spread thin the resources available for sure. Therefore, many geniuses won't receive the kind of nurturing they deserve and will rather join slightly lesser powers to cultivate under such situations. For example, the sacred palace in our Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang had completely understood the reason he was invited upon reaching that point of Scorpion King's speech. This Scorpion King is trying to persuade me to join Crimson Stone Fort. Huh? Jian Wushuang was amused. Jian, you may not know what the sacred palace is, so let me explain to you. Scorpion King smiled and said, Sacred Palace was built by the previous fort master, Crimson Stone Saint, who is also our founder. Its function is for nurturing genius disciples, an indisputable concentration camp of geniuses. Many of the geniuses that appeared in any stellar region within the Danyang Holy Domain will choose to join the Sacred Palace. Our new fort master is taking Sacred Palace especially seriously now that the old fort master is no longer around anymore, with 70% of our resources being allocated to the Sacred Palace. You'll receive maximum nurturing with your talent if you enter the Sacred Palace with resources comparable to those offered by sects like Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, giving you a lot of room for growth. The Scorpion King stared at Jian Wushuang after his speech. Jian Wushuang fell into deep thoughts. He had no interest in Sacred Palace, but heard the undertone of Scorpion King's standing. Crimson Stone Fort was in a situation where there were multiple factions within that were causing all kinds of internal conflicts. He could tell from the way Scorpion King spoke that he was probably in the same camp as the new fort master, Yin Suer. Jian Wushuang had inquired about that while on the way here with Qing Zhe, who gave the same answer. Qing Zhe, Lord Scorpion King, and the many-heaven ultimate god that arrived were followers of the new fort master, Yin Suer's faction, with Jinihong being the only person from another faction. That was why the Scorpion King had such a deep dislike towards Jinihong. Jian Wushuang finally said, Lord Scorpion King, I appreciate your thoughts, but I think it'll pass. Scorpion King frowned and sighed in his mind. He was prepared for that, as he knew very well that the Crimson Stone Fort was not what it used to be, and neither was the Sacred Palace. Although Yin Suer truly put in more effort to train the Sacred Palace's geniuses, the outcome was less than satisfying. Although his speech sounded fancy and attractive, anybody who knew any better about the situation in Danyang Holy Domain would understand the position Crimson Stone Fort was in. A genius like Jian Wushuang was more than qualified to join top-tier powers like Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and get the best maximized training. Why would he choose to join the Sacred Palace? Scorpion King recognized Jian Wushuang's incredible talent and was merely trying his luck to see if he could induct him into the Sacred Palace and become a great help to Yin Suer in the future. However, Chapter 2640. Master Stroke, Jian Wushuang suddenly said, Master Scorpion King. Although I'm not particularly interested in joining the Sacred Palace, I'll still be heading to Crimson Stone Fort in due time to meet the new fort master. Oh. Scorpion King was surprised. I wonder if you recognize this token I have here. Jian Wushuang showed him a token. The token was passed to him by Crimson Stone Saint's remaining consciousness while in the saint's tomb. Crimson Stone Saint had reminded him that he could present her with the token if he ever met Yin Suer in the future, and she would then know who he was. The Scorpion King did not notice anything special at first upon seeing the token. However, his eyes enlarged after a short moment. Old Fort Master. The Old Fort Master's aura. This token is from the Old Fort Master. Scorpion King's voice trembled with excitement as he stared toward Jian Wushuang. So you do recognize it, huh? Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Yi, how did the Old Fort Master's token fall into your hand? Don't tell me you're his personal disciple? Scorpion King asked a series of questions. Personal disciple? Jian Wushuang shook his head. I'm not. I just made a deal with him to return a favor since I've benefited a lot from him. A deal which I shall do all I can to help his daughter. the new fort master of Crimson Stone Fort, in Sewer, once I'm sufficiently strong. Is that so? Scorpion King was happy and surprised. Turns out you're the help sent by the old fort master. I won't even have to try and rope you in since that's the case. However, your current abilities are a little too weak. Jian Wushuang broke out laughing. My current abilities are indeed a bit low right now, but Lord Scorpion King, do not recall that I only spent 20 years to make a breakthrough to peak Earth Ultimate God from primary level Ultimate God? I'll naturally go to the new Fort Master and give her my all to resolve Crimson Stone Fort's crisis once I'm sufficiently capable. It's probably fine if it's only 20 or 100 years, as the Fort Master could perhaps hold it together. But I'm afraid she won't be able to hold the fort if you need a few hundred years. Scorpion King frowned. You mean to say that the situation in Crimson Stone Fort is so bad it can't even endure for a few hundred years? Jian Wushuang was frowning as well. Crimson Stone Saint had fallen for a few 100,000 years at that moment, as far as he knew. Although Crimson Stone Fort had been in an unusual crisis, it had persevered for so many years. How could it not survive for another few hundred years? Was it due to a big turn of events that had befallen Danyang, Holy Domain? The situation of Crimson Stone Fort is a lot worse than what people think. The Fort Master has been trying her hardest to hold everything together. However, we're now on the brink of crumbling. Scorpion King sighed. Jian Yi, the old Fort Master, had never been wrong about people, as it's not easy to live up to his standards. He must have believed that you can be of great help to the Fort Master, since he passed you the token and made a deal with you which greatly benefited you. However, you'll need to increase your abilities as fast as possible. On that note, please let me know if you need anything that can help increase your abilities. Jian Wushuang was moved from listening to the Scorpion King's incredible, hopeful words. Perhaps it was because Crimson Stone Saint had specially sent him, or he saw Jian Wushuang's incredible cultivation speed. The Scorpion King had decided as long as Jian Wushuang grew fast enough, he would be of immense help to Yin Sewer and might even change the entire situation. Therefore, Scorpion King was willing to do everything he could to help him upgrade his abilities. Jian Wushuang, who was scratching his nose, did not hold back and directly said, Master Scorpion King, you know that I've been increasing my cultivation level by relying on external resources, and shall keep doing so moving forward. Therefore, what I need the most right now are divine elixir pills to raise my level. I need as many as you can provide. Divine elixir pills, huh? Scorpion King pondered for a short while before immediately waving his hand and bringing out an interspatial ring. I have 50 divine elixir pills here. You can have them for now. As for the rest, I shall report to the Fort Master and have her get you more as soon as I return to Crimson Stone Fort. However, divine elixir pills are not primordial stones, so we won't have too many in stock after all. Besides, the Fort Master isn't the only person making decisions in Crimson Stone Fort, as there are various factions. Even the Fort Master may not be able to provide you many divine elixir pills after trying her very best. Jian Wushuang took Scorpion King's interspatial ring and had a quick look. He nodded and gratefully said, Thank you, Lord Scorpion King. Don't mention it. We're under the Fort Master's faction, since you're sent by the old Fort Master. We'll naturally go the greatest length to help you increase your abilities. Scorpion King smiled and sat down on his throne. Oh yes, Jian Yi. I saw you using a sword formation while fighting Qing Zhe, which seems to be very potent. Yes, the sword formation was something I obtained in the Star-Picking Pavilions auction. A transmigration sword formation that soared Lord Tong Xan left behind with merely the first 4 stages. I had spent 40 million primordial stones on it, said Jian Wushuang. Transmigration, sword formation. No wonder it contains such terrifying samsara strength. Scorpion King smiled as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Yi, you're well versed in the sword principle and studied space-time law. I'm sorry that I can't really help you with both of these. You may not know this, but I studied transmigration law too. Oh. Jian Wushuang was surprised. I have quite a bit of insight on transmigration law and even created a masterstroke that has the same effect as your sword formation, which I can show you, said Scorpion King. Masterstroke. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. A grand ultimate god who was deeply skilled in transmigration law showing his masterstroke right before him. He was doing it to let Jian Wushuang observe it firsthand and study it. It was a once-in-lifetime opportunity for Jian Wushuang. Watch closely. Scorpion King smiled before pointing slowly towards the void ahead of him. A huge wave of samsara, strength, swept out of his body all of a sudden. The samsara strength began to vigorously fill the space as the huge palace hall was being crushed to bits. Jian Wushuang and the Scorpion King soon found themselves in the boundless void. 9 gigantic black holes appeared in the void at that moment. The 9 black holes were formed from samsara strength, with each of them containing immense samsara strength. The 9 black holes moved at high speed in the void like 9 gigantic dark stars under the Scorpion King's manipulation as each of them bombarded the void. The 9 dark stars were perfectly coordinated and displayed incredibly terrifying power. Chapter 2641. Murderous Motive. The 9 stars. Looking at the 9 stars that were surrounding him, something dawned on Jian Wushuang. The transmigration sword formation that he operated controlled 9 infernal blood, divine swords at once. The infernal blood divine swords could all join together as one, as well as making individual attacks, just like the 9 stars. However, the 9 stars' usage of samsara strength and their coordination with each other provided Jian Wushuang a completely new understanding. The Crimson Stone Fort experts at the mineral vein were stunned by the power of 9 stars when Scorpion King performed the master stroke. That's 9 asteroids. Master Scorpion King's most powerful master stroke. 9 asteroids. Are we under attack? Doesn't seem so. This master stroke isn't unleashed for a fight with an expert. It looks more like a demonstration for someone. Look at the center of the 9 stars. There's a man. Isn't that the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord? Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. The Heaven Ultimate Gods were all surprised and confused. They could already see that Scorpion King was performing his most powerful move as a demonstration for someone, and the observer was none other than the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. However, how did the Territorial Lord come to have such a relationship with Master Scorpion King that he was willing to treat him with such honor? A while later, the 9 stars gradually dispersed. How do you feel, Jian Yi? Scorpion King looked over. Pretty good. Thank you very much, Master Scorpion King. Jian Wushuang thanked him again. Haha, it's really nothing. I hope it helps. You may go. Scorpion King waved his hand. Jian Wushuang bowed at Scorpion King and then left for his campground. After his return, Jian Wushuang sat in a lotus position in his penthouse, feeling really moved. Scorpion King gave him quite a bit of benefit in that encounter. First of all, there were the 50 divine elixir pills. Although Jian Wushuang truly wanted to have divine elixir pills, 50 of them was not enough for him to break through to high-class Earth ultimate god from primary class. Nevertheless, it was still immensely helpful for his divine power accumulation. The most important thing, though, was the master stroke that Scorpion King demonstrated. The 9 stars that were morphed from samsara strength contained transmigration law that was very deep. The trajectory that the 9 stars formed and the battle tactic were all truly worth Jian Wushuang's detailed studies. Very soon, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to study. Peace had once again returned to the blood gem mineral vein. Word about royal blood gem was not leaked, and Jian Wushuang did not encounter any trouble. On top of that, Seeing how well he was treated by Scorpion King, the people from Crimson Stone Fort knew that he was highly regarded by Scorpion King. Hence, even Genie Hong had been behaving himself, not creating any more conflicts with Jian Wushuang and his official army. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In addition to the 2 years prior to that, the blood gem mineral vein had been extracted for 7 years and was finally exhausted. In the Grand Palace Hall, Master Scorpion King, according to early statistics, the blood gem that we have mined in the past 7 years has amounted to 7 billion pounds. There are also a few million pounds higher quality ones among them. Qing Zhe reported respectfully before Scorpion King. 7 billion pounds. The numbers sound astonishing even for Scorpion King. His face betrayed a stroke of joy upon hearing that number. The market rate of blood gem is 10 primordial stones per pound. The 7 billion is worth 37 billion primordial stones, and that is a huge income for Crimson Stone Fort. With that amount, Her Excellency the Fort Master could have quite a load off her shoulder. Scorpion King smiled and ordered, Qing Zhe, pass down the order to have them gather all the blood gem into an interspatial ring and pass it to me. Recuperate and regroup tonight. We shall take off to Crimson Stone Fort by the break of dawn. Aye. Qing Zhe took the order. Oh, yes. Do inform the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord and his official army about our departure tomorrow, reminded Scorpion King. Qing Zhe nodded and left to pass down the order. At that moment, many black-clad figures gathered in a forest not too far from the blood gem mineral vein. At a glance, there were no less than 40 men. We've gotten confirmation that the divine demons who are mining blood gems at the mineral vein have already been dismissed, and the Crimson Stone Fort people will be departing tomorrow. Looks like the blood gem mineral vein has been emptied by them, said a sharp-browed old man dressed in a black robe with his lowered voice. Hee. It's been 7 years. It took tens of thousands of divine demons to mine for a total of 7 years to empty the mineral vein. How much blood gems were there in the mineral vein? There has to be at least 3 billion pounds, yes? A man in purple hair smiled demonically. As per our agreement, you and I should get half each. No problem, but we have to think of a way to steal the blood gems from Scorpion King. He's not one to be simply messed with, said the sharp-browed old man. Humph. He's definitely not one to mess with. Nobody among the primary-level grand ultimate gods in Danyang Holy Domain is an equal match to him when it comes to one-on-one battle. But this time our sects are working together. We have a total of 4 grand ultimate god. Regardless of how skillful Scorpion King is, there's not much he can do but to be slaughtered. And he is the most trusted right-hand man of the current Fort Master Insur. His death would be a devastating blow to Insur, and she wouldn't be able to suppress the other factions in Crimson Stone Fort. By then their conflict will probably blow up. All we have to do is to collect our benefits while they're at it, said the purple-haired man. True that. The sharp-browed old man smiled faintly. All right, let's not waste our time talking. Let's just stick to our plan and take action tonight, said the purple-haired man. Very well. The sharp-browed old man nodded seriously. Right then, the party of 40 began to move. It was midnight. The night sky could not be more beautiful. The mountains where the blood gem mineral vein was were brightly lit up. Official army officers gathered in small groups, chatting casually. The mineral vein has finally been mined completely. We can finally return to Northern Dark Star continent tomorrow. Thanks. Guarding this place for 7 years was a boring job, watching those people mining every day. So glad that it's finally over. It was rather boring, but we've earned a lot, though. The 2 rewards that His Excellency the Territorial Lord gave us alone were a lot of primordial stones to split among us. That's already a high earning. That's true. Our current Territorial Lord is a lot more generous than our previous one. Needless to say, his ability is also a lot stronger than our previous Territorial Lord. They're simply not on the same level. Naturally, we can't compare them at all. Chapter 2642. Upheaval. Jian Wushuang was gliding by the void around them and overheard the soldiers' conversation by chance. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's because I've gained great benefit from the blood gem mineral vein, especially royal blood gem. Otherwise, I can't afford to be so generous. He would not mistreat his men, but those soldiers were only peak divine demons or regular ultimate gods after all. Even the commanders were only peak ultimate gods. Hence those primordial stones that Jian Wushuang gave them were quite plentiful. Tomorrow will be the day to say bye to this mineral vein. Jian Wushuang gave out a slight sigh as well. There was not much for him to worry about moving onward since the royal blood gem's secret had not leaked. Even if someone talked about it after many years, his abilities would certainly have been at an even higher level where he could protect himself. Jian Wushuang casually glided. Suddenly, ring! A bolt of energy wave came from not far away. It was too vague that none of the official army soldiers reacted to it, but Jian Wushuang immediately sensed it. This wave, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Enemy attack! Immediately be prepared! Jian Wushuang shouted urgently as his voice resonated between the mountains where the mineral vein was located. Many official army soldiers at the mineral vein, including those Crimson Stone Fort experts, were immediately alerted at once. Meanwhile, the faces of those few black-robed men who gathered together at the place where the energy wave started turned grim upon hearing the shout. Damn, I thought there's no heaven ultimate god left in this area. How could someone discover us? Don't care, let's move now. All right. Boom, boom. The vague energy wave stopped hiding as huge energy burst out. The energy burst did not only go in one direction, but spread out to 5 other directions in the mineral vein as well. A blurry gray light immediately began to expand in all 6 directions, which covered the entire mineral vein. The entire blood gem mineral vein was shrouded in a gray light within only the blink of an eye. Is this a magic formation? The bullish black battle armor donning Scorpion King had already appeared way up in the air while looking at the mineral vein that had already been shrouded in the gray magic formation with an unhappy expression. He waved his large hand and charged fiercely with his gigantic fist at it like a huge mountain. The Scorpion King's punch contained the extremely powerful energy of a grand ultimate god. However, it only slightly shook gray magic formation when the punch landed, which very soon became still again. What powerful magic formation! Scorpion King squinted slightly as his cold voice suddenly resonated. Who are you losers? Show yourselves! Scorpion King's loud command swept in all directions with incredible force. Haha, Scorpion King. No need for that big temper. Hee, Scorpion King. It's been a while. You're still the same, huh? 2 voices were heard one after another before several black-robed men immediately glided out of the gray, restrictive shield's edge from 6 different directions. A sharp-browed old man and a purple-haired man whom the 2 voices belonged to were leading the group. Bai Tu and Li Qianji. So, it's the 2 of you. The Scorpion King looked at both of them with grim-looking eyes. The sharp-browed old man's name was Bai Tu from the Divine Demon Sect, while the purple-haired man was Li Qianji from Life and Death Tower. Both of them were grand ultimate god experts, which the Scorpion King had got acquainted with in the past. Other than the 2, there were 40 over black-robed men, with each of them projecting the aura of a heaven ultimate god. The terrifying lineup consisted of 2 grand ultimate gods and over 40 heaven ultimate gods. Ah, we're in big trouble. The Crimson Stone Fort's heaven ultimate gods had already gathered together with a worried expression. Ji Nihong was trembling in fear and dare not stay in the void above. He instead quickly hid in a mining cave. On the other hand, the official army soldiers from Northern Darkstar territory were also gathered together. Your Excellency, what should we do? Song Hung and the other commanders stood before Jian Wushuang. They're not friendly. Get all our brothers to stand in formations as we observe the situation, said Jian Wushuang. Aye. Song Hung immediately got the official army to fall into formations. However, they only have 4 official army battalions, which consisted of 4,000 men. Each battalion was barely capable of fighting against a high-level Earth ultimate god at most, even when they were in formation. A heaven ultimate god sent by the life and death was enough to crush them. Humph! When did the divine demon sect and life and death tower started to be in bed together? Scorpion King's face was frosty while staring at the two of them. Haha. Although divine demon sect and life and death tower have minor disputes, we don't have a deep grudge against each other. What's wrong with us temporarily being together for some mutual benefits? The sharp-browed old man Baitu giggled. Scorpion King, we have to thank you this time for extracting all the blood gems from the mineral vein and saving us so much work. You're here for the blood gems, as expected. Scorpion King was not at all surprised. Although he purposely prevented news from leaking out, Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect have very strong intelligence gathering capabilities, so they might already catch wind of it since he did lead some heaven ultimate gods to carry out the huge mining work. They might have previously just been quiet about it. The 2 top-tier powers waited until the blood gems extraction was completed and kept in an interspatial ring before taking action. You have 2 choices now, Scorpion King. First is to hand over all the blood gems you have gotten, then we'll let you and the Crimson Stone Fort experts go. Well, the second choice is that we'll directly get it ourselves, and the blood gems will still be ours in the end, but all of you will die. Baitus' voice was cold. He, the famous Scorpion King. We heard you're only a slightly more talented disciple in the Sacred Palace when Crimson Stone Saint was still alive, and you're only loyal from being indebted to him. You've been beside Een Sewer as her right-hand man ever since Crimson Stone Saint's death. You're the reason Een Sewer can still somehow barely hold Crimson Stone Fort together, despite it being on the brink of crumbling. I believe Een Sewer will be heartbroken if you, as her right-hand man, die here today, sneered Li Qianji. Chapter 2643. Kill them all. The 2 of you want to kill me? A trace of disdain flashed in the Scorpion King's eyes. Although Baitu and Li Qianji were grand ultimate gods, their strength was only average at most. Scorpion King could easily battle 2 such grand ultimate gods without suffering a disadvantage. The 2 of us are certainly not enough. But what if she joins us? Li Qianji cracked a strange smile. A black-robed cultivator's aura suddenly rose to the grand ultimate god level and was even stronger than Baitu and Li Qianji from among the group of black-robed people. Long time no see, Scorpion King. An icy cold voice came from a blue-haired woman who had a cold and desolate appearance. Gu Ji. The Scorpion King's complexion finally changed. He did not care much when it was only Baitu and Li Qianji, but it was a different matter with the blue-haired Guji around. Although Guji was only a primary-level grand ultimate god, she was extremely strong among those of similar level and was not much weaker than the Scorpion King. Scorpion King had fought Guji many years ago and only gained a slight upper hand. Scorpion King, give the interspatial ring containing those blood gems in your hands to me, said the blue-haired Guji indifferently. Dream on. Scorpion King gave her a cold stare before he instantly became aggressive. Those blood gems were of great value and meant a lot for the Crimson Stone Fort. The pressure on Een Sewer could be relieved quickly upon obtaining the blood gems. The Scorpion King would never hand over this batch of blood gems in vain for that reason alone. I can see that you want to accept the loss. Well, just have to kill first, if that's the case, said Guji coldly. Go kill them. Spare no one. Li Qianji coldly said. The killing intent in those more than 40 heaven ultimate gods from divine demons sect and life and death tower surged upon hearing her command. Kill. Kill them all. Haha. Divine demon sect. Let's see who kills more. The earth-shattering screams and yelling resounded as more than 40 heaven ultimate gods attacked, like hungry wolves. The Crimson Stone Fort had only sent a dozen heaven ultimate gods, which caused the combat power between both groups to be disproportionate. Crimson Stone Fort could only do their best to defend and resist the attacks. Oops! There's a big problem. The official army felt their scalps numbed upon seeing the combat powers of 40 heaven ultimate gods. They knew they were no match for those heaven ultimate gods. Retreat! Retreat! Get back to the edge! Jian Wushuang immediately ordered. The official army retreated without any hesitation. They never wanted to participate in the war, and neither was there any need for them to do so. The Divine Demon Sect and the Life and Death Tower were not targeting them after all. However, the combat power between both groups was disproportionate when the battle began, with many heaven ultimate gods from Divine Demon Sect and the Life and Death Tower had no opponents, so they started targeting the official army. Official army? Humph! They must have secretly gained a lot of benefits from guarding this area for so long and probably also have a lot of blood gems on them. Let's kill them too. Kill them all. Several heaven ultimate gods immediately chased after the official army. Damn it! Song Hung and the other commanders panicked when they saw that. Quick! Get into formation and block their attacks. Song Hung let out a stern cry as 4 official army commanders took action together while they continued to retreat. For gushes of powers erupted, but each of those powers only reached the level of a high-level Earth ultimate god. Such power level was simply a joke in the eyes of heaven ultimate gods. Funny. One of the heaven ultimate gods sneered and instantly routed the 4 powers with just a hand wave. There was a terrifying power acting on the 4 army formations at the same time. Although the impact received by the 4 army formations was equally shared, every soldier in the 4,000 troops, including the 4 commanders, grunted upon being hit by the impact. Some of them, with weaker physical protective abilities, had traces of blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. They're just like ants. Kill them all. The more than 3 meters tall, burly old man stretched out his palm and gathered a surge of divine power in the void before him. A huge dark cloud was formed and covered a large number of soldiers below in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power contained in the dark cloud frightened every soldier and commander, caused them to fall into despair. That kind of power was not something they could resist using their military formation. In the nick of time, boom! A huge black all pierced through the void and with its terrifying power and instantly bombarded the dark cloud. The dark cloud, which was completely formed using divine power, obviously could not withstand the attack's impact before it collapsed and dissipated. What? The burly old man was surprised and immediately looked at the void next to him. There was a golden-robed young man with a long sword standing in the void, coldly staring back at him. An Earth ultimate god. The burly old man frowned. An Earth ultimate god blocked the blow he had just released? Territorial Lord. It's the Territorial Lord. The Territorial Lord has taken action. The official army soldiers were very pleasantly surprised. What are you doing? Why aren't you standing back? Jian Wushuang rebuked in a low voice. Yes, yes. The official army knew what Jian Wushuang meant and retreated to the battlefield's edge under the guidance of several commanders, such as Cangheng. The burly old man, along with another 2 heaven ultimate gods who attempted to attack the official army earlier, did not chase after them, but gathered together. The 3 stood side by side while looking at Jian Wushuang with interest. Territorial Lord, you're the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, right? You're just a peak Earth ultimate god, but you can parry off and defeat the attack of a heaven ultimate god. How interesting. He was displaying a sword formation, right? The transmigration power in the formation was so strong. I heard that someone bought the Transmigration Sword Formation Manual created by the sword Lord Tong Exon with 40 million primordial stones in an auction held by the Star Picking Pavilion not long ago. It seems that person was the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. An Earth ultimate god who managed to become a Territorial Lord and have 40 million primordial stones. He must be rich. He must have also gained a lot of benefits from the blood gem mineral vein in his Northern Dark Star territory. I'm afraid that his current net worth is much more than any of us. Heaven ultimate god. Want his wealth be ours after we kill him? The three heaven ultimate gods grinned at each other. Chapter 2644. Three great heaven ultimate gods. Three great heaven ultimate gods. Fortunately, they are only primary level heaven ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang's face sank upon looking at the three great heaven ultimate gods in front of him, but remained fearless. He was just a peak ultimate god 7 years ago, yet able to kill Yuan Lei, a powerful heaven ultimate god who was good at the vitality law. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds compared to 7 years ago. He made a breakthrough from the peak ultimate god realm to the primary level earth ultimate god. His understanding of laws and sword principles had also improved a lot, so did his divine power. Three great heaven ultimate gods were not enough to frighten him. Jian Wushuang gave them a death stare as majestic golden divine power gathered behind him. A 5,000 feet high golden god shadow, which exuded a world-shocking, magnificent aura, emerged in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang also used the divine god of punishment when he fought Qing Zhe 5 years ago. However, his gold god shadow was only 3,000 feet at that time. The additional 2,000 feet, which increased his golden god shadow to 5,000 feet, gave him an additional power boost. The 7 stars' strength in his body came pouring out. The aura in his body also crazily shot up at a terrifying speed. His initial peak Earth ultimate god's divine power disguise under the black stone's influence climbed rapidly and reached the very limits of peak Earth ultimate god in the blink of an eye. It had exceeded the Earth ultimate god's range. Heaven ultimate god Jian Wushuang's divine power breath had been elevated to the heaven ultimate god level. This kid is weird. How come? He must perform some kind of secret technique that raised his cultivation realm. The three great heaven ultimate gods stood surprised side by side upon seeing Jian Wushuang's divine power breath climbing up to the level of a heaven ultimate god. The three of us should take action together, and whoever grabbed his interspatial ring first gets it, suggested the 3-yard-tall, burly old man. All right, no problem. The other two nodded in agreement. The three great heaven ultimate gods suddenly took a shot at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots of terrifying divine power breath erupted from the trio. The burly old man among the three, who was originally only 3 yards tall, soared to 10 yards as his divine body rapidly grew while wielding a huge 5 to 6 yards long golden stone staff with the width of a huge bucket. The staff was continuously erupting majestic divine power while being held in the burly old man's hands. The second bald young man heaven ultimate god was holding a purple sickle which seemed bewitching like his divine power breath. The last heaven ultimate god was a handsome, cold-looking man who had a sword mark on his brow and wielded a blood sword. Kill! The 3 heaven ultimate gods concurrently attacked. 3 magnificent divine power breaths headed straight at Jian Wushuang. War! Jian Wushuang made a powerful cry of command, and the 9 infernal crimson divine swords floating beside him instantly combined to form the perfect transmigration sword formation. A huge black divine sword pierced through the void and shot out. Haha, I'll handle this sword formation. The bald young man laughed before slicing down the purple sickle in his hand, like a purple moon colliding against the black divine sword coming through the void. Clang! The purple moon disappeared after the crisp sound. The black divine sword shook slightly before being thrown backward, but soon it stopped and continued moving forward. Interesting. There was a strange luster in the bald young man's eyes as he went forth again to confront the transmigration sword formation. The handsome man with a sword mark on his eyebrows also took action at the same time. A large number of apparitions emerged at the same time. The handsome man learned space-time law and seemed quite accomplished with the appearance of more than 300 apparitions. More than 300 apparitions were densely packed together, such that Jian Wushuang could not tell which was the handsome man's real body. A breath of cold aura shot past. Right here. Jian Wushuang immediately turned his head and discovered the handsome man had appeared beside him. The blood sword in his hand drove a bloody sword shadow that was coming down toward Jian Wushuang's throat from a special angle in the void. He aimed to cut off Jian Wushuang's head. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and unsheathed his blood mountain sword from its sheath. Wow! Jian Wushuang's sword skill was much faster than the handsome man's, as a large number of sword shadows were sent out immediately like a sword river that completely drowned the handsome man after warding off his sword attack. Let's see who has better sword skills. A smile crept at the corner of the handsome man's mouth. Endless bloodlight completely turned the void around him into a sea of blood in the next second. The handsome man's appearance was similar to a death god bathed in the sea of blood. A huge, oppressive, profound, level sword world suddenly shocked Jian Wushuang. The handsome man then performed a strange, cold, and amazingly fast sword technique that manifested in the sea of blood. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang seems fearless and displayed the full potential of his sword world. Although it was only at merit level, his full-strength sword world performance had forced the handsome man's sword world to recede while Jian Wushuang wielded his blood mountain sword at the same time. If the handsome man's sword technique was strange and cold like a dark assassin, Jian Wushuang's sword technique was swift and tyrannical like a domineering sword king. The two were frantically firing attacks at each other, each with his advantages, while unable to threaten either side. Suddenly, "Go away!" someone shouted fiercely before the burly old man who soared to a height of 10 yards, lifted his huge golden stone staff that was packed with terrifying power. The golden stone staff was like a huge golden sun as it fiercely slammed right down Jian Wushuang. The handsome man was aware of it much earlier and managed to move aside. However, Jian Wushuang, who was oppressed by the golden stone staff, found himself immobilized. Jian Wushuang scowled as his blood mountain sword silently attacked, causing the world and space-time to seemingly completely overlap. A weird and extremely powerful sword shadow imperceptibly fleeted past. Space-time sword technique, 6th form, overlapping shadow. Chapter 2645. Crisis. A loud twang resounded. The tall old man's golden stone staff had great momentum from its heavy mass and the long charging, swinging period. Although Jian Wushuang's overlapping shadow's 1st form was extremely powerful, it was considered a space-time sword technique which emphasized speed greatly and was naturally at a disadvantage from the energy perspective. Jian Wushuang's body sunk after the clash as an immense force was passed through his hands onto his divine body but was easily blocked by his physical protective capabilities. The Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord is truly something. The 3 heaven ultimate gods frowned from that simple challenge. Although the fight was 3-on-1, they only gained a very slight upper hand. "Looks like heaven ultimate gods aren't all that," scoffed Jian Wushuang. "What did he just say?" "Kill him." The 3 heaven ultimate gods were incredibly angered and no longer held back and unleashed their full abilities. Although Jian Wushuang was facing 3 opponents at once, he could take care of the bald young man by controlling his transmigration sword formation by rearranging and disassembling it time and again with great finesse. As for the other 2, he could deal with them head-to-head using his understanding of sword skills and space-time law. Even though he was slightly disadvantaged during the fight, his physical protective capabilities did not allow the 3 heaven ultimate gods to even injure him. Hence, they could do nothing to him. This kid, how can we not even touch him with 3 heaven ultimate gods working together. This little northern dark star territory has such a genius. The three heaven ultimate gods were incredibly stunned and angered, but there was nothing they could do about Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang could fend off their attacks, his people were greatly disadvantaged in the remaining battlefield areas. Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower sent out more than 40 heaven ultimate gods, but Crimson Stone Fort had only a dozen of them, which was a quarter of their opponent's force. Every Crimson Stone Fort heaven ultimate god had to fight against 3 or 4 experts of the same level. How could that be possible? Only in a short moment, the Crimson Stone Fort was almost completely defeated with 1/3 of their heaven ultimate gods slaughtered. The rest of them were barely hanging in there, and perhaps it would not be long before all of them died there. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. During his battle against the 3 heaven ultimate gods, he had taken in everything that was happening on the battlefield while planning for his next step. Crimson Stone Fort's faction was in an absolute crisis without a doubt. Meanwhile, his official army and himself at that moment were considered on the same side as Crimson Stone Fort, which placed them in a really dangerous position. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, the difference between both sides is really too large, making it impossible to fight head-to-head. The most probable move right now is to break open the surrounding magic formation and escape. However, the Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower seemed to be well prepared with the magic formation they had set up way beforehand being extremely sturdy. Jian Wushuang could tell at a glance that it was not something heaven ultimate gods could break open, and neither could himself, of course. The only person on Crimson Stone Fort's side who might be capable of breaking the magic formation and giving them a chance to live was the Scorpion King. However, the Scorpion King was also in a non-favorable situation. He was then fighting against 3 grand ultimate gods from Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower. Among the 3 grand ultimate gods, Baitu and Li Qianji were considered slightly easier to deal with. But Gu Ji was incredibly overpowering and placed immense pressure on him. The Scorpion King was already using his masterstroke 9 asteroids. The 9 gigantic asteroids appeared between heaven and earth as they lashed out under the Scorpion King's control. Each of them had terrifying energy, but he was still badly suppressed as it was an unfair battle of 3 versus 1 after all. Damn it. The Scorpion King shouted nonstop with his bloodshot eyes. He could also see what was happening on the surrounding battlefield and understood the situation they were in. Haha, Scorpion King. You don't have to go through all this if you just pass over the blood gems earlier, right? However, you just can't help but act tough, and now you can't keep the blood gems on top of having to die here as well, sneered Li Qianji. I still won't let you have it easy even if I have to die. Scorpion King shouted sternly and furiously. He flipped his giant hand and took out a foul-smelling blood-red pill, while looking at it with a crazed expression in his eyes before swallowing the pill without hesitation. The Scorpion King's already overpowering and abnormal divine power aura shot even higher as the pill went down. In just a split second, it had shot up to a level close to a high-level grand ultimate god. Is that the Holy Witch mantra magic pill? Gu Ji's face turned grim. Haha, looks like he's going crazy. Li Qianji's grin became wider. The Holy Witch mantra magic pill was a kind of pill that could greatly increase one's abilities in a short period. However, the pill's side effects were horrifically strong such that it would greatly affect one's foundation and cultivation. Although the Scorpion King would not die after consuming it, his cultivation would likely drop from primary level grand ultimate god to heaven ultimate god. It would take a very long recultivation period to return to his previous level. Therefore, nobody would dare take the pill under normal circumstances. However, it was apparent that the Scorpion King had no other option but to take the pill as his last resort. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura that was twice what it previously was suddenly burst out as the Scorpion King's face looked horrifying like a fierce beast. The 9 asteroids he was controlling immediately surged in energy and lashed out in a frenzy. Careful, Guji warned. Although Bai Tu and Li Qianji's expressions were still ridiculing the Scorpion King, they were not being careless at all and stepped backward. They dared not touch the asteroids attacking them. Even Guji had retreated under the Scorpion King's terrifying battle strength. The Scorpion King did not go after them after making the three retreated. He instead turned around and jumped against the gray magic formation that shrouded the entire void. No. Does he want to destroy the magic formation? Guji and the other two were shocked. Although the Scorpion King looked insane with nothing to lose, he was extremely calm in his mind and knew that continuous fighting would cost everyone their life. Therefore, he decided to rely on the holy, which mantra magic pills affect to crush the magic formation. Break it open! The Scorpion King hysterically commanded the 9 asteroids, as 3 of them suddenly grew bigger dramatically before crashing against the gray magic formation. Chapter 2646. It'll help you boom. The giant gray magic formation began to tremble violently upon being bombarded by the 3 black asteroids, as though it was about to collapse. However, it only lasted for a short while before matters began to die down again. What? The Scorpion King's face turned pale upon looking at the unscathed gray magic formation, showing his desperation. He had done his best by performing his most powerful technique, and even swallowed the holy, which mantra magic pill. However, he still could not break the magic formation in the end. The people from Crimson Stone Fort, even Jian Wushuang and his official army, would have no hope to escape upon his failure. Haha, that scared me a little. Good thing the magic formation isn't broken. Otherwise, he could have run off. Li Qianji immediately laughed maniacally. He failed just by a tiny margin. If his offensive energy was a little stronger, like 10 or 20%, he could have perhaps broken the magic formation. It's too bad the Scorpion King has shown us his very limits, with no possibility for his energy to further increase, sneered Guji. The Scorpion King and all those Crimson Stone Fort disciples can't escape with the magic formation still here. They must all die. Bai Tu's voice resonated arrogantly. The Scorpion King and the surviving Crimson Stone Fort's heaven ultimate gods fell silent upon hearing his words. Their faces had betrayed them and shown their hopelessness. The hopelessness filled their hearts such that they even lost their motivation to fend off attacks from their enemies. However, Jian Wushuang was not excluded in their hopeless feeling group. Not only did Jian Wushuang not feel hopeless, but his eyes were also shining with a sharp light on the contrary. He saw an opportunity to survive. Lord Scorpion King, your strike just now had indeed shaken the magic formation, such that I can even feel it was about to collapse and barely blocked the offense in the end. Your attack energy would have completely crushed the magic formation with a slight increase in power. As for the energy, the sharp light within Jian Wushuang's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had decided in his mind, stop struggling since you can't escape anyways, kid. That's right. Just be good and let us take you. Mr. Bai Tu from the Divine Demon sect may let you live because of your pretty remarkable talents if you pass your interspatial ring to us. However, death will be your end if you keep struggling. The 3 heaven ultimate gods who surrounded Jian Wushuang were laughing presumptuously. Although they could not touch Jian Wushuang at that moment, other heaven ultimate gods, high-level grand ultimate gods, and even peak grand ultimate gods would soon arrive without them needing to do much on their part. Jian Wushuang would surely die when that happens. However, Jian Wushuang sneered as well right at that moment as on his body. Ring! A flash of golden light suddenly surged from the golden robe he was wearing, which was none other than the golden glass armor. The golden-colored armor covered his entire bodice surface within only a second. 9 Sparkle Stars armor, one of the 5 secret skills from 7 Stars Black Sect, could raise Jian Wushuang's overall abilities by 3 folds. Scram! A humongous sword essence swept violently in every direction as Jian Wushuang fiercely shouted. The three heaven ultimate gods around him were at a standstill just moments ago. However, the trio was immediately thrown backward, following his ability's drastic increment under the terrifying crisscrossing sword shadows. Jian Wushuang's figure moved in a flash and left the three-way behind before dashing rapidly toward the void ahead. A 15 kilometers tall golden god shadow was formed behind him, which also had golden armor shrouding its body. Jian Wushuang's aura shot up to the heavens as he dashed toward the Scorpion King's direction. Although he attracted some people's attention, none cared too much as Jian Wushuang was only an earth ultimate god after all. Even if his battle strength was comparable to a heaven ultimate god's, he should not be able to affect the Scorpion King and those grand ultimate gods' battle. All of them thought so except for Jian Wushuang himself. Jian Wushuang squinted at that moment and suddenly gave out a loud cry. Lord Scorpion King, bombard the magic formation once more. They'll give my all to help you break it open this time. His loud cry resonated everywhere. The many heaven ultimate gods who were fighting intensely on the battlefield and the official army soldiers could all hear it loud and clear. The Scorpion King, Gu Ji, Baitu, and Li Qianji, the four grand ultimate gods who were fighting intensely, could naturally hear him and were all shocked. What did they just hear? An earth ultimate god dashing at them in such an epic fashion while announcing that he would help the Scorpion King to break open the magic formation? The Scorpion King had tried his hands on the magic formation, but could not break it open even upon performing his most powerful strike under the holy witch mantra magic pill's effect. What could an earth ultimate god come up with? Jian He, the Scorpion King, gazed at Jian Wushuang with a frown. All the others looked in Jian Wushuang's direction with nothing but confusion in their eyes. However, Jian Wushuang had no time to clarify those people's doubts as he waved his hand while he dashed forward without explaining anything. A light beam then blended into the surrounding void. Heaven and earth suddenly started changing. An extremely beautiful scroll painting unfolded in midair above the infinite cosmos. The world within the painting looked so real with mountains, rivers, and even the 9 continents. It was so vivid. A grand, boundless ancient aura began to expand downward from the painting world. What's that? A treasure. Such a unique treasure. Everything in the scroll painting looked so real. All those experts gazed at the painting world above and became momentarily lost in thought. However, Jian Wushuang sneered. 1,000 treasures, grand world, transmigration world. Boom! The surrounding heaven and earth began to change. This place was originally above the mountains. Even though it was nighttime, immense sweeping divine powers were lighting up heaven and earth from below like lamps and bonfires. However, heaven and earth descended into infinite darkness in the blink of an eye and created boundless darkness without a single glimmer of light. Multiple reincarnation passages appeared in midair within the darkness. The reincarnation passages were scattered in various corners of the world as infinite samsara strength also ruthlessly expanded. It was a transmigration world filled with samsara strength. In that world, experts who studied transmigration law could have their battle strength increased immensely. The Scorpion King was, of course, someone who had also studied the transmigration law. Chapter 2647, Escape. The boundless samsara strength filled every corner of that world. The Scorpion King was the first person who could sense it, as he was also specialized in transmigration law. Such surge in samsara strength, this world is simply born of it. Scorpion King was completely stunned. My attack! The Scorpion King maneuvered the dark asteroid closest to him and directly lashed out at Li Qianji. Regardless of size or momentum, the dark asteroid was a level higher than before with an even faster speed. Li Qianji defended himself with all his might when it appeared before him. However, bang! A loud noise. What? Li Qianji was shocked. He felt a surge of terrifying energy moving toward him. Although it could not kill him, it made his divine body tremble violently as a gulp of blood gushed out from his mouth. He humphed coldly before immediately jumping out. The energy of my strike is 50% higher than before. The Scorpion King was completely shocked and immediately felt ecstatic after that. On the other hand, the experts from Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower, including Baitu and Guji, were incredibly stunned and angry. All of them had witnessed the Scorpion King being incapable of breaking down the magic formation around him by only relying on his abilities, even after swallowing the holy witch mantra magic pill. However, his abilities drastically and suddenly increased after the dark transmigration world appeared. The transmigration world was unleashed by the Earth Ultimate God, Jian Wushuang. This kid, he's only an Earth Ultimate God territorial lord. How could he unleash such an incredible technique? World transformation. This technique is unearthly. Many experts gasped at its marvel. However, they did not know that the transmigration world was just one of the 1,000 treasures grand worlds. 1,000 treasures grand world, which meant to create the most suitable world for one to fight in accordance to one's strength, an absolute geographical advantage. Jian Wushuang specialized in space-time law, transmigration law, and sword principle. Therefore, creating the space-time, transmigration, and sword principle worlds, using the 1,000 treasures grand worlds, would greatly increase his abilities. However, such increments did not only help him, but also everyone, adapting to local conditions. Experts who studied transmigration law would all become a lot stronger in the transmigration world. Sword practitioners, on the other hand, would receive incredible upgrades in the sword world. It was as such. Jian Wushuang knew the moment the transmigration world was unleashed it would help increase the Scorpion King's overall abilities by 50%. Hence he took action without hesitation. Lord Scorpion King, please do it right now. Jian Wushuang shouted. The Scorpion King snapped out of his shocked feeling upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words. His sturdy divine power aura began to immediately surge without any hesitation. He once again appeared at the gray magic formation's edge while maneuvering 3 asteroids. The asteroids were incredibly huge with powerful momentum. At that moment, boom boom, the 3 asteroids suddenly landed on the gray magic formation. It was the same move with the Scorpion King, previously used with all his might. Although it had initially shaken the gray magic formation, it finally stopped the attack. However, the Scorpion King unleashed his move once again under the transmigration world's influence, which drastically increased the 3 asteroids' momentum by 50%. It seemed to have gone beyond what the gray magic formation could endure after multiple consecutive bombardments. Bang! A huge rumble resonated as a gigantic hole was immediately formed on the gray magic formation at the spot where the 3 asteroids bombarded. No. Gu Ji, Baitu, and Li Qianji's expressions changed. The magic formation was a whole entity by itself as a huge amount of gray energy started dissipating at high speeds the moment one side was breached and caused the entire gray magic formation to collapse in the blink of an eye. The gray magic formation had disappeared. That sight made the surviving Crimson Stone Fort Heaven Ultimate Gods and the many official army soldiers happy beyond words. They were trapped within the gray magic formation and waiting to be slaughtered just moments ago. Run! Run! Split up and escape. The Heaven Ultimate Gods from Crimson Stone Fort and Northern Darkstar Territory's official army did not hesitate as they began to escape toward various directions in a split second. Threads of light suddenly started moving toward every direction. Those Heaven Ultimate Gods' great personal strength was shown when they escaped at full speed. The official army's capabilities were also expected, although their escape tactics were nothing to shout about when compared with Heaven Ultimate Gods. Their numbers were huge. Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower had only over 40 Heaven Ultimate Gods, and simply could not afford to worry about the fleeing official army. The Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower's Heaven Ultimate Gods were embarrassed as they could only chase after the few Crimson Stone Fort's Heaven Ultimate Gods. However, it was not easy to catch them. On the other hand, the Scorpion King raised his head and laughed after the magic formation was broken. He then glided into the surrounding void at full speed, just like everybody else. Scorpion King, don't even dream of escaping. Gu-J's blue hair was floating in the air as an immense divine power aura swept out of her body as she squealed with her fierce face and blood-red eyes as though blood was about to stream out of them. Blue light threads then shot out like venomous snakes. The tough and incredibly fast blue light threads shrouded Scorpion King inside and blocked his escape within only a short moment. Bai Tu and Li Qianji quickly performed their hidden techniques by sacrificing quite a bit of energy to help Gu Ji block the Scorpion King's escape route. So what if you've broken open the magic formation? You and your interspatial ring are our real target. It's our gain, so long we kill you and take the ring, shouted Gu Ji. Both Bai Tu and Li Qianji understood that logic as well. Hence they did their best to stop the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King used the 9 asteroids to attack fiercely time and again, completely unleashing his strongest battle strength. However, he only managed to break out of their restriction. The Holy Witch Mantra Magic Pills effect is about to be over. Scorpion King's eyes turned frosty. Its side effects would kick in immediately as soon as the pills effect was over. His abilities would decrease sharply, making it impossible to run away from those 3 grand ultimate gods at that time. Jianyi, the Scorpion King growled decisively before waving his hand and lashing out a black thread of light at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang subconsciously grabbed it only to find a black color interspatial ring the moment he opened his palm. Jian Wushuang shuddered as his mind raced and realized what was happening. Chapter 2648, Furious. This is... Jian Wushuang looked into the interspatial ring in his hand and saw a large number of blood gems piled up like a mountain. The naked eye rough estimation amounted to around a few billion caddies. There was no doubt the interspatial ring was used to store those blood gems. The 3,700,000,000 caddies of blood gems from the mineral vein, which amount to the wealth of 37 billion primordial stones, were all in this interspatial ring. Jianyi, give it to the fort master. The Scorpion King roared while relying on his last bit of the medicinal effect to try his best and stop those 3 grand ultimate gods, Gu Ji, Bai Tu, and Li Qianji. Those 3 grand ultimate gods realized what the Scorpion King had given to Jian Wushuang. Quick, stop him. Kill that kid and take back the interspatial ring in his hand. Hurry up. Those 3 grand ultimate gods screamed as they were being held down by the Scorpion King and could not free their hands. But the Heaven Ultimate Gods from Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect had the freedom to attack. More than a dozen Heaven Ultimate Gods in the void near Jian Wushuang gave up on chasing and killing the Crimson Stone Fort group before going straight at Jian Wushuang instead after hearing the 3 struggling Grand Ultimate God's command. Jian Wushuang had a determined look on his face. He cast a deep look at Scorpion King after making a decision. Run. Jian Wushuang was moving at his top speed as he tried his best to skim forward. However, the Heaven Ultimate Gods from Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect were right behind him. Jian Wushuang had to do something. Boom! A majestic gush of divine power, like a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of millions of years, erupted from Jian Wushuang. It was just way too much. The divine power discharged by Jian Wushuang was beyond what many Heaven Ultimate Gods could have imagined. A pure divine power eruption. He had used this trick when he first encountered the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor in the Dark Thunder Territory. Their gap was astonishingly huge, as he was only a second-class divine demon at that time, while the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor was a peak divine demon. However, Jian Wushuang had only used around 30% of his divine power, which was sufficiently terrifying to forcibly block Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor Wei for a long time before managing a complete retreat. The divine power he possessed was countless times greater than before after reaching Earth Ultimate God Realm. He was also discharged more than 30% of his divine power. It was 50%. How much exactly was 50% of the vast and incredible amount of divine power? A divine power ocean, a huge and boundless divine power ocean, instantly formed. There seemed to be no end to the divine power ocean. Divine power tidal waves at a few hundred feet to even a few thousand feet high frantically swept around. The heaven ultimate gods who came from every direction to attack Jian Wushuang were instantly crushed and drowned by the divine power ocean. How's this possible? How can his divine power be so much? Unbelievable. What a spectacular divine power. Those heaven ultimate gods were shocked by the pure divine power's impact. Although the power driven by that divine power was not too intense, and it did not pose much threat to them, they still had to resist with all their strength and were busy dispersing it without any time to worry about Jian Wushuang. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang concurrently produced a few hundred apparitions at the same time before displaying his scary full speed. In just a matter of seconds, he had shuttled out of those heaven-earth ultimate gods besiege and left the battlefield. Scorpion King, farewell. Jian Wushuang left a message as he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The divine power ocean slowly faded away after he left. The world was returned to its original state as the transmigration world that spread throughout the battlefield had also disappeared. Garbage. A bunch of garbage. The three grand ultimate gods, Guji, Baitu, and Li Qianji, were furious. On the other hand, the Scorpion King was grinning as he saw what Jian Wushuang had done. His cultivation speed is extremely fast, as he had made a breakthrough from primary level ultimate god realm to peak earth ultimate god realm in just 20 years. His combat power is also strong enough to allow him to simultaneously contend against three grand ultimate gods without being defeated. The techniques he has used, Transmigration World and the surging divine power he instantly discharged were shocking. He's extremely talented and powerful with great techniques, with unfathomable potentials. No wonder the old master appreciated him, huh? He'll definitely help the fort master to resolve this deadlock, and I won't have any regrets, even if I die. The Scorpion King smiled with shining bright eyes. The medicinal effect in his body had completely dissipated and replaced by a serious side effect. His divine power began to quickly fade away as well. Scorpion King, go to hell. The three grand ultimate gods, Guji, Baitu, and Li Qianji, did not show the Scorpion King any mercy and killed the weakened Scorpion King, who was incapable to resist without hesitation. The battlefield gradually calmed down after the Scorpion King died. Crimson Stone Fort had sent more than a dozen heaven ultimate gods. 8 of them had died and left their bodies behind, with only a few managed to escape. Some of the official army soldiers had also died during the battle, but most of them managed to escape, with the main reason being the official army had a very large number despite being relatively weak. Those heaven ultimate gods from Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon sect did not bother to chase after them when they scattered and fled. What they cared about most was Jian Wushuang. He had escaped under their noses. He escaped from 3 grand ultimate gods and more than a dozen heaven ultimate gods. Not only did he escape, but had also taken away the interspatial ring storing the blood gems. The Life and Death Tower and Divine Demons sect were originally here for the interspatial ring. Although they killed the Scorpion King, they did not get the interspatial ring. Damn it! Damn it! Guji, Baitu, and Li Qianji stood side by side with extremely gloomy expressions. We had a seamless plan. I thought the Scorpion King would die with none of the Crimson Stone Fort's people able to escape. I also thought we'd definitely get the interspatial ring, but a petty Earth ultimate god actually disrupted our plan. Guji held her hands tightly. They had investigated each heaven ultimate gods in Crimson Stone Fort present to ensure that the plan would go smoothly before carrying out their plan. They had only done so for the heaven ultimate gods and had left out the earth ultimate gods. Earth ultimate gods were just like ants to them after all. What impact could they have in the battle? Chapter 2649. Escaped those three grand ultimate gods were surprised that an earth ultimate god who they had not cared for before ruined their plan. The earth ultimate god displayed the transmigration world, which allowed the Scorpion King to destroy the formation. The most devastating part was the Earth ultimate god ended up taking the interspatial ring containing the blood gems away, and they could not even chase after him. After a while, "Forgive me, Master, please forgive me." A purple-robed man fearfully knelt while begging for mercy. This person was Genie Hong. He was afraid of being involved when the war broke out, so he found a mineshaft and hid in it. In the end, he was discovered and brought to face the three grand ultimate gods. This person is also from Crimson Stone Fort. Baitu glanced at Genie Hong and said with his indifferent voice, "Yes, Master. He's an inspector from Crimson Stone Fort, according to him, and is related with Jean Yen, one of the faction leaders in Crimson Stone Fort," replied a heaven ultimate god respectfully. "Oh, Jean Yan's man." Baitu raised his brows and glanced at Genie Hong again before smiling strangely. Jean Yan was a famous and powerful man in the Crimson Stone Fort as a high-level grand ultimate god, much stronger than the Scorpion King or any of them present. They would have to show Jean Yan some respect if they ever met. Genie Hong was a joke in comparison. "Answer me, who's Jian? Is he also from Crimson Stone Fort?" Baitu asked in a cold voice. "Jian. Genie Hong was stunned, but immediately shook his head. "He's not from Crimson Stone Fort, but the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. His official army was guarding the mining sites, as those blood gems had appeared within his territory." "Territorial Lord?" Baitu and the other two grand ultimate gods exchanged looks. They thought Jian Yi was some super genius from the Sacred Palace. Unexpectedly, Jian Yi was just a territorial lord. How could a territorial lord be so capable? Although Jian Yi is only a territorial lord, he's extremely talented. He was just a peak ultimate god when I first saw him many years ago, who then defeated me as a peak earth ultimate god in the end. He became a peak earth ultimate god 5 years ago and fought evenly against a heaven ultimate god from Crimson Stone Fort called Qingzhe at one instance before the Scorpion King had to step in. I am unsure the reason, but Scorpion King had personally shown Jian Yi his masterstroke. 9 asteroids, said Genie Hong. He spilled all the beans. A peak ultimate god who defeated a high-level Earth ultimate god and was appreciated by the Scorpion King to the point he showed Jian Yi his masterstroke. Gu Ji, Baitu, and Li Qinji looked at each other with solemn expressions. I can be sure that Jian Yi is indeed a genius. They must have been in contact since the Scorpion King showed his masterstroke to Jian Yi. The Scorpion King might have even persuaded him to join the Sacred Palace. The Scorpion King didn't hesitate to hand the interspatial ring to Jian Yi right before his death and had great confidence in him. Jian Yi will find a way to return it to the Crimson Stone Fort since the interspatial ring has fallen into his hands. He'll most probably hand the ring over to the new fort master. Insuer, said Gu Ji coldly. We should never let him return to Crimson Stone Fort. Baitu bellowed in a low voice. Hunt him down. Do everything possible to find, kill, and retrieve the interspatial ring from him. Li Qianji was full of murderous intent. Do you know Jian Yi's specific origin or who are his associates? Gu Ji asked. Genie Hong honestly answered their every question. It did not take long for many experts from the Life and Death Tower and divine demons sect to be sent out. The first place they went was the Territorial Lord Mansion in Northern Darkstar Territory. A few days later, Jian Wushuang kept his aura undetected while hiding in a cave which he cracked open in the depths of a dense forest at an unknown distance from the Blood Gem's mineral vein. He was holding up a message token in his hand. "Shiner, are you all right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I'm okay." Xiao Tiexin immediately replied to the message. "I left the Territorial Lord's Mansion and then disguised myself to leave the Northern Darkstar Territory as soon as I received your message. There were a large number of experts who appeared in the void above the Territorial Lord's Mansion not long after I left. There were only a few maids left in the mansion, so the experts could not get anything and left shortly." "Well, where's the official army?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I've contacted Commander Songhang and received news that we didn't lose many people in the army. They have currently been divided into several small groups and are resting in some deserted areas without rushing to return to their camps," said Xiao Tiexin. "That's good." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "The Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect are on the lookout for me. I won't return to the Northern Darkstar Territory for the time being. The official army isn't a threat, so they should be able to return to their camps after those experts from Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect leave. However, those experts will try to get you and use you as a threat for me to show up since you're my maid, the person closest to me. You don't have to go back to Northern Darkstar Territory for now. On the contrary, you shouldn't show up anywhere for the time being and have to disappear. Do you understand?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Understood." Xiao Tiexin knew what to do. "Master, you don't have to worry about me. I'm just a maid after all. The Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect won't care too much about me. Master, you have to be very careful." "I know. I plan to temporarily leave the Northern Darkstar Territory and will only be back when I can confidently face the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect." Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang cut off the transmission after explaining to Xiao Tiexin before sighing in the cave. "I thought my Northern Darkstar Territory could finally get some peace once the Blood Gems mining was completed. I can then continue to improve my strength the moment Crimson Stone Fort had taken all of those blood vems and left. Who would have thought there will be such a big change?" Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. The change had not only affected the Crimson Stone Fort, but also Jian Wushuang and his official army. He had no choice but to find a way out for himself. In the end, he managed to escape, but also ran into big trouble. The experts from Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect had seen the Scorpion King handing over the interspatial ring containing all the blood gems to Jian Wushuang. Would they let him off so easily? "Scorpion King," Jian Wushuang mumbled softly. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the Scorpion King. Chapter 2650. 100 million bounty on his head, the Scorpion King happily handed him the 15 divine elixir pill as promised by Crimson Stone Fort when Jian Wushuang first met him. The Scorpion King had also extended an invitation for Jian Wushuang to join the Sacred Palace after noticing Jian Wushuang's great talents. He tried his best to help Jian Wushuang after learning that Jian Wushuang was the person chosen by the Crimson Stone Saint and even gave Jian Wushuang 50 divine elixir pill before also showing Jian Wushuang his masterstroke. Those 50 divine elixir pill and his masterstroke close-up demonstration were helpful to Jian Wushuang, and he was grateful. Unfortunately, he was helpless at that moment. He could perhaps save the Scorpion King's life if he unscrupulously used his life rating pressure on those opponents. However, Jian Wushuang knew he could not perform the life rating pressure again. He knew the Scorpion King would be killed after he escaped, so he could only lament the Scorpion King's death. The least he could do was to hand over the interspatial ring with blood gems to the Crimson Stone Fort Master, Yin Sewer. Now that everyone knows the interspatial ring is in my hands, the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demons sect will come after me. Nanwu Palace and Dongfang clan may have also gotten the news and started looking for me. As for the Crimson Stone Fort, I bet they won't be as indifferent and also began looking for me. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Crimson Stone Fort had too many factions which were constantly in fierce battles against each other. He had no idea how many factions there were altogether and which of them supported Yin Suer. Under such circumstances, he would not hand over the interspatial ring to the expert or go with that person, even if a Crimson Stone Fort's expert found him. Therefore, Jian Wushuang could only think of a way to arrive at the Crimson Stone Fort's lair by himself and meet Yin Suer in person to hand over the interspatial ring. "It seems he'll need an escape master plan," murmured Jian Wushuang before he soon left. Half a month later at Longyu City. Longyu City was an extremely unique giant city in the northern Darkstar territory, which did not belong to any wilderness, or in other words, the city that was equivalent to a wilderness itself. In the northern Darkstar territory, many spatial passages could be used for spatial transmission, but most of those spatial passages were only good for short-distance transmissions between the wildernesses. There were only 2 larger spatial passages that could handle transmissions between stellar regions. One of those 2 larger spatial passages was in the northern Darkstar continent, which Jian Wushuang used to set off to the Narcissus territory. The other one was located in Longyu City. Many cultivators were gathered in a lively tavern inside of Longyu City. Longyu City was a popular city to cultivators, with some being powerful experts due to its special geographical location and the existence of a spatial passage. "Guys, have you heard about the bounty announced not long ago?" Several ultimate God Realm cultivators had gathered and were discussing recent events. "I've heard it, of course. The reward was personally issued by several top forces within the Danyang Holy Domain, with the bounty being the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. The reward amount is 100 million primordial stones. In addition, this reward isn't for us to kill the Territorial Lord, but just merely provide information. In other words, all we need to do is to report his whereabouts to those top forces who offered the reward if we luckily happen to see the Territorial Lord. We'll be paid 100 million primordial stones once the information has been verified to be correct. Just bumped into him, report his whereabouts, and we'll get 100 million primordial stones." My goodness! Haha. 1 million primordial stones is an astronomical number to ordinary ultimate gods like us. We're talking about 100 million primordial stones. It's crazy. Those top forces are so generous. I wonder how the Territorial Lord offended them. I don't know how, but the Territorial Lord is in trouble now. I can't imagine the number of people eyeing for the 100 million primordial stones bounty on his head. His whereabouts will be reported to the top forces immediately, as long as he dares show himself. I'm sure they'll send someone over to kill him as soon as possible. Everyone in the tavern could hear them clearly, as those ultimate gods were very loud. Some people reacted to the news with sighs, while others were of course delighted. No one noticed a chilly and aloof young man in a black robe was sitting in a corner. This cold and aloof, black-robed young man with dark skin had a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. He seemed normal at first glance, but if some powerful expert carefully studied him using the soul power, they would soon discover that his facial muscles were a bit strange. His facial muscles had been deliberately stretched and distorted to change his appearances. In other words, his current appearance was a disguise. The disguise technique was well known, but could still probably trick some weaker cultivators. The truth could only be discovered easily by powerful experts using soul power. Would anyone deliberately activate their soul power to investigate someone without any reason in a tavern? The true identity of the cold, aloof, black-robed young man was none other than the Territorial Lord everyone was talking about. It was Jian Wushuang. 100 million primordial stones, just for a piece of information. Haha, the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon sect think very highly of me. Jian Wushuang, was leisurely sipping a bowl of wine with a smile on his face. His mood was unaffected by the reward. Not counting the amount of time he had a bounty on his head in his past life, it had also happened quite a few times in his current life as well. It happened once when he was in the saint's tomb located at Wuxia Wilderness, where many sects had jointly offered a reward for his head. The bounty was offered with everyone being aware of his specific location and had to kill him. Meanwhile, the recent bounty announcement had caused an uproar and attracted more powerful experts. In the end, the big world made it too difficult to locate him if he decided to go into hiding. In fact, he was currently seated in a tavern where he was the topic of discussion, but no one even recognized him. They had his portrait and information on his cultivation level, which specifically indicated he was a peak Earth ultimate god. The Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon sect would be surprised to find out that Jian Wushuang's cultivation realm was nowhere near what they thought. He was only a primary level Earth ultimate god. Chapter 2651. In disguise, Jian Wushuang did not deliberately conceal his aura, nor did he use the black stone to disguise his divine power breath. One could easily detect his primary level Earth ultimate god realm had anyone decided to check on him. In addition, his appearance was also deliberately disguised. Who would have thought he was the territorial lord? Jian Wushuang stayed in the tavern for a while before leaving after getting more information from the ultimate gods that were chatting away around him. He went directly to the large spatial passage in Longyu City after leaving the tavern. The spatial passage was on a huge plaza where a large number of cultivators gathered on the plaza and waited in line. There were some experts guarding over the spatial passage near the entrance. Jian Wushuang initially wanted to use this spatial passage for interstellar region transmission, so he could save a lot of traveling time to the Crimson Stone Fort. However, he changed his mind as soon as he arrived at the plaza. The security is too tight with experts hiding in the dark. Jian Wushuang, solemnly pondering. His ability to perceive danger was extremely strong and could vaguely sense two gushes of auras hidden in the void nearby after careful inspection. They belonged to Heaven Ultimate Gods, a high-level Heaven Ultimate God. He knew immediately they were experts sent by the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demons sect. The Life and Death Tower and Divine Demons sect probably assumed he would leave the Northern Darkstar territory and would possibly use spatial passages. Therefore, they had placed some experts on guard around the two major transmission spatial passages that could travel across the stellar regions. Such experts would then very carefully observe everyone who entered the spatial passages. Jian Wushuang would have attracted attention from the two high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods hidden in the void nearby if he was heedless of the danger and casually entered the spatial passage. Even without using the black stone to disguise my aura, my current divine breath is showing a primary level Earth Ultimate God's divine power. Earth Ultimate Gods are scarce in the entire Northern Darkstar territory, so the two high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods will notice me. They'll find out that my appearance has been deliberately disguised if they use their soul power to carefully inspect me, and my whereabouts will most likely be exposed to them. Jian Wushuang thought of the possibilities and made a decision. He immediately turned around and left without looking back. Two figures were standing side by side in the void around the square. They were the two high-level Earth Ultimate Gods who were in hiding. That person over there. He came but turned and left. A red-robed old man squinted at Jian Wushuang's back. The other middle-aged man with purple hair, who stood with his hands folded at his back, commented, "There's something wrong with his facial muscles. He must deliberately disguise his appearance, but his aura is very weak at just the primary level Earth Ultimate God." A primary level Earth Ultimate God. The two looked at each other before both shook their heads. The person they were looking for, could simultaneously contend with three primary level Heaven Ultimate Gods, whilst his cultivation realm had reached the peak Earth Ultimate God realm. Though that primary level Earth Ultimate God was acting a little weird with his face disguised, he could not possibly be the person they were looking for. The two people then allowed Jian Wushuang to leave undetected right under their noses. Jian Wushuang was secretly mumbling and complaining while walking alone on the streets of Longyu City. The Longyu City spatial passage was guarded by the Heaven Ultimate Gods experts. It could be the same for other places. Hence, I can't rely on the spatial passage and travel to another stellar region. Although it might take a much longer time to get to the Crimson Stone Fort, it's a lower risk. Although I've been reincarnated in the ancient god domain for decades, I haven't explored this place. It's time for me to check this place out and get to know it. In the northern Dark Star territory, the bounty of 100 million primordial stones was shockingly well sought after, as countless cultivators felt tempted by the reward and frantically searched for the northern Dark Star territorial lord, Jin. The reward was soon no longer limited to the northern Dark Star territory, but the entire Danyang Holy Domain. All stellar regions within the Danyang Holy Domain had announced similar rewards. The entire Danyang Holy Domain was enlivened. However, the northern Dark Star territorial lord seemed to have completely disappeared regardless of how many cultivators went all out searching for him with not even the slightest trace of him. Jian Wushuang's close associates, such as Xiao Tiexin, had also disappeared. Jian Wushuang's parents, on the other hand, were located far away in the Wusha wilderness. He had never revealed his true origin and was using his pseudonym, Jian Yi, all along. In addition, the Wusha wilderness was just an unremarkable wilderness that no one paid any attention to, let alone to investigate. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were unaffected by the incident. Time flew. 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. On a wide piece of land on Wushui territory, Brother Su Han, let's part here. Come visit me at the Chun Mansion if you have time, yelled a silver-haired young man carrying a long sword. Opposite him was a grim-looking man in a black robe. He took a sip of wine before smiling faintly. Young man, practice hard. You have a long way to go in honing your sword skills. I know, Brother Su Han. The silver-haired boy soon left with his tribe. The grim-looking black-robed man called Su Han was drinking wine while seated on the ground as his eyes flickered. Interesting young man. Su Han was actually Jian Wushuang in disguise. He followed a group of businessmen and encountered the silver-haired young man, Qin Xing, on the way. The very young Qin Xing liked swords and was a little talented in sword principles. Jian Wushuang noticed Qin Xing would often practice sword techniques along the journey. On one occasion, Jian Wushuang had just casually given Qin Xing a tip, which he caught on and made great improvement. In the following 2 years, Qin Xing was learning sword techniques from Jian Wushuang. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang could not show much of what he knew to hide his strength. Just a few random pointers from him had benefited the young man who had yet to even reach the chaotic realm. Wushui territory, Wushu continent. Jian Wushuang slowly stood up and looked over at the continent he was on with a strange smile appearing on his face. He soon set off and skimmed toward the city, right in the middle of the continent, and arrived a few days later at a huge and magnificent stone fort constructed entirely of red quicksand. It was the Star-Picking Pavilion. Chapter 2652. Life Liquid. The Star-Picking Pavilion was the first-ranked chamber of commerce in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. They had more than one branch in the Danyang Holy Domain and had a sub-pavilion, of course, within the Wushui territory. Jian Wushuang concealed his aura before slowly walking toward the Star-Picking Pavilion. If he deliberately concealed his divine power breath as a perfect chaotic creature, no one would be able to detect his real abilities. A black chief greeted him immediately as soon as he entered the Star-Picking Pavilion. What do you need? The black chief's attitude was rather humble, as he must have noticed Jian Wushuang's strength. I want to sell something, said Jian Wushuang. Your Excellency, please come with me. The black chief brought Jian Wushuang to a secret room covered by a restriction shield. The black chief asked, What do you want to sell? I'm afraid you can't make a decision regarding the items I'm going to sell, said Jian Wushuang. The Black Chief was not annoyed at all and smiled instead. If that's the case, please wait a moment while I get the Golden Chief. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It did not take long for a Golden Chief to appear in front of Jian Wushuang after the Black Chief's departure. The Golden Chief was a graceful and beautiful woman. The beautiful woman gently asked, "My name is Qian Qin and am the Golden Chief. Your Excellency, how shall I address you?" Jian Wushuang replied, "Su Han." "What treasures do you wish to sell, Master Su Han?" Qian Qin humbly asked, "I want to sell 2 items. The first is this." Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out a green jade bottle which exuded a strong breath of life with a drop of green liquid in it. It was life liquid. This is... As soon as the beautiful woman called Qian Qin saw the green liquid drop, she narrowed her eyes. "Is this life liquid?" "Life liquid?" Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He got the green liquid from killing a Golden Chief of the Star-Picking Pavilion. Yuan lay in the Narcissus territory previously. Jian Wushuang had only noticed the treasure was extraordinary, but did not know the treasure's name or how valuable it was. He was still unaware the green liquid drop was called the life liquid until that moment. Life liquid contains majestic vitality, which can restore a person's vitality in a short time if a seriously injured or dying cultivator consumes it. It's also used as an ingredient for elixir pill refinement in many life-saving elixir pills. In addition, this life liquid is also of great use to cultivators who understand the vitality law. One will be able to work seamlessly with the vitality law if they drink this. It also contains vitality law essence, hence can also be used purely as a meditative treasure. It's indeed a very rare and precious treasure in short. I'll purchase it for 300 million primordial stones if Master Su Han is willing to sell this to the Star-Picking Pavilion, said Qian Qin. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He knew that life liquid was extraordinary, but had not expected it to be so valuable. 300 million primordial stones. The heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon, was only sold for 100 million primordial stones. This Golden Chief knows quite a fair bit. I wonder how Yuan Lei got the life liquid. Jian Wushuang groaned, but immediately spoke. I don't need primordial stones. I only need the divine elixir pill. I wonder how many divine elixir pills can the life liquid be exchanged for? Exchange for divine elixir pills? Qian Qin furrowed her brows slightly, and she replied after a long time, Master Su Han, this life liquid is very valuable. Hence, if you can indeed change for divine elixir pill if you wish. However, unlike the primordial stone divine elixir pills are hard to get. I don't have many in the sub-pavilion, so I can only replace a portion with divine elixir pills using a higher primordial stones exchange ratio. How much can I get? Jian Wushuang asked. This life liquid is worth 300 million primordial stones, but if you want to get some divine elixir pills, I can give you 20 divine elixir pills in addition to 100 million primordial stones, said Qian Qin. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The market price for a divine elixir pill was 5 million primordial stones, but that was the exchange price for divine elixir pills to primordial stones. It was not as simple for the other way round, which was to exchange primordial stones for divine elixir pills. The life liquid valued at 300 million primordial stones could only be exchanged for 20 divine elixir pills and 100 million primordial stones. That 20 divine elixir pills was equivalent to 200 million primordial stones, with the ratio used being 10 million primordial stones to 1 divine elixir pill. I wonder if Master Su Han is willing to proceed with the exchange. Qian Qin smiled and peered at Jian Wushuang. Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. Primordial stones were of no use to him, and he needed the divine elixir pill. Although 20 divine elixir pill was not much, it was enough to increase his divine power by several folds. I have another treasure here which should be more precious than the life liquid. Jian Wushuang smiled before flipping his hand and taking out an item. It was a thumb-sized scarlet blood gem. The scarlet blood gem seems ordinary at first glance. However, the Golden Chief was so observant that she could recognize the extraordinary blood gem at a glance. It's a royal blood gem. Qian Qin had always maintained a dainty and graceful posture, but her face instantly changed after seeing the royal blood gem. She was shocked by the treasure Jian Wushuang took out. Is it really the royal blood gem? Qian Qin stared at the treasure while her insides were perturbing. Royal blood gems were the main material used to refine holy treasures. It was invaluable not only to ultimate gods, but even some haughty undying saints. Undying saints who wanted to refine a piece of holy treasure often paid a great price in search of royal blood gems. Such a precious and rare refinement material had unexpectedly appeared in front of Qian Qin. Master Su Han. Qian Qin looked at Jian Wushuang again with a completely different gaze than before. You should know the function of this royal blood gem. It's an extremely rare treasure. Do you really want to sell it to the star-picking pavilion? Qian Qin was doubtful. That was a royal blood gem after all, even though it was only thumb-sized. Its weight must be at least 10 caddies, which was still worth a frightening sum. The most important issue was not its high value, but the difficulty in finding it, as one could only stumble upon it by luck. Chapter 2653. High-level Earth, Ultimate God. I'll just sell it off, but I want only divine elixir pills for this and not a single primordial stones, replied Jian Wushuang flatly. Please wait for a moment in that case. I have to discuss with the supervisor to determine the final purchase price, said Qian Qin before she turned and left. Purchasing 10 caddies of royal blood gem was not something a golden chief could call the shots. In a dimly lit room, royal blood gem, the purple-robed supervisor of the star-picking pavilion, looked solemn. This is the main refinement material for holy treasures. Some among Danyang Holy Domain's top forces may keep some royal blood gems for possible future demands. Yet we have someone that wants to sell his royal blood gem to us now. This must be our lucky day. Master, the royal blood gem weighs around 10 caddies. I don't know how much we should pay for it, explained Qian Qin. The purple-robed supervisor asked. He insisted on trading it only for divine elixir pills, right? Qian Qin confirmed, yes. We can only trade up to 300 divine elixir pills in this sub-pavilion. It's obviously not enough to pay for the 10 caddies of royal blood gems. I'll immediately send a message to headquarters and ask them to send us more divine elixir pills. We can offer him 500 divine elixir pills, but he has to wait a few days, said the purple-robed supervisor. 500 divine elixir pills? Isn't it too little? Qian Qin puzzledly asked. Indeed, 500 divine elixir pills aren't enough. But Su Han is probably in dire need of some divine elixir pills. Otherwise, he won't put up something so precious for sale. 500 divine elixir pills may seem slightly less, but he should agree as long as he urgently needs it. If that doesn't work, then add in some primordial stones, suggested the purple-robed supervisor. All right. Qian Qin nodded. She returned to the secret chamber Jian Wushuang was located after a while. Master Su Han, I've discussed with the supervisor in charge, and the star-picking pavilion is willing to purchase this with 500 divine elixir pills, said Qian Qin. 500 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew the royal blood gem was a rare find, and it should be worth more than just 500 divine elixir pills, as he had not come across anyone who urgently needed royal blood gems. So he could only sell it to the star-picking pavilion, since 500 divine elixir pills were of great use to him under such circumstances. If Master Su Han thinks the price is too low, star-picking pavilion can top up the offer with 1 billion primordial stones. Qian Qin continued. Perhaps you might not be aware of this, but each sub-pavilion has a limited amount of divine elixir pills. We have to get help from headquarters to send us these 500 divine elixir pills. However, the operation of the star-picking pavilion's operations might be affected if we give out too many divine elixir pills at once. I understand. It'll take 500 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones. Jian Wushuang was decisive. That's great. Master Su Han, can you wait for a few days? Chen Qin asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Chen Qin quickly turned and left. There was a wicked smile on her face when she turned around as she was laughing surreptitiously in her heart. Su Han probably has no idea how rare this royal blood gem is, and the price of 500 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones is ridiculously low. In her opinion, the price offered by the star-picking pavilion was absolutely the lowest in the market. People who are aware of the royal blood gem's value would never sell it, but Su Han agreed to their price. Was he not stupid? She did not know that Jian Wushuang was willing to sell due to his urgency in needing divine elixir pills to improve his strength, but more importantly, he had more of those royal blood gems with him. He had obtained 3 royal blood gems from the mineral vein, and the 10 caddies were the smallest in size. He could not be bothered and gave up on the petty 10 caddies since he had 2 other bigger pieces at hand. Jian Wushuang waited quietly for 5 days in the sub-pavilion until Chen Qin went looking for him again. Master Su Han, here are a total of 520 divine elixir pills and 1,100 million primordial stones in this interspatial ring. You can check on it. Chen Qin handed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. He did a quick check with his mind power and nodded after Jian Wushuang took it. In return, he handed over the 10 caddies of royal blood gem and life liquid to Chen Qin. Master Su Han, it's been a pleasure to trade with you. Chen Qin smiled. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang bid farewell and left. After coming out of the star-picking pavilion, Jian Wushuang immediately found a secluded, secret chamber and sat cross-legged in it. The strong-scented divine elixir pills were suspended in front of Jian Wushuang. 520 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang was excited. He had only used around 20 divine elixir pills when he made a breakthrough from peak ultimate god realm to primary level earth ultimate god realm. He then took the 50 divine elixir pills given by Scorpion King during his time at the blood gem mineral vein. In addition to his divine power accumulation from many years of self-cultivation, Jian Wushuang estimated that he would need slightly more than 100 divine elixir pills to make a breakthrough to the high-level Earth Ultimate God Realm. Well, let's get started. Jian Wushuang wasted no time as he immediately began to swallow and refine those divine elixir pills at an incredibly fast speed. Any normal ultimate god might take a long time to absorb and refine more than 100 divine elixir pills. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang only had to spend a month refining those 120 divine elixir pills. Thereafter, he managed to make a breakthrough from primary level Earth Ultimate God to the high level Earth Ultimate God realm. The breakthrough in the cultivation realm had greatly increased Jian Wushuang's divine power and skyrocketed his overall strength. Jian Wushuang did not stop after the breakthrough, but continued to swallow and absorb more divine elixir pills until he completely used up the remaining 400 divine elixir pills. Those 400 divine elixir pills had allowed him to accumulate more divine power and brought him a lot closer to the peak Earth Ultimate God realm. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes in the secret chamber and felt his surge of power. My divine power has skyrocketed again, and I'll need even more divine elixir pills to improve my cultivation realm. At my current level, I should now be able to wipe out any primary level heaven ultimate gods, such that even battling against a high level heaven ultimate god is a walk in the park for me. My winning probability is greatly enhanced if I include my many secret techniques. In terms of improving my law understanding, I can do so with the help from Feng Tian scroll to progress at a steady speed. Now, what should I do with my sword principles? Jian Wushuang had reached the peak of merit level in Sword World and was only one step away from the profound level of Sword World. However, that one step was not easy to cross over. Chapter 2654. Profound Sword World. My sword world stretches for 100,000 miles as it's the most perfect and powerful sword world capable of competing against profound principal worlds, and even suppresses them despite only achieving the merit level. However, my sword world might not be of much use against profound principal worlds that are capable of expanding to similar size. My sword principle understanding is still too low after all. I have to find ways and improve it as soon as possible to the profound sword world. Jian Wushuang murmured. He had been improving at a terrifying rate. His fast-paced progress was mainly due to his understanding of laws and principles being far ahead of his cultivation realm. His cultivation realm was progressing at an astonishing speed, so he would naturally have to improve his laws and principles understanding as soon as possible. The most important matter for him was to achieve the profound sword world. I'm still in the Wushuai territory, and it might take decades from here to the Danyang continent where the Crimson Stone Fort Lair is located without using the spatial passage. I'm afraid I might not make any further progress in my cultivation realm during this time, so I should focus on understanding laws and principles. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together and made up his mind. Jian Wushuang soon set off on his journey again. While he was on the road, he continued meditating on his laws and sword principles. Although the journey was quite boring, Jian Wushuang had long been used to it. Time flew, and 28 years had passed in a flash. 28 years was nothing for Jian Wushuang in his previous life, but was considered a long time in his current life. In a vast void, dozens of guards were slowly moving forward while escorting 3 people seated on a huge beast. They were very young and dressed in luxurious clothes, obviously coming from rich families. The dozens of guards were powerful, with many of them being Earth ultimate gods, and the rest were above the ultimate god realm. Among these guards stood a cold and proud man in a black robe. The cold and arrogant black-robed man was skimming forward with his eyes closed. He was meditating at his own pace. The world evolves, life evolves. This is the essence of the principal world. It's the same with the sword world. Jian Wushuang mumbled in his heart, and very slowly he opened his eyes. The sword world, coming from his body, had made great changes the moment he opened his eyes. The change was unnoticeable on the external, but its internal and essential structure was no longer the same. I've understood the profound sword world. Jian Wushuang was beaming. He had achieved merit sword world a long time ago. He had been meditating on his way from Northern Darkstar territory up to where he currently was, and spent most of his decades in learning the laws and sword principle. His understanding of space-time and transmigration laws had greatly improved. Finally, he made a breakthrough in sword principle and achieved profound sword world. All the little signs of progress he made had contributed to a huge improvement to his overall strength. Brother Su Han, a handsome young man who was walking beside Jian Wushuang, looked over. I see you're smiling so happily. Did something good happen? No, nothing. I just happened to understand something. Jian Wushuang smiled. The handsome young man smiled and said, That's something good, isn't it? I really admire your cultivation progress and strength improvement obtained amidst our travels. Jian Wushuang replied with a wide beam. Without warning, boom, boom, a scary burst of aura emerged from the void in front before a large number of people started charging toward them at an astonishing speed. The escort team was in chaos. What's the matter? Is it a robbery? Would ordinary bandits have the guts to rob us? Besides, we're already on the edge of the Danyang continent. How can there be any bandits? Who are these people? Hundreds of people appeared in front of the escort team amidst the sounds of anger. Among the hundreds of people, There were more than 20 Earth ultimate gods, with the remaining being powerful ultimate gods. The most important matter was the opponent even had 3 peak Earth ultimate gods. Such a powerful lineup could ravage the entire escort team at any time. Haha, the young man from the Mu clan. Don't think that we can't find you if you hide in an escort team. Well, send you to hell, sneered the peak Earth ultimate god who was leading. Bastard. A scowling, handsome young man moved forward while shouted sternly as he stared angrily at the hundreds of cultivators arriving in front of him. He was none other than the young man talking to Jian Wushuang. Can't that person let me go, since I'm already in such a miserable state? Haha, the master has ordered us to bring your corpse back, so you must die. Boom! Those people immediately attacked. Jian Wushuang, who was among the escort team, rolled his eyes slightly as those people made a move. He knew what was happening in front of him. He had experienced the same event way too many times in his previous and current life. I've achieved the profound sword world, and the Danyang continent is just up front. I should leave now, murmured Jian Wushuang. The next second, a shocking wave of sword intent swept across as a profound sword world appeared and pressed down on the hundreds of cultivators before him. Although the hundreds of cultivators were Earth ultimate gods, with some being peak Earth ultimate gods, they went wide-eyed after feeling the pressure on them. Numerous apparitions started appearing at the same time. There were at least a few thousand apparitions. Each of those apparitions looked the same, from their bodies, divine power breath, to even their sword-holding postures. Thereafter, only their sword shadows were visible among the crowd, as no one could single out the true person's form from those few thousands of apparitions. Everything was back to normal again in less than a breath's time. The sword world, with sky-shattering sword intent, receded alongside the few thousand apparitions' disappearances. The hundreds of cultivators had astonished expressions on their faces as the lively gleam in their eyes faded away as their bodies fell, dead at that moment. On the other hand, the person who attacked already disappeared. The escort team members, as well as the handsome young man, froze at the spot in horror. Suhan, Brother Suhan? Chapter 2655. 7 major factions. The Danyang continent was located at the center of the Danyang Holy Domain, and also the place where many top forces in the Danyang Holy Domain gathered. In other Danyang Holy Domain stellar regions, ordinary ultimate gods were considered experts, and a considerably powerful Earth ultimate gods could easily become the territorial lord or a despot. However, matters were not the same on the Danyang continent, as an Earth ultimate god was nothing. Even a Heaven ultimate god was only considered ordinary within the Danyang continent, with only grand ultimate gods hailed as experts. There were plenty of grand ultimate gods in the Danyang continent, with top forces having a few of them. Jian Wushuang disguised himself and sat in a tavern while examining a piece of newly acquired information at hand. The intelligence report contained detailed information about Danyang continent's various forces, including those top main forces. The Danyang continent, or rather the entire Danyang Holy Domain, had a total of 5 top forces. First was the renowned Crimson Stone Fort. Although the Crimson Stone Fort was not what it used to be after Crimson Stone Saint's death, with its overall strength greatly weakened, there was still the official governor of Danyang Holy Domain. The body of a starved camel was still bigger than a horse. No one dared to underestimate Crimson Stone Fort's true powers. The other top forces were Nanwa Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. Those 4 top forces were similar in terms of strength, with each having nearly 10 grand ultimate gods and many heaven ultimate gods under their command. They were deeply rooted with strong and powerful backgrounds. The Nanwa Palace was probably ranked first among those 4 forces. The Nanwu Palace Master was considered by many to be the current strongest expert in the Danyang Holy Domain, and also the most promising candidate among numerous experts in the Danyang Holy Domain to reach the Undying Saint Realm. Therefore, the Nanwu Palace Master was awe-inspiring to many. just like in the Narcissus territory when the various forces fought fiercely over the Huangji Golden Pill. Grand Ultimate Gods were even involved in the battle. Although the top forces dared to kill Nanwu Palace's Heaven Ultimate Gods, none would dare do anything to the Nanwu Young Palace Master, which only showed how much they were weary of Nanwu Palace. The top sects were truly extraordinary, as any one of them could easily come up with 10 Grand Ultimate Gods. Jian Wushuang was secretly applauding. Jian Wushuang then carefully looked at the Crimson Stone Fort. Among those other top forces, he was most concerned about the Crimson Stone Fort. In the end, he had promised the Crimson Stone Saint to help his daughter Yin Suer. Moreover, the interspatial ring that Scorpion King gave him was still in his hands. Goodness! I knew that the Crimson Stone Fort was divided with many factions within, but I didn't expect there would be so many factions within this Crimson Stone Fort, a total of 7. Jian Wushuang glanced at the intelligence report in his hand and was marveled. There were indeed 7 different factions within the current Crimson Stone Fort. Those 7 powerful factions were led by their leaders fighting for their interests. Among the 7 factions, 3 were extremely powerful and most sought after for the resources they controlled. They were the 3 major factions. One of those 3 major factions was controlled by the current Crimson Stone Fort Master, Yin Suer. Yin Suer was indeed the current Fort Master, since she was extremely powerful on top of being Crimson Stone Saint's biological daughter. Yin Suer showed great talent when the Crimson Stone Saint was still alive and became a Grand Ultimate God at a young age with a great chance of making a breakthrough to the Undying Saint realm. It was a pity that Crimson Stone Saint died. All kinds of internal and external issues struck at the same time after she took over the management as the new Fort Master. Facing those tremendous pressures only further solidified her breakthrough bottleneck, as she had stopped advancing for a while with her cultivation journey stagnant in place. Although she later still made a breakthrough and reached the peak Grand Ultimate God with only 1 step away from the Undying Saint realm, she was already stagnant for a long time. The possibility of her making a breakthrough and become an Undying Saint at that moment was extremely low. Many people thought she would never be able to make a future breakthrough. Most of them thought the probability of Nanwu Palace Master making a breakthrough to the Undying Saint realm was much higher than her. Although she did not make a breakthrough to the Undying Saint realm, the power and deterrence effect of a peak Grand Ultimate God was nevertheless amazing. Moreover, she was also the legitimate Fort Master, hence many experts chose to support her. So the factions she managed were the leader of the top 3 major factions. In addition to her being the peak Grand Ultimate God, she also managed 6 Grand Ultimate Gods of varying strength levels. Even though Yin Suer had lost one of her assistants when the Scorpion King died, her control over the faction was still extremely powerful. In addition, Crimson Stone Fort's Sacred Palace was dedicated to cultivating talented and powerful people completely under the control of Yin Suer. The Sacred Palace Master was the right-hand man of Yin Suer, who possessed greater strength than Scorpion King. She has 6 Grand Ultimate Gods in her faction, including Yin Suer. It's noteworthy that she's a peak Grand Ultimate God and in control of really amazing matters, such as the Sacred Palace, murmured Jian Wushuang before checking out the other 2 big factions. As for the other 2 big factions, one of them was controlled by Crimson Stone Fort Great Elder Yunshan, while the other by the Crimson Stone Army Commander, the Blood Thunder King. Yunshan was also a peak Grand Ultimate God who went with the Crimson Stone Saint and set up the Crimson Stone Fort. Both of them were brothers. During Crimson Stone Fort's peak, Crimson Stone Saint sat awe-inspiring in control of the Crimson Stone Fort, while the Great Elder Yunshan was the one handling day-to-day operation and gathered a large number of subordinates over time. After the Crimson Stone Saint's death, the order for Yin Suer to inherit the Fort Master position was given. Although Yunshan was receptive to the arrangement on the surface, he secretly tried and used many methods to stop it. The appearance of Crimson Stone Fort's many factions started at that time with Yun Shan as their leader. Yun Shan was a peak grand ultimate god, and he had 6 grand ultimate gods under him. In addition, he controlled most of the cultivation resources in the Crimson Stone fort, such that even Yin Suer had to get Yun Shan's consent and even beg him when she needed some cultivation resources. To put it bluntly, Yun Shan is an old sly fox who exercises control with artifice, said Jian Wushuang secretly. He then looked at the last of the top 3 factions, which were led by the Blood Thunder King. The Blood Thunder King was not powerful when compared to Yin Suer and Yun Shan at just a high-level grand ultimate god, but he managed the strongest faction among the 3 major factions. Chapter 2656. Before the sacred Palace Crimson Stone army. They were the ones who opened up and expanded the territory across the 9 realms of Golden Crow for Crimson Stone Saint. There were 1,000 people in the army when Crimson Stone Fort was at its peak, with all of those powerful people being the Heaven Ultimate God Realm. Although Crimson Stone Fort had fallen, the most powerful lineup and combat power of the Crimson Stone Fort still gathered under the Crimson Stone Army, with the lowest soldier grade in the Crimson Stone Army at peak Earth Ultimate God. They had a large number of Heaven Ultimate Gods on top of 10 Grand Ultimate Gods in the Crimson Stone Army. All those were completely under the Blood Thunder King's control, which explained the reason Blood Thunder King dared to challenge both Yin Suer and Yun Shan. In addition to those 3 major factions, the other 4 smaller factions were not weak either, with most of them having 2 or 3 grand ultimate gods controlling their resources and were influential. Among the 7 major factions, there are 3 large factions and 4 smaller factions who compete against each other for their interests and occasionally cause wars and incessant internal friction. Such is the situation in the current Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang secretly concluded admiringly. The Crimson Stone Fort was indeed in a very chaotic situation. However, that did not undermine the amazing power possessed by the Crimson Stone Fort. There were more than 20 grand ultimate gods altogether in the 3 big factions, and after adding up the ones from the 4 smaller factions, Crimson Stone Fort had 35 grand ultimate gods in total, including both Yin Suer and Yun Shan, the 2 peak grand ultimate gods. Their combat power was much stronger than that of Namu Palace. The amount of grand ultimate gods added up from the 4 top powers, Namu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan, were only a few more than that of Crimson Stone Fort. However, the strength within Crimson Stone Fort was divided and scattered with the factions not united, which led to the current precarious status of Crimson Stone Fort. It was conceivable that those top forces had absolutely no fear of Crimson Stone Fort, since the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect even dared to slay the Scorpion King and rob Crimson Stone for their resources. If Yin Suer wants to completely change the situation in Danyang Holy Domain and bring it back to life, she has to find a way to settle the internal friction and integrates all the other 6 factions in Crimson Stone Fort before concentrating all their strengths to control the 4 top forces, Namu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. She had to eliminate them one by one to completely wipe out her worries. However, it may not be easy to accomplish all this unless she can make a breakthrough to the undying Saint Realm, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew that Yin Suer would have resolved it long ago if Crimson Stone Fort's internal conflict was so easy to resolve. She would not have helplessly allowed it to drag on, and neither would the Crimson Stone Saint paid a great price to get him to assist Yin Suer. No matter what, I have to find a way to meet Yin Suer in person, thought Jian Wushuang carefully. However, Yin Suer was the Crimson Stone Fort Master and a super expert at peak grand ultimate god realm. It would not be easy to visit her. Jian Wushuang was merely an earth ultimate god to which no one would pay attention had he openly gone to the Crimson Stone Fort and sought a meeting. They might kick him out, or even worse, kill him, if he declared his identity and made himself known as Jian He, He could not guarantee the first person to meet him was Een Sewer. It might be Yun Shan or the Blood Thunder King, who found him first among the many factions in Crimson Stone Fort. It's unrealistic for me to meet Een Sewer directly. However, I can find a way to first meet the expert next to her, such as the Sacred Palace Master, and get him to help me send a message to Een Sewer. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and made a decision. The Sacred Palace was a special place Crimson Stone Fort used to train talented people. It was once a genius concentration camp within the Danyang Holy Domain, where countless geniuses and young cultivators in the Danyang Holy Domain desired to gain admittance. However, the strength of the Crimson Stone Fort had dwindled since the fall of the Crimson Stone Saint. Therefore, the Sacred Palace was no longer as attractive as it used to be for those geniuses and cultivators. There were also similar places within the top forces like Nanwu Palace and Divine Demon Sect, who were specialized in cultivating talented people as good as the Sacred Palace. Even so, the Sacred Palace still attracted quite a fair bit of younger cultivators. A huge and towering mountain stood tall in the center of Danyang Holy Domain. The 100,000-foot tall mountain that reached into the clouds was surrounded by a powerful restrictive shield that could withstand the powerful strength of an undying saint. The Sacred Palace was located where the giant mountain was. Many Sacred Palace disciples lived at the top of that huge mountain all year round with countless attics and palaces with ample training resources. At the top of the mountain was a huge green stairway that spanned from the mountain top to the foot of the mountain. This stairway was called the Sacred Heaven Road. The Sacred Palace was where geniuses gathered, and not anyone was able to enter the Sacred Palace for cultivation. Hence, there were only two ways to join the Sacred Palace. The first method was to get a recommendation from one of those top experts in the Crimson Stone Fort and pass the Sacred Palace's test before becoming a disciple of Sacred Palace. The second method was to climb the Sacred Heaven Road. Any cultivators below the Grand Ultimate God realm, even a peak heaven ultimate god, would try climbing the Sacred Heaven Road. The cultivator had to start from the first step and walked up step by step. He would be accepted into the Sacred Palace, so long the cultivator was able to reach the top of Sacred Heaven Road within 10 years. If a cultivator failed to reach the top within 10 years, they would have to walk down and start from the first step again. The second method to go through the Sacred Heaven Road was the most difficult between the two methods. However, people who entered the Sacred Palace using this method were usually more talented and powerful. Many younger cultivators were having great difficulty threading the Sacred Heaven Road. Most of those cultivators were talented and powerful, with the majority having reached the Earth Ultimate God realm with only very few ultimate gods. As for the Heaven Ultimate gods, there were none. Cultivators below Grand Ultimate gods were able to enter the Sacred Palace. However, the Sacred Palace was of very little benefit to Heaven Ultimate gods, because many cultivation resources in the Sacred Palace had very weak effects on Heaven Ultimate gods. Therefore, cultivators who had reached the Heaven Ultimate God realm would normally choose not to join the Sacred Palace or any other cultivation places. Is that the Sacred Palace? Jian Wushuang could see the countless attics and palaces at the mountain top from where he was standing at the huge mountain foot. He did not try to hide his divine power breath, nor did he try to disguise it with the black stone, and was clearly showing the aura of a high-level Earth Ultimate God. Chapter 2657. Sacred Heaven Road. Jian Wushuang walked toward the Sacred Heaven Road without hesitation. He soon set foot on the first step of the Sacred Heaven Road. Jian Wushuang immediately sensed a decent oppressive force on him as soon as he arrived at the first step. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Is this all? No, it shouldn't be that simple. Jian Wushuang did not stop and continued walking up step by step. The oppressive force on him was getting stronger as he gradually progressed up those steps. However, the oppressive force did not affect Jian Wushuang at all, nor did it slow down his pace. The Sacred Heaven Road had 1,000 steps in total. Jian Wushuang soon arrived on the 99th step, and when he stepped on the 100th step, the world surrounding Jian Wushuang began to change as he soon arrived in a vast, limitless dark void with a tall figure standing before him while solemnly staring at him. "You have to stay with me for 10 breaths before you can move on." A cold voice came from the tall figure. "Consciousness space?" Jian Wushuang was surprised as a smile spread on his face. Jian Wushuang was on the 100th step only for a brief moment before he continued to step toward the 101st step. The consciousness space test was based on one's cultivation realm. Hence the test was set at a similar level for Jian Wushuang, was only a high-level earth ultimate god, and allowed him to pass without much difficulty. He was moving all the way up at a very fast pace. In just a few moments, he had already arrived on the 700th step without even slowing down. There were still many young cultivators who were walking upward with difficulty on the sacred heaven road. The region between 700th and 900th steps had dozens of young cultivators, with most of them stuck on their own steps as the difficulty drastically increased upon every step upward. On the 750th step, a dark-skinned young man wrapped in animal skins was standing there trembling under the huge oppressive force on his body, but gritted his teeth and endured it. "The 750th step is already my limit. I can only try to adapt slowly and find a way to set foot on the 751st step." The young man wrapped in animal skins grunted in a low voice. Suddenly, whoosh, a figure appeared beside him. The young man, wrapped in animal skins, immediately turned his head to look. "I haven't seen this person before. When did he arrive behind me?" The young man, wrapped in animal skins, was puzzled, but could see that man did not even stop as he continued stepping onto the 751st step before continuing to step onto the 752nd step. The young man, wrapped in animal skins, was taken aback. "What? The oppressive force is already very terrifying at the 750th steps. His speed would have been forced to slow down, no matter how good a cultivator is, but he was still advancing fast. It seems as though he's unaffected by the oppressive force at all." Many other young cultivators on the Sacred Heaven Road had also noticed the existence of the cold and proud man in the black robe other than him. He was none other than Jian Wushuang. Look at that person. He's so fast. He has already reached the 790th steps, but is still advancing fast? The 800th step. Everyone held their breath as they watched him. Every 100th step on the Sacred Heaven Road had a test in the consciousness space. The test was very difficult, with many geniuses unable to pass the 800th step test, with most needing to be stuck on it for a long time even if they were able to pass. Jian Wushuang merely stopped briefly before continuing to step forward onto the 801st step, to everyone's surprise after reaching the 800th step. "How's this possible? This is impossible." Many cultivators on the Sacred Heaven Road were in disbelief. The 800th step consciousness space test did not even stop that person's speed. What's going on? It basically meant that he only needed less than 10 breaths to survive in the consciousness space test, and probably had instantaneously defeated his opponent. They could sense that person's divine power breath at the high-level Earth Ultimate God. It would not come as no surprise for a high-level Earth Ultimate God to go up against an opponent at the peak Earth Ultimate God on the 800th step. However, that man had instantly defeated his opponent. In other words, his true combat strength was definitely higher and perhaps might have reached the peak Earth Ultimate God realm, despite being only a high-level Earth Ultimate God. He must be quite strong, even among peak Earth Ultimate Gods. He was capable of challenging higher realm cultivators. The man turned out to be an expert in challenging cultivators stronger than himself. The man did not slow down at all after passing the 800th step. The increasing oppressive pressure force seemed to not affect him at all as he continued to climb at an extremely fast pace. He soon reached the 850th, 880th, and 900th step. At the 900th step, he was once again caught in the consciousness space test that was even more difficult than the previous. The result was the same nonetheless. The man only paused for a brief moment before continuing onto the 901st step. Many young cultivators on the sacred heaven road were completely stunned. They could not believe what they saw. Jian Wushuang continued to move upward with ease under their incomprehensible gazes, and in just a jiffy stepped on the last step, the 1000th step. Even on the very last step, he was not bothered by the hindrances and had easily crossed over, finally reaching the top end of Sacred Heaven Road. He got to the top. Did he just effortlessly climb to the top of Sacred Heaven Road? I feel like he's just sauntering and unaffected by the tests. Who's this person? Many young cultivators, still struggling on the steps, looked up at Jian Wushuang, who had already reached the mountain top with widened eyes. At the mountain top, Jian Wushuang looked at the densely arranged attics and palaces before him with a weird smile on his face. I've been rather high profile by so effortlessly climbing up the mountain. It's impossible to not catch the attention of Sacred Heaven Palace's experts. But I'm unsure if I've caught the palace masters? Jian Wushuang secretly thought. Chapter 2658. Sacred Palace Keeper at the top of a grandiose and lavish black penthouse in Sacred Palace. A slender, tall, and blond middle-aged man sat next to a desk, reading a jade slip casually. A silver-haired old man in a white robe entered hastily. Palace Keeper, we just received news that someone is coming our way through Sacred Heaven Road, said the old man. Oh, the Sacred Palace is accepting a new genius disciple. That's great. The blond, middle-aged man answered casually, but his eyes were still on the jade slip. The thing is, the time he spent reaching the summit from Sacred Heaven Road was too short, said the white-robed old man anxiously. Too short? How short? The blond, middle-aged man finally put down the jade slip and looked downward. The white-robed old man took a deep breath and slowly showed one finger. A year. The blond man nodded slightly. If he can reach the peak in a year, that's pretty good. Not 1 year. The old man shook his head. A month, then. The blond man's face began to turn serious. Sacred Palace has countless geniuses, but those who can reach the summit in a month could be counted with one hand. Geniuses like this are worth our total support and nurture. No, sir, not a month either, but before the old man finished, don't tell me he only spent a day? The blond, middle-aged man stood up suddenly. His eyes were shining. No, not a day, but 1 hour. That man spent less than an hour on the Sacred Heaven Road to reach the peak. The white-robed old man finally finished his sentence. How's that possible? Even the blond, middle-aged man, a top expert among the high-level grand ultimate gods and also the respectable Sacred Palace Keeper, was shocked when he heard such news. Reaching the summit through Sacred Heaven Road within an hour? One had to understand that the Crimson Stone Saint had sacrificed a lot of effort when he was still alive to build the Sacred Heaven Road as a means to pick disciples for Sacred Palace. There were incredibly difficult challenges along Sacred Heaven Road, such that those who could get through within a year were considered very skillful geniuses. If a month, a top genius, one who spent 1 day, was simply a super freak. There was not anyone who could reach the summit through Sacred Heaven Road in a mere day since the Sacred Palace's establishment a long time ago. Spending less than 1 hour, that was unimaginable. Where is he now? The blond, middle-aged man seemed to be very excited. He has reached the summit and is now at Sacred Palace's plaza, said the white-haired old man wearing white robes. Let's go, bring me to him, said the blond man immediately. Crazy, a super freak who only spent less than 1 hour to reach the summit. Such a super freak was of course worth a personal greeting by the Sacred Palace Keeper. Jian Wushuang stood there with his arms folded on the gigantic plaza at the Sacred Palace. Numerous Sacred Palace disciples were surrounding him along with some Sacred Palace experts. All of them were staring at Jian Wushuang while quietly discussing among themselves. It's him. I was beside the Sacred Heaven Road just now and saw him stepping on the first step of Sacred Heaven Road to head upwards. He had reached the top of Sacred Heaven Road and came into the Sacred Palace in less than an hour. Not even an hour? You've got to be joking. How come he can move so quickly? Sacred Heaven Road is very difficult, especially the consciousness space challenge. He probably used incredible force to defeat them instead of finding a way to pass through his 10 opponents. However, according to my knowledge of the last consciousness space 1,000-step challenge, his opponents were all super strong peak Earth ultimate gods. He managed to defeat them? Although he's only a high-level Earth ultimate god, his battle strength is unheard of. Monster. A monster has visited the sacred palace. The disciples had a fascinated look on their faces. It was normal as Jian Wushuang had displayed extremely heaven-defying abilities. However, they did not realize the abilities Jian Wushuang showed along Sacred Heaven Road was not even the tip of the iceberg. It was indeed true he was just a high-level Earth ultimate god, but his true battle strength was extremely strong even among high-level heaven ultimate gods. The Sacred Palace disciples would perhaps be frightened to death if he unleashed his full battle strength. Jian Wushuang, of course, did not quite like to show off and would not have been acting so high profile were it not because he wanted to attract the Sacred Palace keeper's attention. He would have normally used the black stone to conceal his aura to disguise as having a primary level heaven ultimate god's divine power aura so that the public would be more acceptable in the event he displayed powers slightly stronger than his supposed realm's battle strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures glided speedily over and landed on the plaza in the blink of an eye before Jian Wushuang. Finally here. Jian Wushuang focused his eyesight and looked over at the blond, middle-aged man between the two. He could sense the pressure brought to him by the blond, middle-aged man, a pressure heaven ultimate god could not possibly bring forth. Only experts at the grand ultimate god level could bring him such heavy pressure. It was clear who he was. Is he the Sacred Palace Keeper? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The blond man was staring at him too as he looked at him. A powerful soul power shrouded Jian Wushuang's entire body, and he naturally also noticed Jian Wushuang's facial disguise. He changed his face. The blond middle-aged man could see through it all, but he did not show it on his face. Kid, welcome to the Sacred Palace. Si Zhen, the Sacred Palace Keeper. My pleasure to meet you, Palace Keeper Si Zhen. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly but did not reveal his name. Follow me. The blond middle-aged man looked deeply at Jian Wushuang and did not ask any questions in front of the Sacred Palace disciples. He instead brought Jian Wushuang into the grand penthouse. At the top of the penthouse, the blond middle-aged man sent away the white-robed, white-haired man before setting up a restrictive shield around them before he finally asked, Kid, tell me who exactly are you? Chapter 2659. Sewer Jian Wushuang smiled plainly and slowly bowed upon seeing the blond, middle-aged palace keeper Si Zhen sitting down. Jian Yi. A pleasure to meet you, Palace Keeper Si Zhen. Palace Keeper Si Zhen suddenly stood up in surprise. Jian, you're the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord? Jian Wushuang did not answer, but his facial muscles began to twitch before reverting to his true form after a short moment. Si Zhen had seen Jian Wushuang's portrait before as one of Crimson Stone Fort's highest authorities and naturally recognized his face right away. It's really you. Palace Keeper Si Zhen was rather shocked, but soon shook his head. It can't be. The Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord should be a peak Earth ultimate god according to our intelligence, but the cultivation level those people previously sensed was due to my divine power aura being masked to the special method. My true level is only at the high-level Earth ultimate god. Jian Wushuang smiled. However, I've heard you concurrently withstood 3 heaven ultimate gods by yourself and wasn't even at a disadvantage. In other words, you already have the battle strength no less than that of a heaven ultimate god as a high-level earth ultimate god. Si Zhen slightly squinted. That's indeed true, admitted Jian Wushuang directly. However, the fact remains that he was merely a primary-level earth ultimate god when he withstood 3 primary-level heaven ultimate gods by himself and had only made a breakthrough to high-level earth ultimate god after obtaining some divine elixir pills later, which was what Palace Keeper Si Zhen was witnessing. Jian Wushuang would not take initiative to mention that, of course. No wonder you have only spent less than an hour in the Sacred Heaven Road to reach the summit. The Sacred Heaven Road challenges are set in accordance with one's cultivation level. The challenges you experience should be set at that level as well, since you're only a high-level Earth ultimate god. Your opponents in the 1000th step consciousness space were only peak Earth ultimate gods with stronger abilities, so there's no way they could compete against you. Si Zhen gazed solemnly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled plainly. Palace Keeper Si Zhen, you overly flattered me. You know my current situation well, with both the Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and many others enthusiastically looking for me to obtain the interspatial ring on me. I've been concealing my true identity all these years while traveling to Danyang continent from northern Darkstar territory, just because I want to pass the interspatial ring to the Crimson Stone Fort Master. However, perhaps it's not so easy for someone of my status to meet the Fort Master. Hence, I can only come to Sacred Palace and make a fuss to lure you into personally meeting me. I can understand your intentions and shall transmit a message to the Fort Master. Palace Keeper Si Zhen nodded slightly and immediately took out a message token. An answer was received about a minute later. The Fort Master is currently discussing something with Grand Elder Yunshan and said, shall come to meet you immediately right after the discussion, said Palace Keeper Si Zhen. I shall wait here for a little while in that case. Jian Wushuang smiled patiently. The wait took almost half a day, and finally, ring. A figure slowly appeared before Jian Wushuang after a light beam flashed. It was an extremely beautiful, slender, and tall woman with a rosy cheek clad in an ice blue long dress. She even possessed a majestic air, perhaps due to her high status. Although she did not purposely let out a strong divine power aura, one would not dare think of committing any blasphemy acts toward her as she stood there. Is she Crimson Stone Saint's daughter, Yin Suer? Jian Wushuang calmly looked at the beautiful lady. You are Jian Yi? Yin Suer also looked toward Jian Wushuang. A pleasure to meet you. Jian Wushuang modestly bowed as a sense of respect toward an expert. Is the interspatial ring still with you right now? Yin Suer's voice was incredibly cold. Jian Wushuang turned his hand to show the interspatial ring that Scorpion King had tossed at him before dying. There was not even a missing blood gems, as he had never touched it at all ever since he carefully guarded the interspatial ring. He simply passed the interspatial ring into Yin Suer's hand in its complete and original form. Yin Suer quickly scanned through the interspatial ring when she took it and nodded. 3,700,000,000 pounds of blood gems is truly a great wealth. It's unfortunately I've lost one of my right-hand men, Scorpion King, due to these blood gems. It's only a matter of time before I find Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect to seek vengeance after cleaning up those factions in the Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang's expression remained the same upon hearing that, despite agreeing with her in his mind. Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect had the guts to make their move on Scorpion King under so many people's watchful eyes because they were not afraid of Yin Suer seeking revenge. Yin Suer, indeed, currently did not possess the capabilities to get back at them by merely relying on the powers she could maneuver, which was not comparable with either Divine Demon Sect or Life and Death Tower at that point. However, it was not something that could be easily achieved unless she could unite all the power within Crimson Stone Fort. Yin Suer gazed at Jian Wushuang again. Scorpion King communicated with me earlier and mentioned you before. He said, "You possess a token from my father." Indeed, Jian Wushuang took out the token that Crimson Stone Saint gave him. Yin Suer, who was extremely familiar with Crimson Stone Saint and Palace Keeper Sijin, immediately recognized it as soon as the token was shown. "It's real." Yin Suer and Sijin looked at each other with a strange light shining in their eyes. Yin Suer continued, "Scorpion King told me before that you aren't a personal disciple of my father. So this token, the token is indeed given to me by Crimson Stone Saint. You can personally go to Saint's tomb and ask, as it's because of a deal I made with him," said Jian Wushuang. "What kind of a deal?" Yin Suer asked. "It's a very simple deal. I promise him to help you resolve your current crisis once I possess sufficient abilities before helping you to make a breakthrough into the Undying Saint realm if possible in return for the Fengtian scroll," said Jian Wushuang. "Fengtian scroll? My father had given his Fengtian scroll to you?" Yin Suer was shocked. She knew the Fengtian scroll's origin. It was an extremely rare treasure. After Crimson Stone Saint died, many experts knew that he had left behind a residential tomb with a Fengtian scroll located there. Therefore, those experts were attracted by it and wanted to enter his tomb and explore. Unfortunately, Crimson Stone Saint had set up multiple layers of restrictive shields to the extent that one would not be able to enter by force unless they had the capabilities of an Undying Saint. Fengtian scroll had thus been left inside his tomb. Chapter 2660. Sacred Palace, disciple her father gave such a precious treasure to Jian Yi who was standing before her? Moreover, Jian Yi was not his personal disciple, and they merely made a deal? Is father so trusting towards him and thinking he can really help me? Yin Suer thought to herself before saying, "Father must have his reasons for making a deal with you using the Fengtian scroll, and have you help me. But your current abilities are still rather weak." Jian Wushuang was at a loss for words. It was undeniable that his current abilities would not be looked upon highly by Yin Suer or any grand, ultimate gods. "How about this? Why don't you stay here in the sacred palace, since you've taken the sacred heaven road and reached the summit? There are a lot of cultivation resources here for you to increase your abilities. I'll ask Palace Keeper Sijin to grant you the convenience of obtaining whatever you need and ask for," said Yin Suer. "There actually are items that I need," said Jian Wushuang. "Tell me." Yin Suer was rather calm. "I need divine elixir pills," said Jian Wushuang directly. "How many?" Yin Suer asked. "As many as possible." "A few thousand would be best," said Jian Wushuang. "A few thousand?" Yin Suer was shocked. "Jian Yi, a few thousand divine elixir pills? You really have quite an appetite." Palace Keeper Sijin also opened his eyes widely and stared at Jian Wushuang. "Oh, is it difficult?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Not that it's difficult, but simply impossible," said Sijin. "It's indeed impossible." Yin Suer nodded as well. Divine elixir pills aren't as common as primordial stones, although Crimson Stone Fort is quite wealthy and that we do keep quite a bit of divine elixir pills. Most of them have their specific function with not many that we can actually use. Furthermore, the most important point was that Yun Shan guarded most of those pills which could be used. Do you know him? Yes, the leader of another faction in Crimson Stone Fort, the Grand Elder of Crimson Stone Fort, said Jian Wushuang. Exactly. Even though in the Crimson Stone Fort Master, there are quite many resources that I need to go through him if I want to take them. The divine elixir pills are an example. I might not be able to ask for too many, even if I personally requested the pills. I can't guarantee how many I can obtain, but I'll do my best to request for you, said Yin Suer. I shall thank you in advance, said Jian Wushuang gratefully. He knew it would be difficult for Yin Suer's, but it was already very kind of her to agree with helping him as much as she could. It was also because Crimson Stone Saint had personally sent him. Otherwise, he would never receive such special treatment from Yin Suer was it someone else. Jian Yi, This is your sacred palace disciple's token. Please stay in the sacred palace for the coming days. I shall inform everyone that all the resources in Sacred Palace are unconditionally open for your use. Palace Keeper Si Jin passed Jian Wushuang a token. Jian Wushuang accepted it and nodded slightly before leaving. Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Si Jin remained in the penthouse. Fort Master, do you really think Jian can help you change our current situation? Si Jin inquired. I don't know. Yin Suer shook her head. But my father always had a way to spot the right people. He must have seen immense possibilities in Jian Yi since he recognized that Jian Yi would be of great help for me, and even made a deal with him using the Fengtian scroll. I'll naturally do my very best to help him grow, since father firmly believes in him offering me great help. Palace Keep Sijin solemnly said, That's indeed quite true. The old master was an undying saint and had seen things that our kind won't possibly believe after all. Besides, Jian Yi is indeed extraordinary from the abilities he displayed. Jian Yi relied on his own strength to fight against 3 heaven ultimate gods a few decades ago when Scorpion King had fallen. However, his cultivation level was only at high-level Earth ultimate god, yet could easily pass through the sacred heaven road to reach the summit within an hour. These 2 instances are amazing enough. I have seen many geniuses as the sacred palace keeper, such as some of the demons in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to present a genius who is comparable to him even for Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who boasts of accepting only the best. No, Yin Suer shook her head. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is full of geniuses, and those you normally see aren't necessarily their best. I've at least heard of one person who's regarded as the most extraordinary genius in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's history, with talents that exceed our imagination. That person's talent is probably even higher than Jian Yi. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has such genius. Palace Keeper Si Zhen was shocked. I've only heard of this person, but never the pleasure to meet her. She's a woman who's quite young, said Yin Suer before diverted back to their topic. Anyways, this Jian Yi is worth our complete efforts to nurture. He can at least become of great help if he could grow stronger. Even if he can't become someone who can single-handedly change our situation in Crimson Stone Fort, as my father expected. As long as he becomes a grand ultimate god in the future, the help he can provide will be even greater than Scorpion King's. Scorpion King! As Palace Keeper Sijin fell silent as Scorpion King's name was mentioned. Scorpion King was absolutely loyal to Crimson Stone, saint just like him, and gave his all to assist Yin Suer. The 2 of them might as well be considered Yin Suer's left and right hands. Scorpion King and he were like brothers who had been through so much. However, the Scorpion King fell. Most importantly, they knew how he fell and who had killed him, but had no ability to avenge him at that moment. It was truly their biggest regret. It's only a matter of time before we avenge the Scorpion King. But our current urgency is to straighten out Yun Shan and the Blood Thunder King. Our resources were tight before, but having this batch of blood gems has bought us some time and slightly reduced the pressures I've been facing. Yin Suer's expression was cold, but her eyes were shining with a strange light of hope. As for the divine elixir pills that Jian Yi needs, he probably uses them to increase his cultivation level. I'll do my very best to help him get them, while I'll let you take care of the other matters. Try to provide as much as you can if he has other needs, and report to me any time if there are any movements or increases in his abilities, reminded Yin Suer. Aye. Si Jin nodded respectfully. Yin Suer did not stay any longer and left after giving a few more instructions.